Pete, Clearwater, Florida, every detail is more vivid and more vibrant than you could ever imagine. Where soothing waves beckon you to explore it all. Where miles of America's best beaches meet a world-renowned art scene. This fall, immerse your senses in St. Pete, Clearwater, Florida.
Welcome to the beautiful Florida coastline for the inaugural St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix. Nearly 50 P1 offshore boats have shown up to battle it out on the waters of Tampa Bay, which should make for spectacular viewing, especially if you're lucky enough to be watching the action from right here at St. Pete Pier. Well, I've got a pretty good view from up here, and I'm sure our race commentator, Mike Uwowski, does as well. Let's get to the racing, Mike.
We have a green flag and we're underway. You can see just how bumpy it is on that front straightaway. We got a 3 across race heading towards the pier and the north end of the race course. Oh, they hooked the side and flipped the boat over. Whoa, whoa, oh, they go upside down, roll it over, and half a turn again. Class 4 was GNS Predator and Cigarette Justice League out front initially, but Predator ultimately led from start to finish and takes the win. At the start of the Mod B race, Team Woody jumps to an early lead, but Sunprint hooks the boat and spins out right in front of the fleet. It was LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness that jumps out to an early lead, but BoatFloater.com ultimately ends up taking the win in Mod V. And back in Stock V, the battle continued, but LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness took the win in Stock V. In Superstock, out to an early jump was FJ Propeller. Ultimately, a battle with Wicked and Performance Boat Center went on for a while, but at the end of the day, it would be Performance Boat Center that takes the win in Superstock. Fortunately, the big boat had to sit out in Sarasota. Green flag here in Michigan City. Punisher is going to take the win in Mod B. Predator has gotten past Old School, and it goes to Yukon Lurp. This is going to be close. Our leader, CMR. CR Racing coming up on the outside of Jackhammer. But the win goes to CMR. What a great weekend for them. And they get to show it all today. What a great run for the Geico boat. First place here in Michigan City.
Welcome to the beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida for the 2022 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix P1 Offshore Powerboat Racing, coming to you live from the beautiful Tampa Bay. It's been an awesome weekend here, typical Florida weather with just some rain and some sunshine and some rain and some sunshine, but great here today. Great spectator fleet starting to build out. Water's a little bit calm. Just saw the Aquacross race wrap up just a few minutes ago. I am Mike Iwaski, and Mikey Young is going to join me. We're going to reverse roles here a little bit, so to speak, Mike.
Yeah, that's it. Again, congratulations to Arminio Lion Tosca,
Yep.
season-winning championship with P1 Aquacross. First race of the day here with the OPA, though. We're going to have the Superstocks out there.
Yeah, so for everybody that's listening live, we're going to do things just a little bit differently. Normally we start with the bracket classes and the lower classes and work up to the bigger classes. Here we're going to start with the bigger classes and work down to the lower classes. So we're going to have Superstock in race number 1. Race number 2 will be Class 1 and Supercat. Race number 3 will be the Modified V, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5. And race number 4 will be Stock V, Class 6, and Class 7 as we move through the day here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. Now, we're not crowning a championship. This is race number 5 of the 6-race series for the APBA championship. So we'll see how things shake out. But no championships crowned here, not like the Aquacross racing, but still expect some exciting events happening today.
Well, you know, I've got to wonder if they didn't change the schedule around due to Florida's weather conditions, because, you know, in Florida this time of year, right around 2 o'clock, you know, it normally tends to thunderstorm.
Yeah, and as you saw in the highlight reel there, the Sarasota, the Big Goats didn't get to race later in the afternoon because the storms blew up. We'll race in the rain. It will not bother us at all, but the moment that we get any lightning, we have to pull the helo down out of the air, and once the helo comes down, they're gonna shut the race down per the Coast Guard and per insurance regulations.
Sure, that's it. And again, today's event here is sanctioned by the APBA, that is the American Powerboat Association, located up in East Point, Michigan.
Yep, and you got P1 Offshore, based out of right here in Florida. They are the sanctioned by that will be enforcing the rules, providing the medical, the sweep boats, the term boats. Get at p1offshore.com for more information, or visit facebook.com/P1Offshore, where you'll be able to watch the racing action live here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. A lot of racers raced here a long time ago, almost 20 years ago, were some of the last races here in St. Petersburg, and back again. They said in the drivers' meeting how much of the town has changed. I've never been here, so I can't tell you it's a beautiful town, but even you were telling me there's a lot changed down here.
Oh, there's definitely been a lot of change. We raced here for probably 15 to 20 years with the IJSVA and the World Cup Watercross Tour. This was always one of our favorite stops, and then when they did construction on the pier, we moved out toward the beach. Mm-hmm. And now that the pier has been reconstructed, it's great to be back over here in the city.
Yeah, and it's a calm water race here. There'll be a little bit of chop lane, 8-mile-an-hour breeze, as you can see one of our pace boats go out, that Active Thunder. It's pretty flat today. I think this is going to be high speed. The wind yesterday was coming almost out of the east, right up onto land, but I don't see much of a breeze as our Superstock boats start to pull out. That's looking off the corner of the Vinoy Pier there. That's our VIP area, going to get a good taste. They're going to get pretty exciting racing, because as the start happens in offshore, they're actually going to race down the shoreline towards that pier, turn at the pier, and a couple of drivers were saying in the meeting this morning it's going to be a little tight going through there for sure, but they will not be doing the dogleg on the start. They'll be bypassing the dogleg, and then next time around they'll have to
hit it on lap number 2.
Yep.
Sure. Hey, we'd like to thank our sponsors here this weekend. They include Visit St. Pete Clearwater, CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers. And it is just about time as we get all of our race personnel into position. You can see the boats are already out there and milling around, Mike.
Beautiful day here. There's FJ Propeller. That was A-Game Energy Drink. A-Game, one of our series sponsors here with P1 Offshore, rebranded Ryan Beckley's boat for the weekend and made it the A-Game offshore racing team. They had that boat parked at various places over the course of the weekend. As we get ready to go racing live here, this will be the first race of the day, just Superstock. We'll run through your lineup real quick. S number 11, Wicked Powerboats. S number 55, Your Storage Units. S27, LPC Racing. S17, Team Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. S111, A-Game. S19, FJ Propeller, one of the 2 victory hulls racing out here today. The second victory hull is number S42. That's going to be Jackhammer. Then you've got S8, CR Racing. S21, Performance Boat Center. Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, and S54 CMR Roofing. another one of our series sponsors here for P1 Offshore. This is a very exciting group. They're really looking forward to getting out there and racing. This is probably going to be the most action-packed race of the day. I think we'll see in the Mod V and the Stock V. We'll see some racing later on between those guys. But this is going to be Rubbins racing here. We will not be running a parade lap here today. What we're going to do is they're going to mill down here by the pier. They'll get everybody up in their mill. They're going to run them east up the course. They're going to go through the upper end turn, the eastern turn of the course. And once they come around that turn, as long as everybody's going to line up, Jeff Tomlinson, the chief referee, said they're going to release them as soon as they can. Again, they'll bypass the dogleg. They're not going to do the dogleg. They'll run into the first turn and then run out, and that'll be the start of the race. So it's going to be a very exciting start here in, I almost said Michigan City, Indiana, in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida.
Well, the water is just about as calm, Mike.
Isn't it, though? Yeah, and sometimes it's almost just as clear as what you get up there in Michigan, although completely different because this is obviously saltwater compared to freshwater. All these teams tested yesterday. Everybody seemed pretty confident with their setup. A couple of these teams based out of here, Florida, Jackhammer, Manatee Marine, they're based about 20 minutes away. Wicked is based out of Florida. Performance Boat Center out of Missouri. Your storage unit, Nick Scafidi, he's based out on the east coast of Florida. So a couple of Florida-based teams here, but nobody you can really count out during this race all season long. It's been kind of a roll the dice of who's going to go out, who has a chance to win in this ultra-competitive outboard powered class. Doug Wrights here today. You've got Doug Wrights. You've got Victory Hull's Jackhammer. There is a Victory Hull S54 CMR. That is a Wright performance hull, or a Doug Wright. And then you've got Wicked, which is a one-off performance-built hull by Todd DePhillips. So that's like the one lone boat out there. But two Victory Hulls, the rest Doug Wrights.
What are the differences between those two hulls?
Really nothing. The Victory Hull's a little bit more squared up. The corners are a little bit more square. When I say Victory Hull, if anybody that followed us there in 2019 will remember, that was the Victory team. They actually built these boats. They run them over in XCAT. And Gary Ballou was the first racer to bring one over here, still getting the boat figured out. And then Reese Lamb of Jackhammer, he brought one over for the second one. The boats are definitely starting to get figured out, but the Doug Wrights really have the dominance on this class. Obviously, there's a lot of them out there. There's not a lot of information swapping between these teams, again, because this is the closest thing you're going to get to NASCAR as far as specs, and these are the same engines, the same specs. They're limited on what propellers they can run. They have to meet a weight when they go in, or not weight when they go in, but a weight when they come out. They swap ECUs. So like yesterday, the drivers meeting before testing, they grabbed one ECU, they tested with it, they took it back off the boat, put it back in the box, and then this morning pulled another ECU for each motor and put them back on. So that's how you keep them fair. That way nobody flashes the ECUs, does anything differently to them, can modify them, change the timing on these outboard engines in any way, shape, or form. So again, this is the closest thing you're going to get to NASCAR on the waters, this class right here.
Tell me this, you being the boat aficionado, if you will, what type of speeds are we looking at here in the Superstock class?
I think in this course, it's saltwater and the air's pretty thick. You'll probably be in the high 1-teens, maybe kick up in the low 120s. They're pretty long straightaways here.
Sure.
But they're really wide turns also, so where you're not going to have to scrub off as much speed going through the turn. I think you're going to see a lot of boats run a middle to inside line around the turn, again, because they don't have to carry, they're going to be able to carry speed because how wide the turn is.
Sure.
And these are abnormally wide. We don't normally do turns this big, but I think it's going to be a good equalizer. The dog leg on the backside is really where we're going to see what these teams can do. Because, again, if you're on the outside of one turn, when you go back into a dog leg, you're going to be on the inside going back into the next turn. And, of course, it's a real short run as you head down towards the pier there coming out of that dog leg. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I think it's going to be some really exciting racing here. And we're going to have a lot of fun. As this is our first race of the day, this is Superstock and Superstock only. The next race will be Supercat, and Class 1. And, of course, anybody that had read online, there are some changes in Class 1 as we have unfortunately lost the Geico team for the remainder of the season after their sponsorship has been has gone away with Geico after a 14-year stint, and obviously Geico as a sponsor, and everybody's just going to be sorely miss that team.
Yeah, for sure.
They were a huge influence on the sport and what they were able to do, and obviously we're going to miss them as we move on. So right now the points leader in Superstock is S21 Performance Boat Center / Fast Diesel Fuel System. Second is CMR, and third is CR Racing and FJ Propeller. And it's not much. It's 486 to 418 to 414 So right now, only 4 points separating second and third between CR and CMR. I'll probably confuse those, and then FJ back. Really, we've got one more race to go. This is going to kind of start pointing people in the direction of their championship. Sean Torrente's been really fast, one of probably the toughest competitors out here, but he's actually suffered a few more mechanical issues than we're used to seeing through the course of the year. So that's allowed Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems to come up with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams. And they switched roles in the boat. Myrick actually throttled in 2019 and Rusty drove, and then they flipped roles, and now Rusty is throttling and Myrick is driving. And Myrick basically said, hey, look, I just feel more confident driving. Rusty wanted to give a shot at throttling. Of course, Myrick drove for the Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's Supercat team, which was very successful with Johnny Tomlinson throttling that boat. And Myrick just said, I feel that I can do a better service in the boat because I can put the boat more of where we want it rather than try and think about throttling it and then telling where Rusty the boat should go. And it seems to be working for him.
You know, I'll tell you, it looks like they're getting fired up right now, warming the boats up as we get ready for the start of race number 1. And they just showed a picture of the pier up there, Mike. And I'll tell you couldn't get on that pier with a shoehorn right now.
Well, let's hope you can get out there. You've got to do the Aquacross Awards. You got some championships to hand out a little bit later. And Performance Boats are only one win on the season this year. That's in Sarasota. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping won in Cocoa Beach. CMR won at Lake of the Ozarks. Sarasota was won by Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel System. Then CR Racing won in St. Clair, Michigan, and then Michigan City was CMR. So it's been kind of a topsy-turvy battle. That's why the points have kept so close. And just like we saw in the Aquacross, which I had the privilege of calling with you earlier, these tight points battles really make it exciting. But I think this is going to be a hairy first turn. We're going to have to keep our eye on it and see how it goes. Remember, these are wide boats. These are canopy boats. These are nothing like the jet skis, right?
No.
They don't have, look at to your side at 90 degrees, and that's as far out as you can see. Even if you can turn your head 90 degrees, once you've got your helmet on, some people run a Hans device in some of these boats, so that's going to restrict their vision a little bit more. There will be spotters. I don't know if they're going to be out on the Vinoy Pier. They could be over there in the pits. These boats do run comms on shore with race control and with team spotters.
Yeah, I was going to say that's really a big difference between the Aquacross and the OPA, the offshore racing that we're watching right now, is that they can actually talk to somebody that's on the shoreline.
Yeah, no, 100%. You're exactly right about that. And, but they draw lanes. So in this case, Wicked's going to be on the pole. Your storage unit's going to be in second. LP Racing is going to be in third. And what that means is they have to stay in their lanes. Now, it's been decided that in the first turn, there's 4 buoys. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're only going to go past those first 2. Actually, I think it's 8 and 9. I think it's 8 and 9, actually. But whatever it is, they're only going to hold the lane through that first 2 buoys. They're not going to hold it the whole way through and exit out. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out because that's going to have a big outcome on this race. Again, these are all bone stock boats. Nobody has an advantage. Else, a lot of setup here. Some teams may go a little bit heavier, want to burn off a little bit of fuel, let the boat come to them, and some teams will have the boat fall away from them. The boat will get too light, a little too airy, and they'll have to start running, trim it in a little bit, calm it down, get it set back down on the water a little bit so it doesn't get completely out of control. But from the Vinoy Pier, it's going to be awesome because you're going to look right down the tunnel of these cats as they come right to you, and that's a neat shot to see daylight underneath them.
I'll tell you, it's going to be pretty amazing to watch 10 of these high-performance boats, these Superstocks, coming right at you, right down the pier there. And, again, holding your lane, that is critical here in lap number 1.
Yeah, and it's a pretty strictly enforced rule. They're going to make sure that everybody does the best they can do to make sure that they're abided by the rules. And I do apologize, I did not put A Game is on there, S111 A Game. That's Kinetic Animation. That's Ryan Beckley out of Sarasota, Florida, just shortly up the way here. Down the way. We're above Sarasota right now. We're not below it. I love the west coast of Florida, but it tends to confuse me sometimes.
Going back to the A Game, I actually had a chance to try the drink. It's more of a sports drink. It's not like an energy drink, made of all natural products, and reminded me of like a Gatorade on steroids.
Yeah, and I've been really looking for them. I haven't gotten to try them. If anybody's got nothing to do in the offshore racing world, we're here at the Hilton, room 1310.
That's it.
I'd like to bring a couple A Games up here. I might need one later.
Right, because we want to bring our A game as well.
Yeah, we'll bring our A game as well. Hopefully some of these drivers drink their A game. Now, we're looking east, right? We're looking as far east as we possibly can. They brought the boats down off a plane. They're going to want everybody to get in their positions, in their pole positions. I can't tell if that's Wicked there.
I actually had
but Performance Boat Center is going to be almost on the outside. So basically what they do is they reverse the roles from the last race. So whoever won the last race is going to be on the outside. That's why CMR's on the outside. Wicked was not in Michigan City, Indiana, so since he wasn't there, that's considered to be a last place, so he gets the pole position.
Gets pole position, right.
And we race in Wicked, who did race in Sarasota, they were involved in a pretty bad collision last year with Phase 5 in one of our only 2 races of the season last year in Morehead City. They actually hit Phase 5 over in the incident, but it completely blew the side out of Wicked, and it was just a turn racing incident. Phase 5 just didn't set the boat going well in the corner, and these boats will slide through the corner, just like you see a NASCAR slide up towards the wall, same thing. And I think Al and Jay just didn't set the boat as well as they could have, and they just banged into the side of it, blew the side of it out. So if you look at the side of Wicked, you can actually see where the repair has been done. It hasn't been completely, it's primed, but it hasn't been completely ferreted out and painted yet. So got a little bit of work there to do for Todd DePhillips. But it's good to see him out here. Good to see him racing. He's ultra competitive. He built that boat himself. He's an outboard mechanic. Mad EFI is something that he does. So he knows these engines and understands them very well. So it'll be interesting to see how the day goes. But now we'll start to line up, and you can see the width of this class right now. Now, of course, once they get up on plane, they'll start tightening up a little bit more. That doesn't look like Wicked all the way to the left of the screen. So the left of the screen is going to be the inside. The right of your screen is going to be the outside as the boats, again, run towards Vinoy Pier. Beautiful shot there from our helicopter. So there's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. There is A-Game. They are closest to us. And we got a green flag. We're going to race in here for the first race of the Visit St. Pete Clearwater Offshore Grand Prix. And a couple of boats way to the inside there, so I hope they didn't miss the memo of don't do the dog leg. But that's FJ Propeller closest to our screen. That's Jackhammer there in the middle. That looks like CMR taking the early lead. Performance Boat Center there. Get pinched off, although supposed to maintain their lane. Now here comes Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. That's your storage units running up there with Jackhammer. But look at LPC.
Wow. 3 wide, 4 wide.
Yeah, there's CM leading. It looks like LPC's found some speed on the outside. LPC, an older Doug Wright hull as compared to where CMR is a new one. But now CMR starts to get the lead. Now here's that turn we talked about. Going to be very tight. Got to maintain your lane. Not sure who's in the back at this point, but there's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. There's FJ Propeller as CMR continues to lead. There is LPC. It looks like they are in second. And that's Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. They're to the inside.
I see what you meant, but as they come around the turn here, these boats actually kind of slide.
Yeah, they're skipping across, and I'll go into how they make the turns later. There is FJ. They are battling with Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. I believe that's going to be for 4th place, but just need to widen out a little bit, get a little bit better of a shot. It was CMR in the lead, LPC in second. So let's see how it pans out. There's Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems.
Again, Performance Boat Center coming into this race here, the points leader.
The points leader with 1 win on the year.
Exactly, but again, like we talked about with the Aquacross, it's consistency that builds championships.
No, 110%. And Performance Boat Center, when they raced in the Supercat class, they were one of the most consistent teams out there. They didn't always win, but they put themselves in the position where they were able to win the championship. As we look at boat number S42, Jackhammer, they actually had to take one of their jack plates off last night and repair it. A couple of bolts had broken off that hold it together. So they went to Manatee Marine, who's owned by Ricky Maldonado, who throttles that boat. They took the bracket off, rethreaded the hulls, and put it back together. And, of course, they're out here racing today, one of 2 victory hulls. Now, by my view, they could be in second place. This group right now, the battle behind them is going to be this group that you see coming into your screen. You've got Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, Performance Boat Center, FJ. I can't tell. That's LPC on the outside. Now, LPC was in second. So as they go through this turn, now remember, they'll have to do the dog leg this time, so I think that will kind of even things out a little bit, kind of maybe even tighten the group up just a little bit more. Plus, it comes into how hard you want to turn going into the dog leg. Sorry, I got tongue-tied there for just a minute. Yeah, but there's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. Look at the speed by LPC on the outside.
Yeah, LPC carrying a lot of speed into that turn.
Yeah, and Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, that's normally a better rough water boat, so they'd want it to bump up just a little bit, but it's flat. These guys aren't catching hardly any air out there at this point. As we look at the beautiful right performance of Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Myra Coyle, Rusty Williams running that boat. Now it looks like they're in a pretty solid 3rd place position. So I think it's right now CMR in first. Jackhammer, I believe, is in second, and Performance Boat Center is in third. As they're starting to exit that eastern turn, now they'll run back towards the dogleg. They're going to jog into their right just a little bit, go around the dogleg, and then jog back out to their left, and then set up for that corner. So what I was saying is that some people will actually run in so they don't have to make as much of a turn at the dogleg, or even a complete turn. They'll kind of square it up just a little bit and shove off some speed. It'll be interesting to see how Eric Bile and Sean Torrente in this CMR boat handle it. They were the ones that figured the course out in not St. Clair, Michigan City, Indiana, because there was a pretty stiff breeze up there, and Sean was the one that figured out it was actually pushing into the pin, so he would actually go out of the turn, start towards the beach, and let the wind work him back over, rather than having to fight the boat into it. With these outboard engines and with any boat that you drive, you want the motor to be dead straight, and if they're turned just a little bit, you're scrubbing off speed. So what you'll see in some of the boats, and I talk about this all the time, but Paul, the driver will actually just take his hands very lightly off the steering wheel, and it'll become the throttle man's boat going down the straightaway. Then once they set the boat into the turn, then it becomes the driver's boat. He'll get the boat through the turn, get it accelerating and going again.
Now, where was CMR coming into this race as far as points go?
CMR was in second place coming into points for this particular event. As I pull the points back up here, so it was Performance Boat Center with 486 and CMR with 418. And it's kind of hard to divide the points up because the points get divided up by how many boats are in the class. So I can't give you like an accurate count unless I know exactly how many boats are in the class.
So unlike Aquacross, it's not
right,
25,
it's not
20, 18.
Yeah,
It's not a set.
Because if you look at the results, like in Cocoa Beach, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping got 109, right? But then if you look at Lake of the Ozarks, they got 107. Well, look, it was two less boats that came to Lake of the Ozarks compared to Cocoa Beach. See, so it varies the points around. See, that you got an extra one, so you got 110. So it's divided up, so it's a little bit harder to say, who's going to win it. Now, these results will be unofficial. Greg and Tom Richard will have to do the tech inspection once they get back. Again, they have to meet weight when they come out. The engines will get inspected. They'll take the ECUs off to make sure that the wind was obviously valid. Sean Torrente actually races in the F1 H2O World Championship overseas as we look at number S111 A-Game. The only skater hull out there, I did say Wright Performance. I said the Doug Wrights. I said the Victory hulls. I didn't mention Ryan Beckley in his skater. Ryan Beckley, known as Sticker Boy, Kinetic Animation, based out of Sarasota, Florida, running the A-Game logo this weekend. But look at CMR. They are continuing to lead, but now Jackhammer's going to be on the inside. It will be interesting to see if Jackhammer has the inside lane that they need in order to be able to make the turn. Looking at beautiful Vinoy here as these spectators look down the water there, and they're going to get to see these boats run out. And what a fantastic shot from all these beautiful VIP areas. I hear there's a good restaurant out there, too.
Yeah, great restaurant up there on the third floor.
Now this should be a battle for fourth. I think that's LPC on the outside, Team Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in the middle, and then CR just to the bottom of your screen, about one rooster tail length behind this fourth place battle. It should be third up in front of them, should be Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Jackhammer in second, and CMR in first. CMR and Jackhammer battling 1 and 2. Last time we saw them. Now, again, this is the eastern turn, so we can go around. And the dog leg, Mike, I think is a lot sharper than I anticipated it being. I didn't see it in testing yesterday. I didn't get out on the water. But from what I could see, actually, that looks like Wicked. I'm sorry, that looks like Wicked. Again, kind of hard to tell by the graphics. As we look to see what we've got. Yep, so it's boat 54. That is CMR in the lead. 42, which is Jackhammer in second. 21, which is Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in third. So this is the battle for fourth coming up behind them. I thought it was LPC, but it looks like it might be Wicked or FJ Propeller. They both got the square edges. If you look at the canopy, the Wrights and the skaters are a rounded canopy, and the Victory hull and the Wicked. But look at the battle here, though. This is CMR and Jackhammer. Hard to believe Jackhammer was at their shop last night, Manatee Marine, replacing an engine mounting bracket because of some broken off bolts, and now they're out here running in the lead, in second place, battling for the lead.
That was a great drag race down that back straightaway.
Yeah, and Sean's going to control this turn. He goes out a lot wider than I anticipated him going out. Really have to jog back out, run more of, I guess you could call it, a southeast direction. Headed southeast to get hooked up with the turn there at the pier.
So do you think he was pushing him wide then?
I don't think he was pushing him wide necessarily. I think he was just trying to keep as much speed as he could going through the dogleg. So just trying to be smart about the racing, maybe pushing him out a little bit. Some of these boats do have rear-facing cameras. Some of them have rear-view mirrors, so you can kind of see what's going on around you. Or his crew was telling him that if they are that close, hey, go run a little bit wider, scrub off a little bit more speed. as they race down here in this course. As you just said it in the turn there, a little bit of a stick there. Not what happened, may have been just a weird wave. The boat kind of sucked down under the water, but they were able to save it. That could have, as they continue to lead, but Jackhammer's right there. Jackhammer's not letting up now. And like I said, Sean's faced mechanical issues, which is not something normal for Sean Torrente. And it's LPC in fourth. I'm sorry, it's LPC in fourth behind Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems.
CMR again out in front, and we'd like to say a special thanks to CMR as they are actually one of our sponsors here with the OPA series.
And I think they threw a racer party last night, didn't get to attend, but I'm sure it was a great time for everybody. There is your storage units. Now they're a little bit further back in the pack. I kind of have to see what boat they're around to see what position they're in. Beautiful spectator fleet there here on Tampa Bay.
Yeah, the flotilla really starting to build up around the racetrack.
Yeah, and it's always exciting, when racing comes back to a town like this. Hasn't been here in a long time. It really generates a lot of hype, a lot of vibes for everybody. You see FJ Propeller go by, and I think that's your storage unit. Yep. So it looks like to me they're running back in the pack a little bit. As you see, it looks like most of the boats are up there, getting put in positions, and unfortunately Gary is not used to being in. Got Sean Connor driving for him today out of California. Sean actually used to be on the Geico team with me many moons ago. Built some memories from that.
You were right up the street here from the Hilton, and everybody I talked to was excited and was coming down to the pier this weekend.
Yeah, no, everybody was looking forward to it. Your storage unit, it's good to see Nick and Brad back out. Remember, this boat rolled over in Cocoa Beach, first race of the season. Did some pretty catastrophic damage to the boat. They were able to get it fixed, and they showed up at the Michigan races up north, our northern swing, as I call it, and able to get this boat back together. So a lot of time to figure out. Nick Scavidio, an outboard mechanic from over on the east coast of Florida, as we are here on the west coast in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. Aquacross wrapped up for the weekend. We're going to crown a champion later on today. My buddy Mike Young will be Mikey Young. Normally I am Mikey, but we'll start calling him Mikey. I don't know. It's going to kind of mess everything up.
I'm older than you.
I'm going to have to tell my therapist about this stuff later. It's going to get kind of weird. But a beautiful day here. This is race 1 of 4. CMR continues to lead. Now, last time I saw them, Jackhammer had jumped to the outside, so maybe Ricky and Reese trying to find a couple of different lines to be able to race to make up a little bit of ground. But that shows me that these boats are really tight, close together. Again, this is spec class racing.
It almost seems like there's a little haze out there, Mike.
A little bit, yeah. There's definitely a little bit of haze, some salt in the air. We talked about that during the Aquacross race.
Got to be a little more difficult for them guys to navigate.
Yeah, and they don't have windshield washers, right? Some teams have little sprayers that will go up on the windshield, but again, it's a lot of Rain-X. It looks like Sean and Eric are really running a positive trim set, kind of carrying the bow a little bit. Some positive trim there as they'll set it down.
Yeah,
but he goes out real wide in this dog leg. As Jackhammer's just behind them. It looks about just like a rooster tail length behind as they've lost some ground. There's Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems just into your screen in third, and that was LPC in fourth. So by my view, it looks like the battle was for fifth as boat number 54, CMR, continues to lead here. Running 9 laps.
And they could use all the points that they could get here from the Visit St. Pete Clearwater Grand Prix, as they currently sit in second place to the Performance Boat Center now.
Well, they don't want to lose any. They don't want to lose to Jackhammer. They can't have Jackhammer beat them because I think that's going to pretty much keep Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuels Systems in the points lead. Again, it's 46 to 418. So I think even if Performance Boat Center comes in third and CMR wins, I still think it's going to keep Performance Boat Centers in first. But it's hard to say at this point. But boat number S54 definitely looking good. As I was saying about Sean Torrente, so he races the F1 H2O Tunnel Boat Championship overseas for Team Abu Dhabi. He was actually testing over there this week. He flew home, is racing here this weekend, and then he flies back overseas this week. So Sean Torrente, obviously a very well-traveled individual, and also owns STR, which is Sean Torrente Racing. He makes a lot of brackets and aftermarket parts that go on these boats, standoff brackets. He's making cleats. He makes a height adjustment measuring system, so when you mount your engine on your boat, you can measure how high the prop shaft's going to be to the bottom of the boat. So Sean taking a lot of the experience he's had over the years doing different things and starting to apply them to the sport, and it's great to see that kind of camaraderie and support coming into it, as this is FJ Propeller, one of the 2 victory hauls I know Gary Ballou was down adjusting his motor height last night. Kind of thought he had a little bit of height to gain there, maybe gain a little bit more speed, but it just doesn't look as fast to me as it normally does. If you do watch in our 1 or 2 boats, especially Jackhammer, which is another Victory hull, it looks like it's carrying a little bit better than FJ Propeller.
Mike, if somebody wanted to get involved in offshore racing, what would they need to do?
Buy a boat.
Buy a boat?
Yeah. So as you go on later in the day, you're going to see our bracket class racing. Bracket class racing, just like bracket racing and drag racing, they're limited to speed, right? So you have Class 7, which is an outboard powered class, limited to 60 miles an hour, powered by a single engine outboard. That's really the entry level class, right? You can go up by a 22-foot velocity hull, a 21 Challenger, a 21 Superboat, slap an outboard on the back of it, buy yourself some vests, buy yourself some jackets, and go racing. And you'll probably be into it for anywhere between $20,000 and $50,000, depending on what you're going to buy, right? And how new the equipment's going to be. And then you step up. You can go to Class 6, you can go to Class 5, Class 4, Class 3, all the way up into the big boy classes. You've got the Mod Vs, you got the Pro Stock Vs. So there's all kinds of different classes. Obviously, the bigger the boat, the more money you're going to spend because you're really splitting hairs with setup. Modified V, Pro Stock V, Supercat, Class 1, and Superstock don't have speed limit restrictions. They go as fast as they need to. It's spec class racing. So you're talking about a propeller that could be 1 or 2 degrees difference in pitch, could be first to fourth. And you've got to have those propellers and half-degree pitch changes or 1-degree pitch changes or diameter changes to be able to test on different courses because we do race in such dynamic conditions. Remember, last time we saw these boats run was in Michigan City, Indiana. Well, that's up north. Water's considerably... It's fresh water, which is less buoyant than saltwater boats, tend to stick a little bit more. So, as you get up into one of these, I think you could build one of these boats for probably, I think between $250 and $300 would be a pretty good guess there to build a new one. Hard to say, but then you've got to outfit it. You've got to get yourself the trailer. You've got to get yourself the equipment. So the lower bracket class racing, sometimes as hard as it is to follow, is a lot better for these guys to start off because you could take a pleasure boat really and do it if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's kind of like starting in an amateur class and working your way up to a pro class.
Yeah, exactly. And the Superstock class, they're definitely pro racers for sure. Everybody's a pro racer in my opinion, but Superstock definitely very tough. As you look at Jackhammer, they are currently running in second. It does look like to me they are losing some ground between themselves and CMR because they can't even. I see a little bit of mist to the right of the screen, so that makes me think that CMR is there somewhere. But they're really running hard southeast. Now look at this though. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, they are catching Jackhammer. They weren't this close last time by, just a little bit of a rooster tail length behind the second place boat. So I hope that Jackhammer's not having some sort of issue. They're trying to find their way around. They want to stay out of that salt water for the engines and for vision purposes. They don't want to get any of that engine inside those mercury cowlings. Kind of hard to do. There's not really open vents there. But, it could cause some sort of issue with electrical or with the engine. This top 3 group has really separated, however, though, from the back half of the pack. That's LPC. They should still be in 4th. So top 1, 2, 3 are really starting to pull away. And I do think Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems is catching Jackhammer. They're definitely making up a little bit of ground there.
Yeah, third's really chasing second down, and you can see they're trying to find some clean water and staying out of the prop wash.
Yep, and it's exactly what we talked about in Aquacross, right? Like if you get into that prop Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, if I'm looking correctly. Oh, nope, I'm sorry. That's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, a little bit further back in the pack. And there is CR Racing. Again, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, a little bit. He has a better rough water setup than he does a calm water setup, so he wants it to be a little bit bumpier. That's why he did so well on Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach is always a notoriously rough race. As we head to some of the other races, Sarasota can be a little bumpy. Fort Myers can be a little bumpy because we're out in the Gulf.
Well, I just seen on the screen there, it looked like A-Game went down.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen A-Game come by, so A-Game could be down in the middle of the course. Haven't gotten confirmation of that, but there's LPC S27. Now that's funny to me. They were ahead of FJ Propeller, I think, who just came into the screen. But we'll see as they come by. Yep, that looks like FJ Propeller there. So LPC was actually up in 4th. So not sure if Lauren and Vinny are having some sort of an issue. A little bit of shaking up going on in the back of the pack while CMR just continues to lead. The battle now, I think, will be for second place. Jackhammer and Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems looked like they were making up some ground. Remember, Jackhammer had to do some repairs late into the night last night. Luckily, didn't have very far to go to do it. But we hope that they're not having the same issue on the other side. I don't think they took it apart to inspect it. Maybe they did, but we'll have to see how it goes out. But I also talked about setup and how setup can either come to you or fall away. When I say it comes to you, your boat gets a little bit lighter, starts to fly a little better, you burn off some fuel, maybe change the center of gravity on the boat, starts to run a little bit better. If it goes away from you, that means as you burn off fuel, you're getting too light, right? You've got to start running more negative trim. You got to pull the motors down just a little bit. Tunnel tabs are no longer an issue in this class because they were banned a couple of weeks ago. So you're going to run a more negative trim, run the trim down. The boat's going to stick down in the water a little bit more, not be able to fly as much. Definitely going to slow you down just a bit. As CMR continues to lead, Jackhammer in second and Performance Boat Center in third.
That's a nice shot there of the skyline here in St. Petersburg. You know, you were talking about FJ propellers. They used to run one of the P1 Panthers in the old P1 Superstock class.
They sponsored a boat over there.
Are we using the same drivers here?
No, it's just the same sponsor. Frank and Jimmy's Propeller, based out of I believe it's Miami, Florida. Jimmy Harrison sponsored Gary Ballou for a long time. There's this three-way battle, though. Kind of hard to tell from this vantage point if Jackhammer was able to make up any ground or Performance Boat Center was able to make up on Jackhammer as they come down into this turn. Again, they're coming out of the dog leg as they run down toward Vinoy Pier. There's the helicopter shot of Jackhammer currently in second. That should be the wake of CMR just to the top of your screen. Got a quick little blip of it there. So I don't see Performance Boat Center. I think Performance Boat Center probably is just to the right of our screen. Yep, they just came in right at that last shot there. You saw the 21 pop in on that Doug Wright hull as Eric sets it going into the corner. So what they'll do, these boats are designed like the wing of an airplane, right? They're designed to ride up on a cushion of air and lift up out of the water. And when you come into the turn, what you do is you set the boat. So you lift out of the boat, and you actually feel the boat set down in the water, and then you know you can turn it. If it doesn't set into the corner, it won't turn because it hasn't gotten enough air out of the tunnel yet to let the boat dig into the water. So the throttle man in this case, Sean Torrente, he'll start lifting out of it a little bit. The boat will set. He may trim in a bit. He'll let Eric run through the turn and then accelerate as he goes out, start trimming up the outboard engines, excess outboard engines, and run down the straightaway.
Sure, again, just trying to stay hooked up as they go through the turn.
Yep, exactly, and they want to stay out of the prop wash just like the jet skis do. Again, because that's going to aerate the propeller and cause them traction issues. Right now, CMR doesn't have to worry about that. 9 laps, and I believe we should be just at the halfway point of this first race.
Well, again, while we have the opportunity, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Visit St. Pete Clearwater, CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers for all your support here. Stuart Haley, the president of Mercury Racing, was at the driver's meeting this morning. Spoke to him briefly.
Oh, that's cool.
He's here showing a lot of support for Vinny DeBorio and the SV Offshore Racing Team. They're running the only Mercury 860s out here in the race today in Class 1. They were running against Geico, and unfortunately we said at the beginning of the show that Geico is no longer in the sport. After a 14-year stint, they have closed down the race team there, so we hope that they get to come back under another banner. As we see, there's Fast Response Towing. They are responsible for getting race boats towed in if there is an incident, or even if a boat breaks down and can't make it back under its own power. Fast Response Towing will jump right on that and be able to get them back ashore. So it's not as tight to the Vinoy Pier as I thought it was. That was a pretty good shot of a turn buoy there back to the pier. It's a little bit wider, so they may have chosen to shorten that turn up just a little bit to give everybody some room. As here is CMR. They lead in Superstock. Jackhammer in second. So this is second and third. That's Jackhammer on the right. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems on the left. They are currently in third. Not much change, Mike. I said a rooster tail length behind, and you can see the rooster tail where it drops. That's right about where Performance Boat Center is. Yeah, only a couple seconds in between second and third place right there. CMR starting to work on that lead, putting a little real estate between them and second place. Well, yeah, and it's interesting to see the lines here. Now, Jackhammer, LP, a lot of acronyms to remember. Performance Boat Center really going out wide in the turn, really trying to carry a lot more speed. Oh, and your storage units is down in the middle of the course also. So some attrition starting to come into play here. I think Jackhammer really likes that easterly turn. They seem to make up a lot of ground, really get within some striking distance of CMR. And CMR usually takes that same hop in the same spot coming down this straightaway.
And now CMR, they went out really way wide in that turn, and that could have been a little bit more of a defensive play.
Right.
But they have to be careful because that will see what it does for Performance Boat Center. Really opens up the door. And I think briefly, Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems may have taken second place away from Jackhammer. And again, if Sean and CMR pushed him out a little bit wider, scrubbed off a little bit more speed, Performance Boat Center was able to get in there. And that, what I said about the dogleg being the equalizer, that's what we're used to seeing. Now Jackhammer's going to have the inside lane, and they're going to be almost side by side going into this turn. Could you imagine the shot from Vinoy Pier right now?
Wow.
And they're going to have to contend with the wake of CMR. Now it looks like Performance Boat Center pulls up just a little bit on them. And Jackhammer has to jump back out of the wake. So let's see if Rusty and Myrick do what they haven't done. No, they went wide. And Jackhammer cut back to the inside, so a little bit of hopping around there.
Yeah, it looks like CMR is doing some defensive driving out there.
A little bit. And these turns, again, they're so wide with these multiple pin buoys. You got to figure out where you need to go in close to and wide out from. They're going in really wide to the first pin and then kind of running the two middle pins real tight and then exiting. But right now, Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems has taken over second place, and CMR continues to lead. That bumps Jackhammer back to third. No fault of Jackhammer team. I think they just got kind of caught in a bad spot. And I'm sorry, that's Wicked there. At our screen going by now. I think they should be in fourth. Let's see if we can get some updated scoring from our P1 staff.
Yeah, taking a look at CMR, your race leader. Once they got out there in front, they haven't looked back.
They haven't looked back. We did see a game there. It looked like they were under their own power in the middle of the course, so the skater hull out early. But now look at this. Jackhammer trying to look back up to the inside. Now Rusty and Myrick are probably going to have to go on a little bit of defensive driving. I do think Jackhammer likes this turn a little bit better. They seem to be carrying more speed through it. So let's see how that goes for Jackhammer on the inside. Performance Boat Center on the outside. Victory versus Right Performance.
And you can see right now they are deck to deck as they head into this turn. Jackhammer with a position.
Yeah, see, and Performance Boat Center starts to pinch down on a little bit. You'll see some spray hit the deck of Jackhammer. Jackhammer didn't want to get sprayed down, so it looks like they lifted just a little bit. Now that's an outer course marker out there that we just saw to the left. They're not racing to that. They're racing to the turn buoys.
Well, couldn't ask for better conditions here today for the Superstock racing.
Yeah, beautiful day here. This is one of 4 races. Next race will be race number 2, and it will be Class 1 and Supercat. Only 3 boats, unfortunately, in that race. Lap 7 of 9. As there we see FJ Propeller. Haven't seen Gary Blue and Sean Connor in a little while. I don't see any real prop wash around them, so it's kind of hard to distinguish where they're running. So we're well past the halfway point of the Superstock race. 9 laps, 7 laps in the books, 2 more laps to go. And pretty much it's CMR's race to lose at this point. But again, while this will help his point standing, it's not going to give him the overall lead because Performance Boat Center, barring nothing happens, it looks like they will come in second place here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. The St. Petersburg Grand Prix, P1offshore.com for more information.
Yeah,
now look at Jackhammer. Jackhammer's really trying to do anything they can. Reese and Ricky going inside, going outside, really running the corner pretty hot, trying to make up some ground. Now, it'll be interesting. Let's see what Sean does in CMR. Let's see what Sean and Eric do in CMR. They're going to run a little bit closer to the buoy and close that door. Remember, they left the door pretty much wide open for Performance Boat Center. He still goes out a little wide. He's not super tight on it. And for how much he has to turn to get back towards this westerly turn here, it's interesting because it does allow Performance Boat Center to make up some ground. But CMR continues to lead.
Yeah, it kind of looked like he left that door open a little bit.
A little bit. But see, that means he just wants to carry more speed. These boats have pretty good acceleration, but in a dog leg like that, you're not going to get enough acceleration out of it. You're going to have to make your speed up going into the turn, not coming out of it. Drive a little bit harder, just like you see with every other motorsports, going to the turn just a little bit faster. It just takes a little bit more courage to do that, though, especially in a boat you've got to get to set to turn and not slide.
Yeah, and you can see him setting that boat right there.
Yep. Yeah, he set it down. You saw it dig. You saw it dig on that sponson. And so you can even see daylight there. So the boat's not really scrubbing off that much speed through the corner. As there is S21. They are Jackhammer was in third. Boy, Jackhammer way out wide there. They've lost a tremendous amount of ground. It looked like they were kind of starting to challenge Performance Boat Center, but now they seem to lose it a little bit again. And again, we hope that whatever plagued them yesterday is not happening again. Reese and Ricky, 2 great guys. You'll actually see a Class 7 boat, Jackhammer, come out later. That'll be a 22-foot velocity with Ricky's son, running that in Class 7. So there's your top 3. CMR, Performance Boat Center, and Jackhammer. 1, 2, and 3. CMR continues to lead, maybe about 2 rooster tail lengths ahead of Performance Boat Center. And this should actually be, I think, the last lap.
Yeah, I was going to say the white flag should be flying here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think the last lap should be coming out. So we'll wrap up our first race here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida.
Some great racing here today as a part of the Visit St. Pete Clearwater Grand Prix. Great weekend to be out here at the pier.
Sanctioned by P1 Offshore and APBA. And our next stop after this, the OPA will go to Morehead City, North Carolina next weekend. And then it'll be OPA in P1 in Fort Myers, Florida in October.
Yeah.
Very beginning of October will be that race. There's LPC. As they started off pretty strong, but now they seem to kind of drop off a little bit. But attrition is really starting to have an effect on this race. A-game is out.
Yep.
Your storage unit's out. So
yeah, we started with 10. We're down to 8.
Yeah, exactly. And this late in the season, these boats have done some races now. This is known to be a pretty reliable class, as far as maintenance is concerned and as far as not hurting engines. So let's see how it works out. And there is CMR. They are your leaders. Let's see where, I think that was CMR. Nope, I don't think it was actually. I apologize. There's CMR. So they're still out to the east. You can tell by the haze from our vantage point how far they are away from us. As they'll go around that turn, then they run back into the dogleg. Again, this is a pretty severe dogleg. Most doglegs I've seen are not as abrupt. They're a little bit of a jog more just to scrub off some speed.
And you were saying this is, what, a 6-mile course?
Yep.
It's a 6-mile course, 9 laps, 54 miles for those of you doing the math at home.
So that's Performance Boat Center on the outside of CMR. Jackhammer just comes into your screen. They are currently in third. I think Myrick and Rusty are looking for anything they possibly can. And again, this dogleg has kind of been the equalizer. This is where Performance Boat Center was able to make the pass on Jackhammer. Now, Sean's going to be a guy that figures it out, right? He's going to know that they're going to be looking up that inside, so he may run a little bit tighter. See, he turned earlier to it for sure. He was a little bit closer. He wasn't as wide as he was, but he definitely didn't close the door on him. Now, what Performance doesn't want to do is out hop across his wake, because that's going to cost them speed. They'll lose a little bit of traction and get briefly blinded by the saltwater spray. It's coming up off the root tail of CMR. Yeah,
definitely. They'd be losing a little bit of time, and Jackhammer a little bit off the pace now after that mistake on that last lap.
Yeah, not sure what's happened to Jackhammer. They did something really weird in that one turn. They kind of squared it up. It's something you don't ever want to do. You don't ever want to do a 90-degree turn because you just won't have the acceleration to get out of it. You want to do a gentle jogging turn, a bend turn, so to speak. There's the white flag lap this time by. So one more lap, one more chance for Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems to try and make a pass on CMR. And Eric, known for being perfect, and they looked perfect. They look perfect today.
Very different. I announced the Powerboat Nationals.
Yep.
And, we've got the tunnel hulls, the F1s, and how they can just turn on a dime and leave you 9 cents change, whereas these guys are actually kind of sliding, gliding across the water.
It's one of the biggest difference between those boats is the trim, right? I mean, those boats, they'll actually tuck the motor all the way in, do the trim, and they've got a very fast trim system, and they get right back on it to accelerate out of the corner. There's not that much trimming going on here. There may be a little bit in and out to help set the boats in the corner, scrub a little bit of speed, but for the most part, these guys are just kind of leaving them where they are. So where those tunnel boats, like I said, they tuck it in. That's one reason they can rail that turn.
Oh, yeah.
And plus, the boats are designed to do that. But you see the same type of accidents here that you see over there, which is the high side, where the boat's going through the corner, it skips, and it catches that far back corner on the outside, on something outside, and it high rolls to the outside. And that's a lot of the accidents you see as we look at Allen Lawn Care Landscaping and boat number S8CR. I believe this is for 4th and 5th, but don't quote me on that because I haven't seen it around them.
Taking a look at the checkered buoy right there, CMR trying to work their way there.
Yep, they got about a half a lap to go as again they head away from our vantage point here in beautiful St. Petersburg. It'll be interesting to me to see where Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems is. I believe this is LPC. LPC real strong in the beginning, but I'm not 100% sure where they are now. They were scrubbing off a little bit of speed throughout the race. This is one of the older Doug Wrights in this group. Vinny Diorio throttling this boat driving this boat, and he'll be driving the SV Offshore in Class 1 Cat with the 860 horsepower Mercury Racing engine. Of course, Mercury Racing is series sponsor of this APBA championship.
And for those of you listening in on the broadcast, we've got Class 1 and Supercat coming up next.
Yep, so it's 11:40. So by the time this is over, I suspect that'll be somewhere between 12:15 and 12:30. Of course, a complete yes. I don't think what it really depends on the helicopter. If the helicopter goes to go and refuel, and obviously we've got to get them off the ground. We do have an airport just to the south of us here, so hopefully he can refuel there. If that's the case, he'll be right back up. But we have to keep that helicopter up in the air for safety purposes.
Yeah, I got a airport right here in St. Pete.
Yep. There is Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Again, they're trying to look everywhere they can to make this pass. This is going to be the only place they can do it, and I think you'll definitely see some defensive driving out of Sean here. Maybe a rooster tail length behind the number 1 boat. And let's see how this goes. Running back towards the dogleg now, and there is Sean and Eric. They make the turn. And they went wide out there again. They're confident with that speed. I think that they have.
Yeah, it looks like they're carrying a little bit more speed into the turn.
Yeah, and you can tell by the acceleration of coming out of it because it looks like Performance Boat Center tucks up into the rooster tail, but then they're able to get away from them just enough. So right now, at this point, this is CMR's race to lose. As there is 1 and 2. 2 rooster tail lengths separate the top 2 boats. Jackhammer currently in 3rd as they run back towards Benoit Pier for the last time. And then they'll duck off to the inside of the course. They set the boat into the turn. You can see it suck down onto the water a little bit there, pack a little bit less air, and then accelerate towards this start-finish line. Beautiful day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. This is race number 1 of 4 Superstock. Up next, it will be Supercat and Class 1 as CMRroofing.com takes the win in Superstock in race number 1. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, a well-deserved second place. They weren't there at the start. They were able to get around Jackhammer about halfway through this race and then started looking towards CMR. Jackhammer should come across the line in 3rd. There they are. Boat number S42, the one of 2 victory hulls here, racing in St. Petersburg. So 1, 2, and 3, CMR, Performance Boat Center, and Jackhammer, your top 3 in Superstock. So these boats will go to the inside of the course. They'll allow all the other teams to finish. A-game out early with a mechanical issue, as well as your storage units. They were out with mechanical issues also.
Well, Mike, thanks for letting me share the mic with you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I'm going to run down to the pier, give away some awards, and then I'm going to come back up hopefully for the last couple races.
Yeah, come on back up. It'll definitely get exciting. Mikey Young, everybody from the Aquacross Series. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Have fun, folks.
As we wrap up our first race of the day, this is Superstock. CMR is your winner, Performance Boat Center in 2nd, and Jackhammer in 3rd. Beautiful race day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Starting to get a little bit cloudy as I look outside. Again, it usually always rains at part of the afternoon here in Florida, so we'll see how that plays out. Haven't really got any thunderstorms. A couple lightning some little lightning last night, but not really a thunderstorm. As here we have LPC. I believe they're coming 5th. Or maybe 6th, because I believe Allen Lawn Care Landscaping and CR Racing were ahead of this boat. The beautiful Benoit Pier here at St. Petersburg, Florida. The VIPs out there getting treated to some awesome racing as you see Sean Torrente and Eric Bile climb out of that number 54, CMR Racing. As that was a good race put on by those guys. They did exactly what they needed to do with Performance Boat Center coming across this line in 2nd. It's not going to change much in points. Performance Boat Center still be in the lead, and CMR in 2nd. You see Eric and Sean hug in a victory celebration. So again, they'll wait for everybody to finish, and then they will head to the crane area. Here comes FJ Propeller, Gary Ballou, and Sean Connor. Sean based out of California, yacht broker salesman out there. Gary Ballou, of course, here out of Florida. Gary, one of the most seasoned racers in this class, did a lot of racing over in XCat overseas, which is one of the reasons he decided to bring one of the Victory Cats over here to race. And just kind of unfortunately struggled all season. Don't know if it's a setup issue or a boat issue, what's going on, but he definitely needs to be able to find some more speed, as he's not always used to being this far back. Now, he is currently 4th in points, so he's kind of up there in the hunt. He's got 378 points. So with 1 round left, I believe he could probably win. He's got a chance at the championship. but it would take something pretty catastrophic in order for that to happen. All right, so it's boat number 54 there, your winner in Superstock. 21 Performance Boat Center in second. Boat number 42, Jackhammer, in third. And look at Wicked Powerboats coming home with a fourth, just one spot off of the podium. As collect the checkered flag and head back towards Vinoy Pier on a little bit of a celebration lap. So that wraps up race number 1. Race number 2 will be Supercat and SV Offshore. Supercat's going to have Chariots of Fire and MCON. The one boat missing that everybody expected to see was Billy Moff and WHM, but unfortunately with Hurricane Ida, they had to stay home to deal with some issues they had there, so unable to attend this race. So MCON, Chariots of Fire in Supercat, and SV Offshore in Class 1. Thanks for watching race number 1 here at beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida for the St. Petersburg Visit Clearwater Grand Prix. Sean Torrente, Eric Biles, CMR taking the win. We'll be back with a race number 2 right after this.
Race number 2 will be Supercat and SV Offshore. Supercat and Chariots of Fire and MCON. One boat different. Everybody's second to the Billy Moff and WHM. But unfortunately, the Hurricane Ida had to stay home to deal with some issues they had there, so unable to attend this race. MCON, Chariots of Fire, Supercat, and SV Offshore in Class 1. Thanks for watching race number 1 here at beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida for the St. Petersburg Visit Clearwater Grand Prix. Sean Torrente, Eric Miles, CMR taking the win. We'll be back with a race number 2 right after this.
Ultimate performance. Ready to race. Ready for fun. From the backyard to the racetrack, Traxxas radio-controlled vehicles are engineered for years of high speed, high-flying fun. Visit your local hobby store to experience the fun of RC from Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control.
Champion, shifting gears.
P1 takes their racing pretty seriously, but they also make great efforts to take care of the oceans that they race on. The P1 Marine Foundation was established in 2010 to help raise awareness, help with conservation, and educate people on marine observation. This weekend here in St. Pete, we've partnered with the Tampa Bay Discovery Center to learn a little more.
The Tampa Bay Watch is a local environmental organization. We've been around for about 28 years. We're really focused on restoration and preservation of the Tampa Bay estuary and local watershed. Back in the 70s, Tampa Bay was considered a dead bay because there was so much pollution here. And since that time, the estuary has turned around, and so it's become very vibrant. Our work is on preserving that and encouraging water quality and supporting the environment here. What gets us excited about P1, besides the races themselves, which are phenomenal, is that P1 has taken a very proactive, responsible approach to racing to make sure that they're watching for the marine life that's out there.
I'm Thomas Covington, and I'm here with Powerboat P1. This weekend we've done a partnership with the Tampa Bay Watch to help raise awareness to the wildlife in the bay. We're here to race, but we obviously want to take care of the environment and the animals, the place that we're racing.
P1 does the best in the industry on protecting animals and the waterways. I live right across the bay, and there's a lot of wildlife that does live here. And P1, I'm sure, will have helicopters and a lot of people watching out for the animals and making sure they're safe.
If anything comes on the race course, they'll shut it down. We don't want to cause any harm to the animals or anything. So I like bringing my daughter up here, and I want to continue to see the marine life. So it's great that safety, on the marine side is a big thing for P1, and also helps protect the races as well.
Well, it's beautiful here. I grew up on the other coast, so we always vacation over here. This is a vacation destination for my family since I was, 3-4 years old, and it's beautiful. Dolphins, manatees, everything. It's amazing. So we make sure if we see anything, we stop all racing. Make sure they're all safe and good to go. And then once it's all clear, we'll go back racing and super aware of everything that's going on.
If you haven't been here yet, come down to see the new St. Pete Pier. It's remarkable. The Discovery Center is a great part of that experience, and you should not miss the P1 races going on this weekend.
Vacation destination for my family since I was 3-4 years old.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix presented by St. Petersburg Visit Clearwater. Beautiful weekend here in St. Pete. We already had Superstock race once. They were race number one. Rather, CMR took the win. This is Class 1 and Supercat. Unfortunately, only 3 boats in this race here today. Some changes happening amongst the world of sponsorships caused some changes, and then some personal things took 1 boat out of this race, which would be WHM. Had to stay home to deal with some things after Hurricane Ida hit Long Island of New York. The remnants of Hurricane Ida hit Long Island, New York, and caused a little bit of damage up there, so Billy and June thought best to stay home, and WHM had to pull out at the last minute of this event. So that leaves us, though, however, Chariots of Fire, SV Offshore, and MCon. So Chariots of Fire are in the Supercat class, and SV Offshore running now uncontested in Class 1 after an early change in the Geico sponsorship ending their 2021 season. Unfortunate for the Geico team. Again, they were around for 14 years, been doing it a long time. I even worked for them for a few years and really got to enjoy my time with them. We hope they can get something figured out with the program. Uber successful team. They really drove the Class 1 brand here in the United States. If anybody remembers 2019, they were responsible for hitting 222 Offshore over here and Victory over here as well. As we go racing for the second time, this is race number 2 of 4 coming to you live from St. Petersburg, Florida. You can watch on Facebook.com. Facebook.com/P1 Offshore. Go to P1Offshore.com to keep up with the teams, points, everything happening in offshore powerboat racing. So a good race for the first run. CMR took the win. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems ended up coming in second, and Jackhammer went back to third. Jackhammer had some mechanical issues. They were able to get them fixed last night. They ran good today. They were up front. Not sure what caused the drop-off with the speed so much there towards the end, but a great race for those top 3 boats. And congratulations to CMR winning in that first race. Now, Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems will maintain the points lead based upon the finishes. CMR will remain in second. We have 1 more race to go in Fort Myers, Florida, coming up in October. October 7th through the 9th. And then we'll have Key West, and then we'll have Englewood Beach, OPA World Championships. So SV Offshore in Class 1. No Lucas Oil Silverhook here this weekend. Give a shout out to Nigel and Janet. As we told you before, there are some things happening with that team, working on a new boat to do the Catalina run coming up in October as well. We'll be out there to cover that event live as they go to set the record around Catalina from Huntington Beach, California, out to Catalina Island and back. They'll be using a 50-foot Mystic, the old Envy boat, to be able to run that. They've also got some center console that are going to do it. I believe Chris Rendell in the Bat Boat's going to do it, so we look forward to that. Catalina run coming up in October. Supercat MCon is your points leader. WHM in second. Canada Homes in third, and Chariots of Fire in fourth. Chariots of Fire team joined late this season. They were not in Cocoa Beach. They made it to Sarasota. They did not get to race in Sarasota simply because of the storms that came through later in the day. That suspended all big boat racing in St. Clair. MCon was the only boat to go to St. Clair. Then Michigan City, we had MCon, WHM, and Chariots of Fire. So MCon is 393 points up to WHM's 272. So with MCon running here this weekend, they'll finish and they'll pretty much have the championship at this point on their own for themselves to be able to claim. And SV Offshore with Miss Geico dropping out. SV Offshore has had a very difficult year, if anybody remembers, in Cocoa Beach, Florida. They went over very early. This is an 11-lap event here. So all of these classes, both classes, are going to run 11 laps here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. So back to the SV Offshore story. If anybody remembers, they flipped over in Cocoa Beach in those rough, treacherous conditions down there and actually ended up washing on the beach. They weren't able to get the boat under tow by fast response in time, or by not fast response, but by the race support. They weren't able to get them under tow, and they ended up upside down on the beach. They sent the boat up to outer limits. They were able to get it put back together. Mercury Racing helped them out a lot with the 860 Racing engine, sent them back up to Mercury, went through them, got them rebuilt. Stuart Haley and his team up at Mercury Racing were able to get them going again. They made their return in Michigan City. I'm sorry, they made their return in St. Clair. So believe it or not, out of all of that, they only missed one race of this series, and that was Sarasota, Florida. But they made St. Clair just a couple of weeks after that. And Mercury's actually had representatives each race. Geico was running the 1100 program. SV Offshore was running the 860 program. So Mercury's had everybody had representatives each race to try and support these boats. And of course, Stuart Haley, the president of Mercury Racing, has been to every race too. Stuart Haley, great guy, always good to talk to. Of course, can't tell you some of the top secret stuff that's going on with Mercury, but I always have to ask just to see what's going on in Mercury Racing world. There is the Vinoy Pier. Beautiful VIP spot. See all the tents out there. I'm sure there's some spotters out there for these race teams. This is race number 2, Class 1 and Supercat. After this will be race number 3. That will have Modified V, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 in race number 3. That's going to be an incredibly crowded race. Look for some good Modified V class. Always exciting there. I think Class 5 is going to be exciting. Of course, we get into Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5. We get into our bracket classes as racing. We take a look here at the beautiful course in St. Petersburg, Florida. Pretty dynamic course here with a dog leg just to the inside. So they'll go around these buoys, run clockwise, going to make right-hand turns. This is the eastern side of the course. Again, 4-pin turn here. Then they make a hard turn back inside, run around this dog leg, and a hard turn back outside towards Vinoy Pier. And that will complete one lap here in St. Petersburg, Florida, against Supercat and Class 1, running 11 laps in this race, starting both of them together. Awesome time here in St. Petersburg. I've never actually been here before. Really getting to have some fun down here. Beautiful area right down here in downtown St. Pete. You got the yacht club. We were at Ford's restaurant last night, which was just fantastic. They had good meals here at every time. We went to Fresco's yesterday for lunch. That was good. Ford's last night. That was good. Of course, enjoying the Hilton Hotel, where we're broadcasting live from. Actually not out right on the water. We're actually a few blocks away from the water up on the 13th floor. And while I can see things out of my window, I can't really make out what the race conditions are doing. But got a good view here from the Greenlight Productions crew as we work as a team to bring you this live broadcast coming to you from St. Petersburg, Florida, as the boats have lined up. And we're going to wait for a start. One start here, that Active Thunder pace boat owned by Jim Henderson. That boat's been around, done plenty of Key West, done some races all over. I know he's done it in Clearwater a couple times. So they'll wait for these boats to line up, yellow flag on the pace boat. They'll bring them up on plane, get them lined up, and then drop the green flag. And we'll go racing for 11 laps. MCon, Chariots of Fire, and SV Offshore. MCon in Chariots of Fire in the Supercat, and SV Offshore in Class 1. Again, a beautiful shot of the pier. Of course, that's been completely reconstructed. As I understand, back in the day, you used to be able to drive your car out on it, but right now it's got a lot of green grass out on it. There's a restaurant out there, a bar out there. Looks like a fantastic place to hang out. Come down and, of course, visit St. Pete, and, of course, the presenting sponsor of this event, Visit St. Pete in Clearwater. They'll have a boat come up later. That will be in Stock V. And, of course, they sponsored some jet skis that raced in Aquacross earlier. And one of their boats actually won the final 2 races here. They raced 3 races, 2 yesterday and 1 today. And number 110 was able to take the win. A beautiful day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. The spectator fleet starting to build just to the outside. You can see even more spectators showing up. See a police boat there. Of course, working with Coast Guard, working with P1 race officials to be able to secure the water. We actually get a permit to close this body of water. Nobody can go in it but us. And, of course, that's regulated by the Coast Guard, and we have a window time frame in order to be able to make that happen and have to deal with a Coast Guard permit and so on and so forth. So thanks to the Coast Guard for their support here and, of course, all over these great United States. Thanks to the Marines, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force as they keep us safe here on our shores and allow us to come out here and have beautiful weekends like this. Without our armed services, we wouldn't be able to make that happen. So you see some of the taller condo buildings there in Sarasota, quite tall buildings here, some beautiful high-rises. And you're looking down now there. I believe that's Ford's Restaurant there that you're looking at just to the left of the pier. Beautiful spot there. Actually had to move us last night because we thought we were going to get some rain. It's rained here pretty much every afternoon. Thursday it did, Friday it did. It didn't really rain that hard yesterday. It sprinkled a little bit. We thought we were going to get more thunderstorms than what we did, so obviously we're going to watch the weather closely. Again, we'll race in the rain, but we will not race in lightning. We'll have to pull the helicopter down. We'll have to pull Angel 1 out of the air, and of course we cannot go racing without the helicopter. I see Jason Zoltecki out there. There's Phil Houck. Phil Houck, of course, from Ocean City, owns Bull on the Beach, raced in Ocean City for many years. Phil Houck instrumental in bringing that race on. I am watching the race live from my laptop, so if you ask a question or something and I can see it, I will try my best to answer it for you. So it looks like we're going to finally get to go racing. I'm not sure why Chariots of Fire ended up where they did. It looks like the pace boat in between the pace boat and MCON. They were lined up before. Just not sure what happened. So this is Class 1 and Supercat, 3 boats here. Expect to see some speeds. I'm not really sure how fast SV Offshore is. They're naturally aspirated quad cam Mercury Racing engines. The Supercats can run the 140 if they're on the right setup. Won't see that here. That's more of a high speed setup. Real big prop, not a lot of acceleration. So here you're gonna probably go with a medium-sized prop here because these aren't real tight turns, as we saw in the Superstock race. They're carrying a lot of speed through the corners, really running a middle line as the boats finally come up on plane. Now, if Chariots of Fire looks familiar, that's because it's formerly the Cleveland construction boat, run by Ed Smith out of Rivers Bend Marina up in St. Clair, Michigan. Obviously, Julie, one of our bigger supporters. Ed not racing here in Knucklehead. He'll be in Morehead City next weekend. As these boats get up on plane and get ready to race. So before it was Cleveland Construction, believe it or not, Chariots of Fire was Talking Trash, owned by Jimmy Winters out of Long Island, New York, and throttled by Vinny Rafis, 2 good friends of mine in the sport. Actually crewed for them 1 year down in Key West, Florida. It used to be a beautiful colored orange and blue and yellow boat. Jimmy Winters since then retired, focused on his family up there in New York, his 2 children, his wife, and the business in Long Island. Jimmy Winters, one of the bigger characters in the sport. Always enjoyed getting to hang out with Jimmy. He was a good guy. MCON, they are really the team to beat in the sport now, especially in Supercat. Lindsey Miller, Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle, one of the only drivers pulling double duty today. Myrick Coyle driving his boat. He just ran Performance Boat Center fast diesel fuel systems in the first race, and now he's racing in the second race. We have green flag. We're going racing in Supercat and Class 1. And there is MCON. Now, this MCON boat used to be the AMH construction boat, which used to be steel. MCON ran the old WHM boat. They actually built a brand new 42 skater. 428, which ended up not working out as well as they thought. Ended up being just a little bit too big, and it took longer for Skater to build the boat. This boat came up for sale, so Lindsey and Tyler bought the boat, the hauler, all the accessories that went along with it, and now campaigning against an MCON. As far as I know, they have a buyer for it, and will be selling it at the end of the year as they get their new boat delivered. There is Chariots of Fire, the 388 Skater. Again, used to be Talking Trash. John Paul Edmonds and Jim McIntyre on board there. They currently run in second. There is SV Offshore, Vinny Diorio and Simon Prevost. Simon out of Canada. Raced in Michigan City a couple weeks ago, and I believe he raced in St. Clair. Finally able to get over here with all the pandemic things going on. That's limited a lot of travel for a lot of teams. That's really hurt the Supercat class. I believe this class is going through some developmental changes now. But Pro Floors, who was our 2019 APBA champion, is unable to attend, not because he can't get into the States, but it's because of what happens when he goes back to New Zealand and how he would have to quarantine, so unable to make it over here. Would have to take too much time off of work, have to quarantine at his own cost in a hotel there for 2 to 3 weeks, so just not worth it for him to come over here. As we look at Chariots of Fire, they are going down the eastern side of the course. MCon in the lead, SV Offshore in second, and Chariots of Fire in third. However, remember, SV Offshore is running Class 1, so they're the only boat in Class 1 leading Class 1. But here is MCon. You know, and I remember being in Key West, Florida. I believe it was in 2018 was this team's first year. Maybe it was 2017. You know, and these guys came on board. They bought Billy UHM, which the boat had been around for a long time. And they really did a great job with that boat. They got that boat figured out. They were able to get it really, really fast. And that boat was winning towards the end. 2019, they ran it. And I remember in Cocoa Beach, man, that thing just did spectacular for those guys. It was a great running boat. They really put the effort into it. Again, they did the 428, which didn't work out. So now they're in this 388 skater, which used to be AMH, which of course used to be owned by the late JR, which used to be then Steel, which was owned by the late JR Noble. Aaron Hope had bought it and was running at AMH for a couple of years with Anthony Smith. And now it has become part of the MCon fleet. Of course, MCon, Tyler Miller, Lindsey Miller, Shane Sherman, and Craig Amphiter did the Dam to Dan run, did it with Todd Taylor on board. And that's the Dam to Dan run on Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. And basically they run from Bangle Dam, which is down on the one end of the lake, all the way to the other end. I forget exactly how many miles it is. I'm sure somebody can tell me that. Jason Zoltecki, you're listening, so if you could tell me how many miles that run is. But they tried to do it in a brand new skater they had built with twin 450 Mercury Racing outboards. They were doing very good. They could really run the boat in the beginning there, and ended up breaking a lower unit on the way back down. Jake, their crew chief, also works at Performance Boat Center. He was able to get them when they were able to finish, obviously, but didn't break any sort of record, which I still believe is held by Tyson Garvin, who did it in a V-bottom skater with diesel power. I think about 4 or 5 years ago out at Lake of the Ozarks. So you can guarantee that Tyler Lindsay will be back, be able to get that figured out, get that boat the dam run again. Of course, they did it right before the shootout, which took place just a couple of weeks ago. There is Sweetwater Performance Center, SV Offshore. Sweetwater Performance Center, a marina based out of Wisconsin, sponsoring boat number 88. This is the only Outer Limits race boat we have out here. There are a few Outer Limits Cats pleasure boats, but this is the only Outer Limits race boat. And it was actually owned, I forgot, by Steve Curtis. And then Vinny and Simon bought it from Steve, turned it into SV Offshore. They were running factory billet motors, the Supercat, prior to this season. And then they went over to the Mercury 860 program and trying to pioneer that into this class. And there are some boats, from what I hear, that are talking about getting built next year to run this group. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as these classes change. So these boats are kind of all gapped out here. I think Simon and Vinny are still trying to get that boat figured out. Again, they rolled it over in Cocoa Beach with the support of Mercury and Outer Limits. They were able to get it put back together, and they made it to St. Clair. So they only missed one race on this 6-race series, and that was Sarasota, Florida. And I think the boat, if I remember correctly, I think the boat could have been in Sarasota. However, it just wasn't worth the risk of trying to get it there. It was untested. They had to get it back for get it back together, get it tested, make sure it was running how they want. So it's about 100 miles, 98 miles from dam to dam on Lake of the Ozarks, from what I'm being told. Again, they tried to do that in their skater pleasure boat, which I think they took delivery of it like 2 weeks before. Brand new red, black hull, beautiful boat, twin Mercury 450 Racing outboards. And they had the lower unit failure, which of course slowed their time down quite a bit. But Shane Sherman had it set up so you could watch it live, not live video, but you could watch tracking of the boat going along the lake. And they actually had to start on the dam. They had to blow a horn. Lindsey Miller had to run down to the boat, jump on the boat, and then go. They ran all the way up to the lake. They got to the dam. She had to run off, run up, check in with a guy on the dam, honk the horn, and run back down to the boat and get back on it. They blew the lower unit heading back down the lake towards the dam, so that kind of scrubbed their time. MCon continues to lead in Supercat. Chariots of Fire in second. SV Offshore, the lone boat in Class 1. As we look at Chariots of Fire, this is a learning team. Learning year for this team. They're just trying to get this boat figured out. This boat has a pretty good heritage to it. towards the end of its time as Cleveland Construction, Grant Bruggerman was actually running the boat with Ed Smith, and they were really starting to get the boat figured out, really starting to get it going kind of fast. And Cleveland Construction did not go to Key West one year, and Pro Floors actually leased the boat to run because their boat was actually flipped over in Clearwater before that. So they leased it and raced it down there. And the boat was getting more and more successful as the time went on. They did a lot of research and work into it to make it go faster. Here is MCon, boat number 06. They lead. Of course, racing for Jamie. Jamie was Tyler's sister, passed away of cancer just a few months ago. And you'll see the Jamie sticker all over the side of their trucks and their shirts and their boat. And I know they think about Jamie, and Jamie's with them in spirit wherever they go. Lindsay and Tyler, just two of their whole crew. Mikey, Craig, Jake, their entire Sydney, their entire group. Some of the nicest people you'll ever meet, just down to earth, great people. Always hook my son up with some gear, some merchandise, which obviously he loves tremendously. So I think they've got some of the gear. So your way over there if you're here watching in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida, to get some of your MCon gear. To go to P1offshore.com to follow up with the racing action, keep up with your favorite team, check out the schedule, and follow all of the points as we progress through our season. This is the last race of the 6-race series in the APBA Championship. We'll of course crown that champion in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, at the beginning of October. And then there is the Key West race, which will be sanctioned by APBA, put on by Race World Offshore, and then Englewood Beach, Florida, which will be the OPA World Championship. Love Englewood, Florida. Ray LeBady, his entire staff down there do a fantastic job. It's a great, quiet little beach town, right? There's great restaurants there, good food, not a lot of hustle and bustle, good place to go. Of course, Englewood is known for being really flat. I remember back in 2019, it was like super calm. It was glass calm on Saturday, and then, man, on Sunday, it was super duper rough. And I'd actually forgotten Mike Dacey, who will be driving the Pump It boat in Class 5, told me, and I'd forgotten this, Jim, his throttleman, had actually hurt his back and had to be taken to the hospital. And Jim, not in the boat, actually getting to run this year with his dad, who he actually used to race with many years ago. So it's good to see them get back in the boat. And actually, Mikey Dacey tried to throttle and his dad tried to drive. They apparently didn't get along that well, so they told me that they switched roles in the boat. So so his dad's back to driving, or throttling rather, and Mikey's back on the wheel. And they'll be out in the next race, race number 3, which will be Modified V, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5. That's going to be a crowded race. 3 starts have here with 3 starts. Start 1 will be obviously Modified V. Start 2 will be Class 3 and Class 4, and then Start 3 will be Class 5. Some good battling in Class 5. When I say Class 3, 4, and 5, we're talking about bracket class racing. Of course, these boats bracketed to speed and monitored by GPS, and of course Frank Feach, our GPS official, will be checking those later. MCon doesn't have to worry about speed. Myrick and Tyler can just go out and run the boat. If you ever see Myrick and Tyler together, there's actually a pretty significant height difference there. Myrick's, of course, a little bit shorter than Tyler. If you look inside the boat, it looks like Myrick's thrown right up on the steering wheel as Tyler is set back just a little bit. But a great team. They've really meshed very well together. Myrick has a lot of driving experience. Myrick used to be the crew chief on Dave Scott's Bud Select boat and Bud Light boat. Of course, Dave Scott used to compete, lives out Lake of the Ozarks, used to compete in the shootout and a lot of races in the OSS series back in the day. And Myrick used to be his crew chief, and Dave Scott used to own Naughty Marine, which was a marine repair business based right there at Lake of the Ozarks. And Myrick ran that, and then if I remember correctly, I believe Naughty Marine was absorbed up into Performance Boat Center. There was some sort of a deal there. Myrick, of course, went over to Performance Boat Center, which is without a doubt the largest performance boat dealer in the country, if not even the world. Brett Marine and Mark Waddington done a fantastic job. They ran Supercat a couple of years ago in their skater. Then they built an MTI hull and have since then exited that class, focused on their Superstock class now. Of course, they are a dealer for Wright Performance Hulls, which is a cat fully rigged boats. You're also a dealer for MTI. We're missing the MTI boat this weekend. I'm not sure if Randy and Taylor are listening. Missing the MTI 450 boat, beautiful blue 39 MTI powered by Mercury Racing 450s. And that's the 450 outboard class, which is different than our Superstock class, although both outboard powered classes, the Superstock still run 300 XSs, which are two-stroke engines, as to where Taylor and her dad, Randy, run in the 450 class. Actually, Taylor runs either with Sean Torrente or she's run with Johnny Tomlinson. Either one of the two of them will get in that boat and run it with her. And, of course, we're missing Canada Homes this weekend. Canada Homes actually used to be the old Performance Boat Center Supercat, owned by Lauren Leibel and throttled by Johnny Tomlinson. They were only selected to do the Florida races, so I was surprised to see they weren't here. This was a Florida race that was on the schedule pretty early, but could have been a scheduling conflict. As you see, SV Offshore and Chariots of Fire, second and third in this second race of the day. And I know the Mercury 860 program is adapting. They're constantly working on those motors. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Mercury is here supporting Vinny. They had a big hand in getting that boat put back together to be able to come out and race this season after what was a pretty horrendous situation. I talked to Vinny at length about it, and believe it or not, the boat actually was not as damaged as one would have originally thought. They were able to actually get it fixed pretty quickly, as it shows in the schedule. They only missed Sarasota. And I wondered about the canopy, because you saw pictures on the internet surface of the boat just sitting on the And I asked Vinny, I said, did that tear the canopy up, the bouncing up and down on the flexing canopy? And he said, no, actually, it really didn't do as much damage as you thought it would do. Of course, getting all the sand out of the boat would have had something to do with a lot of the cleanup there. But it's always good to see SV Offshore back out here. They're running that outer limits. It's a beautiful boat. Vinny's probably got the best-looking trucks in the pits, owns a trucking company, and, of course, he has all the lower trucks and the bumpers that are on pneumatics, and they raise up so they can ground clear things. So get over there and check out the Sweetwater Marine SV Offshore pits, Sweetwater Marine Marina based up in Wisconsin. Hooking up with that team for the year. Here is MCON. They lead in Supercat. This is pretty much their race to run, running a midline, not really running pin to pin. MCON is an underground utilities company based out of Kansas. That is actually owned by Tyler Miller. And I always consider these guys to be one of the the American dream guys, right? Goes out and does utilities underground, dig ditches for a living. And he's out here racing offshore powerboats and has a very successful business, very successful man in his own right. And it's great to see guys work. All of us work hard and all of us succeed. And it's fun to see people like that out in the world and make you get to appreciate them. Here comes Chariots of Fire. Boat's looking good. It looks like it's running up. Doesn't have a real big rooster tail. This is a tricky class to learn how to throttle in, simply because these are naturally aspirated 750 horsepower engines built by Sterling or built by Frank McComas. There's Gassi down in Georgia that was building engines for them. So naturally aspirated, they don't have a whole bunch of snap to them, a whole bunch of torque. So what they do when they go into the turn is they'll actually trim the engines up and go through the turn with the engines up. They'll set the boat in the corner. That keeps the RPMs up. And then once they straighten up, they go down on the hammer, they hold it wide open. And they'll actually see the RPMs stop climbing. And when they do that, they start to kick the drives in just slightly, get the boat to hook up and accelerate again, because it doesn't have a blower or a procharger or supercharger. It doesn't get that instant snap of torque. So they got to keep those RPMs up in order to be able to keep the boat moving. Now, as I look up there on my screen, I only see 2 rooster tails. I don't see 3. There were 3 out earlier, so I'm not sure if MCON is down, or not MCON, if Sweetwater is down. I apologize about that. I haven't seen them come by lately, so I'm not 100% sure where they are, as we'll watch this race unfold. So they were going to run 11 laps, I believe. Oh, there's Sweetwater. Okay, they are still out there. Again, I only did see 2 rooster tails, but again, that was a bad shot, just guessing at kind of what I see. But Sweetwater is still out running with Simon and Vinny in Class 1. MCON continues to lead in Supercat with Chariots of Fire in second. So this race started just a little bit after 12. We've probably about 15 or 20 minutes left. I'm fairly certain the helo is going to have to refuel. So I think our second race will be just about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. I think will be our second race, but we will update everybody on Facebook as quickly as we can. Of course, you can leave the live stream going. Just turn it on mute. There'll be just a graphic up on your screen, and we'll put sometimes a countdown. We can get a countdown up there as long as we get communicated a time for the second race, or for the third race. I'm sorry. Race 2 of 4 will be halfway done when this race concludes. Race number 3 is going to be exciting with Modified V, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5. A new boat to me out here in Class 4, boat number 447, Cigarette Justice League, an old flat deck cigarette with number 6 drives. And I'm not sure of the power in it, but it's got 2-into-1 exhaust, so it's usually pretty loud. I expect that boat to be kind of loud. Look forward to seeing it run. Of course, we don't have Predator here. Nate Hunt in Predator running Class 4. They are not here this weekend, but you do have Burning Man with Kyle Dietzman and Tony Canali running this weekend. So you get 2 boats in Class 4. So I hear the helicopter just in the background. There goes MCon, just kind of cruising around this time. Using this experience, always use the experience to learn the boats, learn how they run, figure some stuff out, mess with your setup, really work going in and out of the turns. I'm not sure what's going on with Sweetwater. I kind of expected them to be up there with MCon just a bit. They really haven't lost ground or gained ground to either MCon or Chariots of Fire. But again, Simon and Vinny are really starting to they're having to learn the boat again, get things figured out again after their wreck in Cocoa Beach. But it's good to see them back. That's a beautiful boat, great team. Good to see them back racing, and they will be with us in Fort Myers, Florida in the beginning of October. That's the next race, next and final race of this APBA championship. And then there's some APB racing Key West, and then Englewood Beach, Florida. And of course, there's also known as the Ocean Cup. That'll be taking place in October out in California, Huntington Beach, California. Nigel Hook and Janet Wilson actually from California. So we'll be out there at Huntington Beach, bringing that to you live. Looking forward to getting to go out there. And again, they'll be running that Mystic hull, not the Silverhook hull. So they bought a Cat. As much as I tease Nigel all the time, as much as you are a V-bottom guy, you went out and bought a Cat, and he thinks that this is going to be pretty. He thinks it's interesting. I think he looks forward to the challenge. Yeah, he has experience running Cats. Been doing it for such a long time. So, all right. So we're on lap number 6 of 11 here in Supercat in Class 1. So just past the halfway point. Good to see Chariots of Fire continue to run. Always impressed when a boat that's still fairly new to a team and they're getting it figured out continues to run and do very well. There we look at the Vinoy Pier, all the VIPs out there. Looks like a pretty good crowd out there enjoying an adult beverage, maybe grabbing yourself a sandwich and having some fun here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida for the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete and Visit Clearwater. Series sponsor, Visit St. Pete and Clearwater, CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers. Go to P1 Offshore to keep up with all the information you need about offshore powerboat racing as we bring you race number 2 of 3 from St. Petersburg, Florida. There is MCon. So we'll talk a bit more about MCon. They have a house. Like I said, they're actually from Kansas, but they have a house at Lake of the Ozarks. They used to own a 40, I think it was a 40 skater, quarter canopy skater called Recovery. And I actually found an older video of them running it in the shootout, which I thought was pretty cool to see. They had that boat for a long time. Recently just sold it. They went out and bought one of these Cat outboard powered 450 boats. And you talked to Tyler, and I said, man, how do you like it? Because you have no idea how easy it is to put that boat down the water, turn it on, and go boating. There's no checking the oil, there's no checking the bilge to make sure there's no leaks. None of that type stuff. They'll just get out and go boating. And you see that change coming in the market, right? I did a poker run just about a month ago up in Baltimore, Maryland, and believe it or not, I would say 75% of the boats in that poker run were center consoles, powered by either 400s, 350s, 450s, just depending. As to where back in the day, you'd see big catamarans. Big catamarans were the name of the game with big power on it. They were fast. Everybody getting to see them. But the market's changing, especially with the center consoles. Center consoles really are the sport utility vehicle of boating. You can take friends wherever you want, usually as many friends as you needed to go. and get to go out and have some fun. So, and as these outboards change, right? I mean, we saw Mercury just come out with the 600, which was actually built to go on some of the bigger center consoles like the Scouts. I know MTI is building one with them on it. Some of the other brands of center consoles, I'm sorry, I can't remember right off the top of my head, but you see that 600 come out. So again, to go on some of these bigger center consoles, like you get the 50-foot Tirana cigarette, right? It's got 6 back of it. Well, the idea is to not put 6 450s on the back of something, put some of these 600s on the back of it, and you won't need 6 of them anymore. But obviously, having 6 outboards on the back of your center console is pretty cool. Of course, that is 6 Carat, owned by Derek Wilcobe, and if anybody knows him, that's Black Diamond. And he has a couple of black boats in his fleet. Got 2 MTIs, a Cat outboard MTI, and then a big 52 canopied MTI, and then the cigarette. Very big on the poker run circuit. And Tyler Miller owns a cigarette center console. He just bought, I believe it's called the Nighthawk model. Performance Boat Center, also a dealer for cigarette. And he bought, I believe it was a Huntress before, and then bought one of the Nighthawks. It's a fantastic boat. It's absolutely beautiful, beautiful paint job. It's got the Mercury 450s on the back of it. Took delivery of that back at the beginning of the summer and said he absolutely loves it. So the Millers, obviously very big boating people out at Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Of course, Lake of the Ozarks home to our lake race, which takes place earlier in our season. They just wrapped up the shootout put on by Captain Ron Dugan. That's one of the most popular attended events in the boating world, Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. One of our inspectors, Tyler Crockett, anybody knows the Crockett Marine. Tyler actually went out and ran 132 miles an hour in a 26-foot Joker. And he had said he actually blew a piston. And he actually said, I saw 138, but he blew the piston right before the finish line. And it was just enough to slow him down to get him down to 132. Had dinner with him last night, very good friend. He said he's looking to get into the 140s in the next year's shootout. So that'll be pretty interesting to see. This boat participated here in the shootout. Of course, Lindsay and Tyler from Lake of the Ozarks again, so they were able to go out and run that. I don't know if they ran their Cat outboard in or not. And my laptop has died. I'll have to plug it in between the next race, so I apologize if you're asking me questions right now. I can't see it live, but we'll get back booted up here after this race. We'll take a break. Beautiful boat, rigged by Grant Bruggerman, Grant's Signature Racing, based out of Sarasota, Florida. You can charge, might be in the corner of that bag there. Rigged it for J.R. Noble. It was the steel boat. Ended up getting raced by his son. No, the big pocket on the side right there, maybe. And unfortunately, JR no longer with us. JR was a huge proponent of the sport. Really did a lot in SBI days with television and getting support for the sport. Of course, he was the steel dealer for the Southeast, and was able to bring steel in. Always beautiful boats. The Millers actually bought the rig and the boat. They got all the scooters. They're nice enough to loan me scooters every once in a while when I need one. Thank you to Laura, my little assistant sitting up here in 1310. Talking about her college experiences. Of course, I'm older than she is, so I forget some of mine. And we should be back on with my laptop, back live on Facebook in just a few minutes. You're watching the 2021 St. Petersburg Visit Clearwater Offshore Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Series sponsors CMR Construction, A-Game Sports Drink, Icon, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers. Had the privilege of calling the Aquacross race earlier with Mikey Young. You heard Mikey Young in here broadcasting with me live at the beginning of this race. He had to go down and do his awards. Really enjoyed getting to do that. It was amazing how much I did it in Michigan City with him a little bit. Obviously didn't know anything about it, and then they came down here and got to do it, and I really started to learn some of the riders, some of the names. Of course, they had a great battle going on for their championship here in St. Pete. And this is their last race of the season, so they were able to crown their champion this weekend. We will not be crowning any champions this weekend. We will be crowning a race winner. Champions will get crowned in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida, coming up in October. That will be the last race of this 2021 APBA Championship Series. It'll be good to get back down to St. Petersburg. We've got Tim and Cindy Hill put that race on down there with Mike Shepard, I believe, is still involved with it. So we'll look forward to getting down there. Fort Myers, obviously a beautiful area. I love the west coast of Florida personally. I really liked Englewood. That was the first time I'd ever been to Englewood. It was back in 2019. Actually took my family down there for a vacation, hung out, got to enjoy our time down there. Rented a condo, stayed right in the beach. Beautiful area. If you want to go to a low-key place in Florida, really great bars, really great restaurants, lots of things to do. I wouldn't say a lot of things to do, but a very relaxing place. Englewood Beach would be the place to go. And of course, you can go down there in November.
I really enjoyed getting to do that. Amazing how much I did at Michigan.
November 8th through the 21st will be Englewood. Fort Myers will be the Thursday the 7th through October 9th will be Fort Myers. Go to P1 Offshore for more information. As the second of 4 races today happening here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. And there goes MCON, boat number 06. Out for a Sunday drive, waving to the fans as they go by on the pier there. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle on board. Myrick and his wife Missy actually posted a pretty funny story on Facebook just a couple of days ago. I have a 4-year-old. My 4-year-old just stopped going to daycare and now goes to beautiful. Is now starting to go to daycare to go to school, and he's not doing very well with it. He's kind of struggling. And the point of the story is Myrick and Missy posted a video of their youngest, who's 3. And like they had to pry him off the bus to get him away from his brother and sister. So it's pretty interesting to see the difference in the kids there. But of course, always good to be home with my son, and Missy and Myrick, great parents to their kids as well. There is Sweetwater. They are running alone in Class 1, and 2 boats in Supercat. That's MCON and Chariots of Fire. So this is race number 2 of 4 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Second race is going to be Class 3, Class 4, Class 5, and Modified V. Of course, Modified V, the single-engine canopied boats, naturally aspirated carb motors, making about 650 horsepower. Some really good competitors in that group as well. As we get ready to go racing one more time. Go to p1offshore.com, keep up with your favorite teams, pick up some merchandise, check out the points, see how everything's going, and of course follow our schedule. We'll be in a town near you before we know it. Of course, we're here this weekend in Fort Myers. We do have Clearwater coming up, which is another APBA sanctioned race put on by Race World Offshore. That is not part of the APBA Championship, however. That'll be September 24th to the 26th. Then we have Fort Myers. That will be October 7th through October 9th. Then we go to Key West in November, and then Englewood, Florida, November 18th through the 21st. Beautiful Englewood. And my wife said my son was listening, so I'm probably sure that comment didn't go over well, but I still love you, buddy. You are my hero. Beautiful Vanoy Pier. These fans getting treated to some great racing in the first race. That was Superstock. CMR took the win. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second, and Jackhammer in third. Those were Superstock. And of course, this is Supercat and Class 1, Sweetwater, the only boat in Class 1. And Chariots of Fire, of course, the other Supercat entry here. I thought CJ Grant Racing was going to be here. They posted pictures of it testing here in Florida. I know Billy was down there. Billy Moore was down there throttling that boat with them, hoping they were going to show up, but they didn't make it. And, of course, WHM was scheduled to be here, but the remnants of Hurricane Ida hit Long Island and did some damage there to the Moss property. Actually had some issues, dogs. They're very big into the Husky Rescue Program. I think they have, I was told, 15 Huskies right now. And a couple of them, I guess, got out at some point during the storm. One of them had actually fallen into the sinkhole that was in their backyard. Of course, they were able to rescue the dog, no problem, and they found the other dogs around the property. Of course, none of them were hurt. Everybody was safe, but Billy and June decided it was time to stay home. tend to the family, tend to the property needs, make sure everything gets put back together. And of course, I'll give a shout out to all of our fans in New Orleans who were hit directly by Hurricane Ida. Tom Richard, one of the inspectors here for P1, lives in New Orleans, still doesn't have power there, but New Orleans devastated pretty badly, so we want to give a shout out to them. Our thoughts and our support are with you down there in New Orleans as you recover from Hurricane Ida. Beautiful panoramic shot there of Tampa Bay here in St. Petersburg, Florida, the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Again, I've never been here before. I think it's a beautiful town. Had some great meals here. Of course, flying home fairly early tomorrow. I will admit, when I booked this flight, I forgot that it was Labor Day Monday. So I was like, well, I'll book it early and go home and go to work. No, I don't have to do that because it's Labor Day Monday. And I was hoping to go boating, but I think it's going to rain at home tomorrow, so not sure what we'll get into. Go home and hang out with my son and with my family. Going to be a beautiful, beautiful trip home, I am sure of it. As we wrap up race number 2 here in St. Petersburg, MCON leads, SV Offshore in second, and Chariots of Fire in third. I feel that when everybody finishes a race, it's a win, right? They may not be up there battling for the lead, but, you know, this is still a new boat to this team, a new class, a new group of racers. They have experience racing, but they're just trying to get everything figured out. So anytime you can go out, you can finish, to me, that's a win, and you deserve credit for that as such. So good job to Chariots of Fire for going out and running here in St. Pete. Of course, MCON just checked out early on. And SV Offshore in Class 1. Talked about Miss Geico and the sponsorship, their season coming to an end early. We'll miss Geico for sure. Scotty Begovich, Mark Granite, Britt Lilly, Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis, Scott Colton, Gary Lou Stray, and the whole team there. Around the sport for 14 years, so to say that they didn't have an impact on the sport of offshore powerboat racing would be a total undoing, an unjust comment to their cause. They really supported the sport. In the years Hagen was around, he was very heavily involved, and they will truly be missed. Truly a fan favorite here in offshore powerboat racing. Oh, thanks, Duke, for the weather update. Says it's going to be at home. I'm not saying we're in St. Pete. I'm saying the event is presented by St. Pete. Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And this is the white flag for this second race of the day. MCON is going to take the white flag. SV Offshore, Sweetwater will take the white flag, and Chariots of Fire will take the right flag. And one more lap, as you see it, boat. So we will take a short break between race number 2 and race number 3. Going to get into the smaller boats now, kind of doing things a little bit different, a little bit backwards than what we normally do in offshore powerboat racing. Normally the cats run later in the day and the smaller boats run at the beginning of the day, but we flipped it. So up next, we're going to start getting into the V-bottoms. First, we're going to have Modified V, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 in race number 3. And then in race number 4, we'll have Stock V, Pro Stock V, Class 6, and Class 7. So that'll be an exciting race. Both of these next 2 races are going to be very exciting. Make sure to stay live here with P1 Offshore. You can leave it up on your screen. We'll just go silent and give you updates as we get them on when the next race will start. Not sure. I think the Hilo refueled after the the race before this, race number 1. So they should be able to get back out there pretty quickly. As we wrap it up, MCON goes to the east end of this course in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. Big wide turns here. We talked about those earlier. Able to carry a lot more speed from it. The dogleg a lot sharper than what I thought it would be, but it made for some very exciting racing in Superstock. I think as we get into these V-bottoms, I think it's going to be very exciting as well. Looking forward to Modified V, Pro Stock V, Class 5. All the classes coming up next. There is Sweetwater, the lone boat in Class 1. Vinny and Simon just taking the time, getting it figured out. Wanting to make the boat right as the season progresses. There was talk, and there may still be talk, of some Class 1 boats coming over towards the latter part of the year, maybe a frame, but we're not 100% sure of that. Obviously, it depends on what goes on with the pandemic and with the Rona. and with the coronavirus, COVID-19, so we'll have to see how that goes. We hope to see some of those Class 1 teams back in the United States and give Vinny and Simon some competition to go run against. Of course, we hope that Geico is able to figure out some sort of other program heading into 2022. I don't think we'll see them at all for the remainder of 2021, but let's hope they can get something figured out for 2022 and come back to the sport that they had a hand in making what it is today for sure, with television coverage back in the day and support for these race sites, for the race organizations, and even for teams. Geico would always let teams stay at their shop down in Riviera Beach, West Palm Beach, Florida. They'd always support in whatever way that they could. So we will miss those guys moving forward. Here is MCON, though. They have gone through the dog leg. Now they're going to jog back to the left and make their left-hand turn. I'm sorry, right-hand turn. We're running clockwise here. I apologize. Right-hand turn. Made their right-hand turn there at Vinoy Pier and cross that finish line to wrap up the Supercat race and Class 1 race. And just set the boat down into the turn. Love that boat. It's awesome. Inside of it's just simply beautiful. I remember when they bought the rig, it was actually red underneath, and obviously their colors were red, and they were all excited to see red underneath. But there is MCON, boat number 06, your winner in Supercat. SV Offshore should be just behind them. Sweetwater Marine. They will come across, get the checkered flag in Class 1, and Chariots of Fire will come across and get second place in Supercat. That's going to wrap up race number 2. Of course, we will stay live until all the racers have crossed the start. And then we will go to race 3. We'll bring you an update on an ETA for the start of race number 3 as soon as we get it. I'll go off air just briefly, get a quick drink of water, maybe hit the head, and come back for race number 3. Congratulations, boat number 06, MCON. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle taking the checkered flag in that beautiful 388 skater. Here's Chariots of Fire, another 388 skater, boat number 4. And again, to me, that's a win for those guys to be able to go out there, win, and be able to win, be able to run as good as they can. To me, that's a win. That's a win to finish. You got to be able to finish to win it, and they get the experience that they need to be able to get running behind 2 veteran teams with Sweetwater and MCON. MCON in first. Chariots of Fire in second in Supercat, and SV Offshore, the lone boat in Class 1. Congratulations to all these racers as we start to look down the tunnel of MCON. They got the hatch up. Myrick is going to be on the right. Tyler's going to be on the left. Don't know who's going to get out first, as I think they will go get the checkered flag from the start-finish boat. Now, that boat, believe it or not, does have air conditioning. It has what's very similar to an automotive air conditioning with a compressor that runs. It's a belt-driven compressor that actually runs off the back of the engine, the transmission, actually, and they're able to keep the cockpit cool inside of there. I believe SV Offshore Sweetwater has air conditioning as well. Only one of the boats coming out next in canopies will have air conditioning, and that will be the Firm. That's an activator hull, brand new, first time racing here in P1. So we look forward to seeing that boat get out there and run in the ultra competitive Pro Stock class. As Myrick pops up out of it, going to collect the checkered flag. That's one of 2. That's 1 win for today out of 2 races for Myrick, as they came in second in Superstock behind CMR. And I thought that Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems definitely would be able to catch CMR, but unfortunately just weren't able to do it. And these boats, one more fun fact about these boats as we get ready to wrap up, these boats actually have crash boxes on them. So these are not shiftable transmission. They actually have square gears in them, so there could be more surface contact between the gears, so they can't shift them. So what they have to do is they have to shut the engine off, put it in what gear they want it, and then start the engine back up. So it'll be short bumps. So it makes it a little bit harder to dock and a little bit harder to get up and get the checkered flag. But these guys are all professionals. They've done it multiple times. And definitely know what they're doing. So it actually looks like Myrick and Tyler have elected not to get the checkered flag. They will head back into the crane area as we wrap up race number 2 of 3. Facebook.com/P1 Offshore to watch live. Let's watch some highlights of this particular race with Supercat and Class 1. Of course, 2 skater hulls and 1 outer limits hull. MCON jumped out to the early lead This is the veteran team now in this class. This is Myrick and Tyler's first season together. They've done great. They really seem to be gelling very well. Of course, Myrick has lots of experience driving the boat. It's really starting to show as he's getting comfortable with Tyler. Of course, Chariots of Fire. Chariots of Fire coming out and didn't win, but they finished the race, and that to me is one of the most important things. And now let's go to the highlight reel. I apologize. Here's the start. That's SV Offshore on the outside. There is MCON and Chariots of Fire. MCON out to the early lead. Kind of expected Sweetwater to keep up with MCON a little bit with those Mercury 860 engines. Not sure what happened there, but still a good race put on by all three of these boats. There's that 388 skater, boat number 06. MCON taking the win today. As you look at the rooster tail of Chariots of Fire, while they didn't win, you know what? They went out and finished, and that's the most important thing as MCON takes the checkered flag here at the 2021 St. Petersburg Visit Clearwater Offshore Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. CMR Construction, our series sponsor, A-Game Sports Drink, Icon, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Racing Fuels, and Myco Trailers. Wrapping up race number 2. Race number 3 probably going to start in, I would say, about 15 minutes to half an hour. It will be Modified B, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5. So make sure to stay in and watch the live racing here from beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. Congratulations to boat number 06, MCON, your winner in Supercat, and your winner in Class 1, Sweetwater Performance Marine Group. The VIPs getting treated to a good show as we wrap up racing here. 2 more races to go. We will be back shortly for race number 3.
If making a bold statement comes naturally, then you've come to the right place. Because demanding the very best from every second spent on the water is your undeniable right. So don't apologize if you believe you're only truly living when you're on the move. Because you, my friend, belong on a Yamaha Wave Runner. The future of personal watercraft is now available water-wide.
Nitro Circus is back with the action-packed You Got This tour. Top athletes in FMX, skate, BMX, scooter, and more are ready to get the party started, throwing down huge world's firsts with more crazy contraptions, more insane stunts, and more high adrenaline fun than ever before. Get ready, because we're coming to a city near you. For info and tickets, visit nitrocircus.com.
The VIPs get treated to a good show as we wrap up racing here. 2 more races to go. We will be back shortly for race number 3.
not knowing much about electricity, the top part don't have any power.
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
You know there's a tab in there you got to break.
Yeah.
So you probably didn't break the tab.
I mean, he's only electrician. They probably down here he's not a union one either.
Hey, no, not. They don't have unions down there.
Welcome back to the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater, coming to you live from beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. Beautiful day here. Understand it's pretty hot down there on the sidewalk as you walk up, and we've had some hot action on the race course as we get ready to start race number 3. This is going to be a crowded one, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Modified V, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 in this one. And joining for this race is world champion and famous racer Billy Shipley. What's up, Billy?
How's it going, man?
Happy Good, buddy. Yeah. So as everybody said, it's a little bit different seeing you walk around and not having to work this weekend, right?
Yeah, it's been nice, relaxing. Left 2 boats at home for this race. Got our 30-foot Phantom here running, so I just came down to support and watch these guys do what they do.
Yeah, so you're the you're riding around the limos with this weekend with the women all around you, and like the team owners normally do, right? Like just like you see in NASCAR and F1.
More like walking down the sidewalk sweating.
Yeah, right. So if if you've heard of Billy Shipley, he runs Team Woody. They contend 3 boats in the offshore powerboat racing circuit. They have a 35-foot Fountain. They have a 30-foot Leve Craft, which was their first boat, and then they have this 30-foot Phantom, which is the newest edition. Which came first, the Fountain or the Phantom?
The Fountain first, then the Phantom.
First, okay,
yes,
then the
sir.
Phantom, yeah. So, and the Phantom actually used to be owned by Billy Allen. It used to be Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. He moved from his Class 6 boat, which was a Velocity, to a Class 5 boat, the Phantom, and then he jumped up to the Superstock class. Billy Allen, obviously a great guy. One of the better ones out there. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping ran in Superstock earlier. They have since pulled off. So this is race number 3. Beautiful conditions, about 83 degrees, a little bit of a breeze, but very flat. I think it's going to be very flat until this race starts, simply because these are V-bottoms. You're going to get a lot more wake, and you're going to get a lot more of a washing machine effect. I think you'll see as these boats start to take place. We're going to have Billy call this race live with us. Billy has raced 1 time in Class 5. The Leve Craft always ran Class 4, right?
It has. We were P5 before at SBI, and then we moved to Class 4 here.
Right, and the speed brackets were a little bit different between the 2 groups.
That's right.
The Leve Craft used to be owned by Kevin Cooper out in California. I've driven that race boat, and told Billy some stories about that ill handling thing. But they put a lot of time into him, and Chad Woody have really put a lot of time into that boat and got it handled really good. They bought their the Fountain came in 2019.
They did,
and I believe Michigan City was the first race for that. That used to be owned by the late David Rabb. Starting to get that boat figured out. My class kind of fizzled out just a little bit. Hopefully Louie and Smitty will come back in the later years and join you, but that's a fun boat to race.
I think they're ready now, actually. Smitty texted me the other day and said that Louie's boat's ready.
Good.
He's racing next weekend, and then the purple boat's going back together. So
good.
The Fountains will be back together again, hopefully, Fort Myers.
Yeah, well, that'll be good. Obviously, Fountain, these are all very famous Fountain race boats from back in the day when Reggie had his factory teams. These were all factory team boats at one point. Which one was yours?
Mine was Reggie's boat, Reggie 3 boat.
Yours was Reggie 3's boat.
Yeah, 35 Fountain. It's also the Kilo boat from 2003.
Yours is a 4-seater too, right?
It is. It could be.
It could be. Because
Right.
Louie's boat's a 4-seater also.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's room for 4 seats in them, yes, sir.
Yeah, the only one that's not is Smitty's boat.
Right.
Yeah.
Purpose built.
Right, and there is another 38 Fountain out there. It's owned by Scott Brown. It used to be Rated R. Then it was Licks Filters. That was a black hulled boat. That's out there too. It'd be nice to see that boat.
We're trying to get him back. So hopefully they'll bring that thing back out to play with us.
So as we look at 2 Class 5 boats, actually 2 Phantoms, Daniel Rakes owns 2 Cruel, one of the more successful racers in Class 5 with the zebra print boat. Runs very consistently. You have a 30-foot super boat. Shoreline Plumbing on the outside of him. Obviously a 30-foot super boat Y2K built by John Cohen out in New York. Superboat, a very, very good rough water boat. There's Yabba Dabba Doo.
Got his
Bruce
new motor
Walther.
back in. He just put a new engine in it the other day.
Yep.
He caught on fire at Cocoa Beach, so he had to rebuild that thing.
And that was a new boat to them this year. They used to run Checkmate last year in Class 6. They moved up to Class 5 in that boat. J.D. Vines and Bruce Walter running that boat. So we have Modified V in this race. So let's run boat number 51, Sunprint. Boat number 727, Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Boat number D700, by boys from Trinidad, Sheriff Lobo. Boat number 2, boatfloater.com. Boat number 66, Pit Viper, Tug It. And boat number 22, the Punisher, all coming out and racing in Modified V. These are naturally aspirated carb motors, make about 650 horsepower. So this is a little bit more exciting racing, just a little bit more top speed than you get out of the Pro Stock guys. Class 3 is only one boat in Class 3. That's Elite Home Game Rooms. Clyde Petty running that boat this weekend here. It's a Phantom canopy boat, actually built to go run in Pro Stock V or Modified V. But he has set it up as a Class 3 boat instead. Two boats in Class 4. Burning Man with Kyle Dietzman. That's boat number 499, actually right there on your screen. Kyle Dietzman driving that with Tony Canali on the throttles. And then we have Cigarette Justice League, which is actually just to the upper right of that. That big flat deck 38 Cigarette. With some big power at number 6 drives. Look forward to hearing that. That's the boat you were talking about earlier right there. Yeah, it's the little Warlock, the purple Warlock. And in Class 5, we've got boat number 562 On Edge. Boat number 540 Pumpin' with the Daisies. Boat number 577 Yabba Dabba Doo. That's who we saw just a few minutes ago. Boat number 528 Hammerheads. SRQ Fly, boat number 576 Too Cruel, boat number 517 Bulletproof with Craig Belafato. 509 Shoreline Plumbing, a late entry here. And then we've got boat number 527. We're calling them Team Wood because it's the one boat. But you guys have a special sponsor that has come on with this race. Apparently they're addicted. I'll let you talk about them a little bit because it's very important that we mention them.
We do. We picked up Golf and Gator from Cocoa Beach, with JJ. They've been a long-time sponsor with him. And Dave and Allie are here. Actually, they came to this race. They were in Sarasota with us. They came like the Ozarks, I believe. It's been a good relationship with Dave, and they're excited about this season and next year. They're already making plans to sponsor us for next season as well. So, we big shout out to Golf and Gator in Cocoa Beach. If you're in Cocoa Beach on vacation, you have to go check out those the go-karts they have. They're electric go-karts over there, and then they have the putt-putt with the alligator, pit
nice.
and everything. So it's a pretty cool place to go.
Cool. So, but they don't sell golf carts.
No, it's Golf and Gator. So it's the golf for the putt-putt,
okay,
and then the Gators are in the pit, and then they have the go-kart. The track is pretty cool. It's elevated, so there's corkscrews on each end of it, up and down.
I think Jackhammer Reese was telling me about it.
Right.
Yeah.
So we started an inaugural race there this year. So 20 of us went down there, race drivers and throttlemen, and he turned them up, and we had a good time down there with that deal. So every year we're going to start going over there and having a.
My invitation must have got lost in the mail. Justin, where's my invitation to that
event?
It
was misplaced.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's probably in Texas or something. But no, and it's. You're one of the teams that does a great job at getting local sponsors like that because it's a great benefit for you, the team itself, but also for the local businesses who may not have been able to get involved on the level to be able to sponsor the event. They can still get their name on the side of the boat, and it's great to have local support like that.
Yeah, we had about 13 sponsors from Cocoa Beach. Tiny Turtle, Paradise, there was all kinds of people. It was great. It was awesome deal. JJ, of course, he knows everybody in town because he owns the La Quinta Hotel there, and so – there was a great group of people. We had a good time over there with them, and so it was fun.
Yeah, Kerry Bartlett's in town here this weekend.
He's here.
Kevin Pruitt. I don't think Kevin Pruitt's in town, but he's another one instrumental in the Cocoa Beach race. Cocoa Beach, actually one of the most notorious.
Man.
I remember back, I think this was like I think it was 2018 when it was like real rough. That's when Wake Effects had like waves crashing on top of it as they were running down the beach. Of course, Cocoa Beach this year not too good to a couple of people. Your storage units wrecked, blew the deck out of the boat, and then obviously Sweetwater SD Offshore had their big wreck. But good to see them coming back. So those are the two Class 4 boats right now on our screen. That's the Cigarette Justice League, and then Burning Man with Kyle Dietzman and Tony Canali running that boat. Tony told me yesterday they did a lot of testing last week. They really beat it. They really beat on it hard. They really feel confident being able to go out and run. And the conditions today are definitely going to favor that boat more than a big deep V Cigarette because it's just not rough enough. And that's actually a stepped bottom boat, so they're going to get a little bit more speed out of it.
Yeah, that boat's had some trouble. They had to put a new motor in there. They blew it up at the Ozarks. So they've been working on it this year. And we know how that is.
Yep.
That's run them and break them and fix them and run them and break them and fix them again.
Yeah, so in Class 5, meanwhile, to me, looks like the Phantom/Warlock battle because that's pretty much all that's in it. There's Pumpet's a Warlock, Bulletproof's a Warlock, Too Cruel is a Phantom, Hammerheads, I think Hammerheads is a Phantom.
It's a Phantom.
That's a Phantom. Pumpet's a Warlock. So you got some Warlocks. You got some.
There's 3 Warlocks and 3 or 4 Phantoms, and
right.
then those.
And I think 562 is on edge. I think that's that boat now, that purple Warlock with the scoop on the back of it. So Class 5, of course, bracketed to speed. And the way they read that is by the GPS inside of the boat. Class 5 is 75.
Yes. And let's give a shout out to that super boat in that class. Those guys, that Shoreline Plumbing boat.
Don't discount that super boat.
Ooh, that thing's.
Superboat is that is a handling machine, right?
We're always on edge racing those guys because, man, that's a great boat. Those superboats are.
Yep. So the only rule that these boats. Oh, we got Illicit Motorsports is up in there too. I'm sorry, we didn't say Illicit Motorsports.
He's back.
Yeah, he is back. If you follow him on Facebook, obviously it's been a pretty upbeat thing. Yeah, Mark Diadorio. I always say his last name wrong.
I won't even attempt it either.
I did it. It's okay.
It's Mark.
We'll live through it.
Captain
Hey,
Mark.
Yeah, Captain Mark. Big fisherman. Used to live in Jersey, and then moved down here to Florida. Does a lot of fishing down this way. So sorry we didn't mention you in the first run through of the name. So
brand new engine.
Yeah, brand new engine. Heard it in Cocoa Beach, I want to say, and then just took them some time to get it back together. These are more. Every offshore powerboat racer is a privateer, if you would, but when you get down into this level, you're diving deep down into the privateer, folks. I mean, these guys. If you've ever watched the motorcycle movie On Any Sunday. It starts off with a guy like working on in an office with a shirt and a tie on, and he comes out and he jumps in his van, right? It's got his motorcycles loaded in the back of it. He drives to a motorcycle race. That's a lot of what you see in this group right here. These are all working class gentlemen. Everybody's working class.
These are mostly all owner operators. That's right.
Exactly. So it's great to see this. This is ultra competitive. I raced in Class 5 in Key West one year, and I raced in Class 6, which we'll see later in the day. And bracket class racing is. We'll talk to Billy about it a little bit later. But as I said, they're monitored by speed. They have a GPS inside the boat, so no matter what they do, they just can't go over their speed bracket. Now they have a GPS speedometer or a Garmin GPS unit or a digital speedometer in front of the throttle man. And while you're not throttle man, you're the driver in your team, you still understand what it takes. The throttle man doesn't look up. The throttle man always looks at the speedometer. He may glance up every once in a while, see what's going on, but he's just holding that boat right at, if you're bracketed at 75, you're running 74.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and just don't break out. But you don't know that you broke out because it's a separate GPS unit that's then taken to GPS Frank. He's going to read it and tell you if you broke out. If you broke out, there's parameters to breaking out. It's no more than 3 seconds?
3 seconds
for a certain amount, and it's a length too, right? Isn't it a distance?
Yeah, it goes to distance. If you break out, and it goes to whoever breaks out the longest, and then if you're equal time on your breakout, then it's the distance that you broke out.
Yep.
So they break it. There's several ways to get it broke down.
Yeah, but and there's so many things that make it hard, right? First off, your boat. I mean, all your boats can go well over their bracketed speed. I mean, your fountain can run 100 miles an hour if it wanted to.
Sure.
But your bracket, you run the 90 mile an hour, or 95 mile an hour.
No, we're 100 in that class.
Oh,
now.
yeah, that's right.
We
You moved up a class, right?
Yeah.
So you're 100. So even though your boat can only run over 100, you've got to be able to control yourself and not want to get ahead. But what that also means is if you're in the back, right? If you're in second, third, or fourth, and you're racing the guy in front of you, you don't know if they broke out, right? You've got to stay racing because they could have broke out. You could bump up into a podium spot or even a win, and it happens frequently.
It's really anybody's race in that bracket class until you get to the awards.
It is.
100%. We're all biting our fingernails saying, I hope we didn't break out until we get there. Sometimes they don't release the information to us, and we have to wait till they call the award out. So
yeah, no, for sure. And how many awards have we been to together that there's been some disappointments,
upsets.
Right? Yeah, some disappointments because you don't. And the thing is as a throttle man or even the driver, you don't think you broke out, right? You're like, I know I didn't break out. I know I didn't break out. But it definitely displays right there on the screen. It comes up. It's that bright red line. You see if it broke out, and they measure it, and you end up getting disqualified for that. So these are the modified V guys. So there is the Visit St. Pete Clearwater entry, the beautiful green and yellow hull. Nick Imprescia on board that, the son of famous racer Joey Imprescia. There's Sheriff Lobo.
This would have been one of my favorite classes always. We first started coming to these races years ago, and Miklos, 51 Sunprint. I always just love that boat, how they run that extreme. Those guys are good in there, and so I became a huge fan of those guys from the very get-go.
And the Leve craft was originally designed to go into this class.
It was, yes, sir.
Even when Kevin Cooper built it, Leve craft, if you've never heard of them, they're actually a West Coast boat company built out in California, I think.
Corona,
I don't think
California.
they're still around, are they?
No, they've closed down their boat production. Okay. They're still running like an ATV side-by-side company. They do stuff like that, but I don't think they're making boats anymore.
Yeah, but it's a West Coast built boat, and Kevin actually built it to go run in these. It used to be Super V Light is what we used to call it back in the day. Or the factory class boat. Yeah, right, exactly.
And it's the only one in existence. There's another canopied Levy craft out there, but they're putting out, I heard they're putting outboards on it from what I understand. So
really?
It
That's
won't
a big
be an inboard
modification to that.
Yeah, it won't be an inboard boat.
It's got the busted on the back of it. You got to cut all that off.
Right.
All right, so the pace boat's going to gather all of these boats up. It's going to be Sunprint on the pole, Visit St. Pete in second, Sheriff Lobo in third, Boat Floater in fourth, Pit Viper Tugget in fifth, and Punisher in 6th. Again, all they do is reverse the finishing positions from the previous race. So Punisher won the previous race in Michigan City, Indiana, so he gets bumped all the way to the outside. You can attest that's not always a bad place to be. You're running the longer line, but you get your cleaner warning. Sometimes you can stay out of whatever happens in that first turn, and Charlie and Tony probably going to do their best to do that. Pit Viper Tuggett, Kevin Smith, Britt Lilly, they did a lot of work to this boat yesterday. They first had an ignition problem they got figured out. Then they had their power steering issue, had to put a new power steering pump on it. Then they had a water pump issue. They had to put a new water pump on it. So they worked on this boat feverishly yesterday. They're actually a team running 2 boats.
And Miklos was right there with him, their competitor. Steve is helping them with everything on that thing. So
well, exactly. And the boat that'll come out next is the Gen 3 Extreme hull that Britt Lilly actually built. Steve Miklos, if I remember correctly, bought the mold and then contracted with Britt Lilly to build the boats. They built it at a Britt shop up in Annapolis, Maryland, and just did a beautiful job. That boat is just awesome, and it's wicked fast. It's a great handling boat. They're very excited. Now, imagine being a 2-boat team, and they've only got 2. It's Kevin and Britt, and they've only got Steve and Joe helping them.
Right.
That's a lot of work to do,
a lot of
right?
work.
And especially in saltwater, because you got to flush, you got to wash, and then if you have to work on stuff, it's 100 degrees out here.
You're tired. Yep. I can tell you it's a lot of work when you get a
Britt's wife
teams.
is Amanda's here, but they've got their 1-year-old Stella Rogue, who's out here hanging out with us. So, a 1-year-old you've got to pretty much keep your eye on all the time. So Amanda would, of course, help in any way that she could, and Amanda's a great friend. Britt Lilly's a great friend, grew up with him. Actually worked for him for a little while. So, yeah, this is a very exciting class. I'm excited about Class 5, too, because there are some really good drivers in Class 5. You got Pumpit. They haven't raced a lot, but they're good. You've got Too Cruel, another team that's excellent at racing.
2019 world champion at Key West.
That's right. Yep, exactly right.
He beat us down there. We got second.
He's very consistent.
Took him 22 years to win that thing, and he won it, and he earned every bit of it, and he was a super proud guy that year.
And you've got the Superboat. That's the one unknown variable. The Superboat runs. I mean, it's fast. It's not going to get caught. Now, they're trying to get these boats lined up. You see them starting to pull on the line. Jeff Tomlinson, chief referee here, did not want to wait a long time. They want to get these boats lined up as quickly as possible. It looks like Steve Miklos and Punisher right now are not where they should be. Miklos should actually be on the pole. He's elected to move out. Everybody else has stayed the same except for Punisher. Now Punisher's 1 in. They get the boats up on plane. They'll wait for them to line up. This is Modified V getting ready to start here in St. Petersburg, Florida. That's Visit St. Pete, Lobo, Boat Floater, Pit Viper Tuggett, or Pit Viper Twisted T Tuggett, let's say, Punisher, and Sunprint. And let's see the start. Wait for him to get lined up. Punisher needs to drop back just a little bit. Miklos needs to come up. Maybe Miklos thinking he's going to slingshot. They've got to stay 100 feet behind the pace boat. Pace boat turns off. We're going green flag racing here in Modified V. Let's see who jumps out to the early lead. It looks like Punisher, maybe just a little bit. Good acceleration out of Pit Viper. Twisted T. Miklos on the outside. Here comes Boat Floater. Boat Floater trying to get up in this. They're 4 wide on the outside. Visit St. Pete. Great acceleration there. Not sure what happened to Lobo. Lobo's dropped way behind very quickly off the start. So it's Punisher now. Boat Floater in second. Pit Viper Twisted T in third. Miklos and Visit St. Pete look like they're tied for fourth. As Mark and Chenille now have some ground to make up in Sheriff Lobo. But there's your boat you like so much. There is Steve Miklos on the outside. Look at Punisher, though. Punisher just a tremendous amount of speed. Charlie McCarthy, Tony Silvera. Of course, Charlie McCarthy started chopper propellers, started making his own propellers, became very successful. This is one of the newest phantoms. Oh, big hop there. That's a crosswake for sure. That could have come from traffic on the outside of the course. Kind of hard to see waves like that. Charlie and Tony are going to go into the turn. Boats have to maintain their lane through this turn, or at least through the second buoy of this turn, and then it can kind of be a free-for-all. There is Punisher, Miklos, Sunprint, just to the outside of them. Let's pan out, see where the group is to the inside. It should be LSB in there somewhere. Well, there's BoatFloater.com. Where did Visit St. Pete come from? Visit St. Pete Clearwater now up into the lead, challenging for the lead. Punisher carries more speed on the outside. What happened to Twisted T Pit Viper? Remember, Billy, there were 4 boats in this battle when we went into this turn, and they've really started to separate out.
Yeah, that's a quick separation.
And what a run by St. Pete, Visit St. Pete Clearwater.
That's impressive. I've never seen that boat run that good before.
Yeah, that's a 151 Express owned by George Armani.
They got a new team in that boat.
Yeah.
Nick and Precious in there.
This is, I think, their second or third race. I don't think they raced in St. Clair.
Right.
So a change-up, and now they're running really good. Charlie McCarthy, Tony Silvera in Punisher, very experienced team in that boat. Charlie actually raced another Phantom. Here is Class 4. That's Cigarette Justice League on the outside. There is Burning Man on the inside. Low-profile step-bottom boat compared to a tall-profile flat-deck Cigarette. Of course, Cigarette Justice League wants it to be a lot rougher than what it is, because that's what that boat's designed to do. So let's see how this shakes out.
That
Burning
burning.
Man.
Fast boat. Very fast boat.
Burning Man's going to be on the inside, Justice League on the outside. And we are missing some of our bigger V-bottoms this weekend. Predator is not here. Old School 2 is not here. They're for two very competitive Class 4 boats. Yep, GNS is not here. The boat out of the Velocity out of Texas. There is Burning Man.
That boat's fast, man. It's fun to watch them run that thing because they are. There's no fear in there.
No, Tony Canale definitely does not have any fear whatsoever. And let's see if we can find Class 5 in this group. Class 5 is going to be the. Oh, I'm sorry. We had Class 4 and Class 5. I thought they were. No, they were two separate starts. I apologize. Oh, back to.
Close.
Yeah, back to Modified V. Now, I believe that's going to be Punisher and Visit St. Pete Clearwater. There's Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Looks like they may have taken from Punisher on the inside. What a run by the rookie team. Second race in this boat. One of the most competitive classes out there and some of the hardest boats to handle as far as running and chine walking and bouncing back and forth to side. Joey Impression doing a great, or Nick Impression rather, doing a great job. Here is Class 5. This is the race you want to see. There is Bulletproof 517, Shoreline Plumbing. There is your boat, Team Woody Golf and Gator, or Gator and Golf.
Golf and Gator.
Golf and Gator,
yes,
right? Mm-hmm. There is Too Cool. There is Illicit Motorsports on the outside of them. The three fastest boats I expected to be in front are in front. Too Cruel, Woody Golf and Gator, and Shoreline Plumbing with Bulletproof. Greg Felipato. Greg's had a great season in that Warlock. Whoa, real tight there. Real tight on that first pin. Look at the turns down. Maybe a little bit of rub there in the middle.
Bulletproof, he's trying to make room for himself. It looks like Shoreline's trying to push him into the buoy to slow him down, but
yeah, just a little
Greg's
bit.
not going to back off of it. Doesn't look like staying right with him.
Now, and Team Woody, your boys JJ and Mike are in a good spot because as these two battle, it allows them to catch up. Look at this, three wide deck to deck as they exit the first turn.
That's awesome.
Michael Stancombe along for a Sunday drive. Got his arm hanging outside of the boat. As they exit the turn, they're going to go on the straightaway that runs east. I see Craig and his driver look over their shoulder just a little bit. They want to see where that lane is. Now, they didn't have to maintain their lanes for this position through this part of the course, but you can see Craig is starting to push him out a little bit. He's starting to run a little bit of defense.
There he goes. That's why, right there.
And now all of a sudden he turns in. That's a precarious move, though, because if you leave the inside, look at Woody and Shoreline, though. I think they're giving each other high fives there.
I think so. They're looking at each other's GPSs.
Right. There might be a yellow stripe on a black boat or a black stripe on a yellow boat. Hard to say, but they are side by side. Now, they have to be careful in the situation. Bracket class racing, you get really intense. You get really in these battles in this racing, and all of a sudden you start going a little too fast and you'll break out. And look, they're starting to catch Bulletproof. Shoreline jumps back to the inside. You can attest to this as well as I can. You never pass on a straightaway in bracket class racing because that means you're real close to breaking out. You got to be smart about what you're doing. Back to Modified V, though. Look at Visit St. Pete Clearwater, boat number 727.
Good job, guys. Holy cow.
They are just gone.
What a run.
Look at that. There is Punisher in second. Now it looks like BoatFloater.com. That is BoatFloater.com. They're on the outside. There's Miklos on the inside. Steve Furman and Steve Miklos in 51 Sunprint. What happened to Pit Viper Twisted T? That was the boat I expected to see up in this battle.
You can't count anybody out in this race either because the more laps they run, the more fuel they burn off. They lose weight.
Yep.
Depends on what prop selection they made.
You have to meet weight when you come out.
They're going to get faster and faster as this race goes on. They're going to burn 50 gallons of fuel probably, a few 400, 500 pounds.
Yep.
So,
But they have to meet weight. They can't be light when they come out or they're going to get an infraction. There is Twisted T, Pit Viper. Not sure what happened to them. They were up there in the group. Again, that boat had numerous mechanical issues yesterday.
That water's getting choppy with all those V-holes mixing it up. You got the faster ones and the slower ones, so it's not just a walk in the park out there right now. I mean, it's a washing machine of boat wake.
Well,
look at that.
Yeah, and the Pro Stock V-boats run so high in the water, you'll definitely get a chine walk. Shoreline Plumbing is going to be on the inside. They might control the turn. They don't have overtake established, though. That means Bulletproof can come down on them. Here comes Bulletproof.
Right there, shut it down.
But he left him enough room to keep him clear water in there as we lost vision for just a second. He left the lane there for him. He didn't completely shut the door. Here is Class 4, Cigarette, Justice League, and Burning Man. Looks like Burning Man continues to lead. Let's see if we can find this Class 5 battle, though. That's the one to watch right now.
Bulletproof's been having trouble, too. Craig, those are great guys.
Oh, here we go. Look at this.
What just happened?
Whoa. Now, JJ and Mike did not leave the door open there for Bulletproof at all, and Bulletproof got absorbed up in the rooster tail. That allowed Shoreline Plumbing to get around. Remember, this is bracket class racing. No matter what you do, you can't go over your speed bracket. I got goosebumps,
My hair's
too.
standing up.
This is awesome racing to see.
Man, that's why we have those guys in that boat. Those guys are
Now, but Woody's 2 for 2, right? They won St. Clair, they won Michigan City.
Yes, sir.
This could be number 3.
Yeah, we're at 49-point separation in points for the national with Shoreline, and this is early on. This is only lap 1, lap 2 here. We're early in the race here. Anything can happen.
Yeah,
we're back and forth with these guys the whole race.
Class 5 running 7 laps, Class 3 and 4 running 8 laps, and Modified V running 8 laps.
Right.
As we go down to the points breakdown for Class 5.
Is that Shoreline going out?
Well, Shoreline was in this group. Yeah, I think Shoreline may have dropped out. That is unfortunate, as we expected great things from that Superboat. But this is what your team needed to see with this point separation.
Right.
Because now, with as many boats as are in Class 5, as long as all of them finish, that's a big point difference between first and wherever Shoreline comes in.
If they had some problems over there. But, yeah, that's –
they missed the turn. They missed the turn. They missed the dog leg. And that's kind of a common problem to have if you're not used to running a dog leg. It's
but they're
amazing.
right back in the front.
Yeah, but
hope they didn't break out getting back over there.
At that one point, you got to wonder, did they, they were a ways off to be catching up to this group here. But this is 1, 2, and 3 in Class 5. Short little Michael Stancombe can hardly see him over the top of the seat. There's J.J. Turk slowing him down with his big head up in the air.
And in the brackets, too. I mean, Shoreline could have broke out on purpose to get back, thinking that maybe we broke out as well.
Right.
So
and
it goes down
could have broken out.
Time and distance at that point, who broke out the most and for the farthest. So until the awards, like I said, it's anybody's win until then. We don't know who wins until they tell us.
And these results are completely unofficial. Like, whatever we tell you is going to happen here, it's completely unofficial. That's with any class of boat racing, even Superstock. They had to meet their tech specs when they got back, and if they didn't, there would be infractions. There is Team Woody. They lead in Class 5. Bulletproof in second. There is Shoreline. Shoreline trying to go to the inside of this turn. Now, Woody did leave the door open for them, so did Bulletproof. Yep, there goes JJ. Drives right down to the buoy. He leaves them no room. Step bottom boats have to be careful when they drive up over wakes like this and turn. That's what will break the back end of the boat free, and the boat could spin out. Now the battle for second in Class 5. There's Shoreline and Bulletproof. Remember, Shoreline missed the dog leg. We thought they had a problem, which is uncommon for that boat. That boat is normally very consistent, as it looks like they had an issue with the dog leg, so they went out a little bit wider. Here is Visit St. Pete Clearwater. If we look out a little bit, we'll see if they continue to lead. It looks like they are, boat 727. Visit St. Pete Clearwater. What a race that would be if they could win here in front of their sponsor.
Absolutely.
In their hometown. Now I'm looking for Punisher. Okay, so that's a Class 5 boat. That's the only thing that I saw was worried about was that one wake and making sure that it wasn't Punisher. But now the Modified V guys are starting to lap up into the Class 5 boats. That's going to be very difficult with these Phantoms. Again, they run so high, they chine walk a lot, and they'll really rocker a lot up over these waves.
That's why Steve's going wide now in the Sunprint. He's getting outside of that wave, because when you go into the turn, it's a curving wake off of the boat in front of you. And so it can throw you out of your boat, if you will, hitting it in that turn like that. Versus a straightaway, you can rock down through there. But that turn is very dangerous with those wakes.
Well, and you can high side. Anything can happen there.
And you scrub speed whenever you're doing all that bouncing around. So he just went wide, went around, and kept his speed going. So
in a step bottom boat, it still turns, but it slides as it turns.
Right.
It doesn't carve and dig in. And as that slides, as you go across those rollerways you talked about, you hit the outside corner on a wake, it's going to roll it over and flip it to the high side. So you got to be careful with that. Great racing here, though, in race number 3 of 4.
And they're heads up racing in Class 4 as well.
Yeah, they for sure are. That cigarette's doing better than I thought. There is Yabba Dabba Doo. They are definitely slow. Remember, they had to put a new engine in. There is Elite Home Game Rooms of Clyde Petty, the only boat running in Class 3. He doesn't have a whole lot to go out here and prove today. I still got to go out and finish it and win it and get the experience in the boat.
Yeah, we'll have our boat back with him in Clearwater and then in Fort Myers. So the Lady Craft will be racing with Clyde there. So.
Yep, and that'll be very exciting. That'll keep Clyde honest. I mean, Clyde's an honest guy as it is, but,
Well, 85 is 85,
you know. right? But you got to wonder about this here. I think both of these boats are running right at their speed, right? They're running as close as they can get to it because they're really not passing each other.
Yeah, they've been like that the whole race, it looks like. It's pretty close.
Yeah, and the Cigarette is staying outside more than Burning Man. So Burning Man is able to control the corner. Remember, Burning Man is a stepped bottom boat. What kind of hull is Burning Man? I forget.
I think that's a speedster boat. Is that correct?
That's right. It is a speedster boat. You're right. Yep. That's exactly right. That's another West Coast built boat out in California. There goes Cigarette Justice League. A beautiful paint job on Cigarette Justice League. A big old cigarette. You know that thing's loud.
They're just on a Saturday stroll in this water with that big cigarette, too.
Right. They're probably making margaritas in the cockpit
probably
or something.
having tea.
Right. you have any Grey Poupon, they're probably asking. But there goes Burning Man. So Burning Man able to turn a little bit better. Ran pin to pin. A lot of experience in Burning Man with Kyle Dietzman and Tony Canali. Tony Canali owns Sonic Powerboats, actually, building center consoles and cat boats. Kyle Dietzman out of Ohio. Used to run with Simmons. Jim Simmons, who hasn't been back out this year. Ultra-competitive guy in
We need to see him back on the course. That's always a good race with Jim.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, here we go back into Modified V. Modified V, second place should be Sunprint, but now the battle might be back for first. What happened to Bulletproof in all of this? They were right there with Shoreline and with Woody, but we don't know what happened to them. There's Visit St. Pete. They are your leader in Modified V. There's Sunprint in second. There's Bulletproof way off the pace. And now the dogleg is really where it starts to screw a lot of boats up because, faster boats are to the outside, but you're going to be to the inside. I believe that's Punisher right there. Punisher falling way off the pace after a great start. Also, Boat Floater way off the pace after they were up there with a great start. But Visit St. Pete Clearwater, boat number 727, getting it done.
Punisher's, I think it's a new hull after the Cocoa Beach race. They switched from their 32 back to their 30 and re-rigged it.
Yeah, they might have, yeah.
And so
you're right.
They've been, it's new. I mean, it's hard to get a boat like that on the course to perform like this so quickly after you rebuild a boat,
Well, and Charlie McCarthy's an incredibly creative guy. He's done a lot of, big hop there. They square it up. That's a, look at Miklos come on the outside. I don't think Miklos lifted it all going into that corner.
That's why I like to watch those guys.
Yeah.
It is all or nothing with Miklos.
I think his driver's
Fairman, what a driver he is. Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
They had a pretty bad spin there at Sarasota as well, so they've had to do some work on that boat. I'm surprised they didn't break their boat. Pretty violent.
That was
spin
violent,
at 83 miles an hour.
There were good videos posted of that.
Yeah, 83 to 0 in like 2 seconds.
Right.
It was pretty violent. But, that he said the boat held together. They were fine. And, fortunately, they're good.
Yeah. So boat number 22, Punisher, is in third place in Modified V. After a great start, they've seemed to slow quite a bit. Billy talked about it, and I'll talk about it again. The setup could go away from these guys, or the setup can come to these guys as they burn off fuel. The boat's either going to get lighter and faster and easier to handle, or they're going to get lighter and harder to handle. And when we say hard to handle, they're going to ride up out of the water more. They're going to chine walk. That's a little bit of a chine walk you see there. These boats have hydraulic steering in it, so it doesn't give you the response with an outdrive enough time to counteract the chine walk. So you have to slow the boat a little bit, set it down, get it right, and get it going. If you watch Tyler Crockett run the shootout last weekend at 132, his boat with chine walk, and said, I just had to slow it, set it down, get the boat to go back again. As this is on edge, this is a Warlock hull, got the scoop on the back of it. There's Illicit Motorsports.
Papa Mios. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Papa Mios, another team with a local sponsorship to their hometown. And that boat used to be Team Raven, I want to say, owned by Robert Bryant.
Yes, sir.
Just a few short years ago.
It's a great boat. 2019 World Champion boat there.
Yep.
And I think Robert Bryant won the World Championship in 18 or 17 in that boat as well.
Yeah.
There at Inglewood, and that's great. It's a good big water boat.
Yeah. Mark moved down to Florida. He used to race up in New Jersey with us on the OPA series, and moved down to Florida. He was able. But again, this is true grassroots racing, if you would. So, it takes a lot to keep the engine programs together and to keep the boats running.
I mean, he broke the motor, lost all his oil at Cocoa Beach this year in that thing, and he just got the new motor in this week. I mean, so it takes a minute to get this built with, especially right now in the times we're in with these parts. It's hard to get parts, timing, shops are busy, so.
Look at the battle here, though. This is in Modified V. Remember that turn that Miklos and Furman just took? Well, it's working out for them because they're catching Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Visit St. Pete Clearwater was just dominating this race.
That's prop selection there.
But this is the best I've seen Miklos and Sunprint run all year. They have not been up front where they're normally used to. This is what we're used to seeing out of boat number 51.
That's a drag race right there.
Totally.
Great racing. Look at that.
And they're going to go back down to the dogleg. Now, if Miklos can stay alongside Visit St. Pete, he's going to control the inside of the dogleg. He'll be able to push him out. You've seen that dogleg I have. It's a harder dogleg than I thought. I thought it was going to be more of a jog, but it's more of a squared up turn to get back out. It's a lot. It goes in further than what I thought it did. You'll be able to see it here.
Yeah, as soon as you come out of that turn, Bowie, we're talking to some of the Superstock guys, and they said as soon as you come out of that turn, you have to commit to the dogleg. It's that close. So it's a really hard right-hand turn. It's probably a 130-degree turn coming around that thing.
And then once you get out of the dogleg, then it's hard to commit down to the turn by the pier.
We like those in racing. It throws a little bit of game in there,
Well, it's an equalizer, right? Now, Miklos actually did the polite thing and didn't really push him very wide there. Miklos could have run a defensive line. I know Tori's on land.
Team Woody in the back.
Yeah,
Shoreline.
Team Woody starting to pull away from Shoreline. Again, they have to be careful not to break out their speed bracket. Visit St. Pete, though, they went over the wake there. Now, this is interesting because Miklos, I think, made up all that time in this turn the last lap. Went really fast through that turn. You and I both saw it. But I think Visit St. Pete's, he's passed him again, though. He's not afraid of it.
Watch them turn this 51 boat on this turn. Those guys turn harder than anybody, I think, other than Britt Lilly. That Extreme will turn on a rail.
Oh, yeah, but you can see he wasn't lined up with the pin at all because he actually had to turn out to get to it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, he missed a pin.
He did miss
it, didn't he? He did miss a pin. Miklos and Sunprint just missed the pin. Oh, man.
Yeah, he's inside that number 1 buoy out there.
Now he's going to have to loop back around and get it.
I don't think we're going to pick him up. I think they're going to deduct time.
Yeah, probably do a time deduction. But he did miss that buoy, and we saw him on that straightaway. He kept turning like up a little bit. I don't know if he lost it in the skyline or what. Now, when I raced, and you can attest to this, I'd always pick land objects to look at.
Right.
And if I knew if I was pointing like a radio tower, a water tower, a condo building, I knew like that tower you're looking at our screen. If we looked right across that, I'd be like, okay, I know the turn is that way.
Cocoa Beach, we had to do that. The water was so big there. We're
going to go to a replay real quick of the buoy and see what we saw. Yep, there is Sunprint. Now look, he turns, and look how much wider and see, there's the buoy right there. That is the P1 turn buoy, and Sunprint 110% missed it.
Man,
there's no questions asked.
Deal.
Yeah, that's a bad day right there. So now, Visit St. Pete should have seen that. I would be surprised if Miklos didn't have somebody on land telling him what was going on, but it will be a time deduction. Now, if Miklos can get out and hold it wide open and can be a 10-second lead, if it's a 10-second penalty, he can still win. But we don't know what the penalty is going to be assessed by Jeff Tomlinson, our chief referee. They'll have to go back and do that. Here is Woody and Shoreline. Woody Golf and Gator, Michael Stancombe, J.J. Turk. Who's in Shoreline this weekend? I don't think Cohen's in town, is he?
No, Simmons is in there.
Is Simmons in there? Okay.
I believe so. And then Brent, of course.
Okay.
He flew in last night and got here. Man, those guys are awesome. We love racing them. It's been a great relationship, first and second all year with these guys. And
Eddie Simmons is like Mr. Superboat.
Yeah,
Cohen builds it, but Eddie Simmons has run outrageous. He has a Y2K Superboat himself. He's had for years.
Yeah.
I've run a pleasure boat of that model, and I think it's fantastic.
That's a great boat. If we buy a fourth boat, it could be a superboat. You never know.
I thought you were going Superstock.
You never know. You never know where we're going to go.
Well, they had a big class meeting the other day. I'm sure you heard of the results of that.
Yeah.
So maybe some changes coming to that. So here is a battle in Class 4. That's Illicit Motorsports.
Class 5.
I'm sorry, Class 5, yep. Class 5, there's Illicit Motorsports, and I believe that's On Edge. Now, Illicit Motorsports has gotten around them. Now, even though they're a little bit further back, Joe Riley driving Shoreline. Thanks, Boomer, for the update.
Okay.
Joe Riley driving Shoreline. Okay. We don't have names in front of us. They weren't put on our paperwork, so we apologize if we get something wrong. I apologize. But there's Illicit. These guys can still break out, too, though. Just because they're not in the lead, all of them have to turn their GPSs in because it can move people up the bracket. So Illicit could still have broken out, and On Edge could still be in front of them.
You can be last place in the water and first place on the podium.
Yep.
With this stuff, that's what I like about it the most. I mean, it's bracket racing, it's speed limits, and it's a lot going on. You're like Chad, he wants to go
right,
and so to hold the boat back it's an adrenaline rush to do that. Second, you don't know who wins until you get there. That's like flipping over your cards in poker, and all of a sudden you win a
big
whoa.
It's definitely getting choppy going out of this dog leg. That was a big hop. But now remember, Miklos missed a turn buoy. We can officially say that he missed a turn buoy. And we don't know what the time penalty will be assessed on that missing of the buoy.
But he's going to still keep racing, just like he didn't miss it. So
he's going to hold. Oh, look at that.
That's pretty rare for him to miss a buoy like that.
Yeah, again, did he lose it in the spray? Did he lose it in the spectator? I mean, these are tall buoys here with P1. I mean, they're hard to miss, and it's orange and blue.
Sure.
So it's got some contrasting colors on it.
And the Visit St. Pete boat could have been in his vision and just blocked the buoy, and when he missed it, who knows?
Yeah, but see, he was a big miss, though.
He was way inside there.
That miss is like you're rubbing the other side of the buoy.
He got it that time.
Oh, did he get that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Good job, Steve. Way to stay on it.
There you go.
But he's still turning that boat wicked fast. And you're right, he's going to race wide open. Again, because if it's a time penalty and he can pull, and he's pulling away from Visit St. Pete, he can offset the time penalty and still has a chance to win it.
Yeah, we stopped going back and catching buoys a couple of years ago for safety reasons. You don't want to be going back and blending into other boat traffic, trying to just pick up buoys. So they just went ahead and started assessing a time penalty, which is, everyone agrees that, safety first.
Yep.
So
Visit St. Pete Clearwater still having a great race for this team. Second race in this boat, still trying to get it figured out. This is a Phantom hull. but it's had a lot of work done to it by George and the 151 Express team, to get it to where it is. Boat's been around for a couple of years.
It looks awesome out there today.
And this is a Gen 2 Extreme. So what I say by Gen 2 is there a Gen 1 Extreme? That's actually the Twisted T Pit Viper boat is Gen 1. This was Gen 2. This is the only Gen 2 in existence, I believe, in offshore power racing. And then Gen 3 will be Britt's boat coming out later in the Pro Stock class, running the Mercury 525 engine. There's boat 350.
It's like he's got a drive issue. That thing is trimmed way up for some reason. A big rooster tail there.
Elite Home Game Rooms. Damon Murata and Clyde Petty. Of course, Damon will be pulling double duty. Yeah, he's definitely slow. He's barely...
He was been having trouble with that that drive this week anyways. He put it on Facebook the other day. They were testing some stuff and found some issues. But he said, he's going to go ahead and run it.
Yeah.
He's got sponsorship to satisfy, and then, just get out there and run the boat around.
But he's pulling, if that's him, he's pulling the inside of the course, and I do think that's him. So, but they could have realized don't do any more damage than what you have to.
Right.
You're only running by yourself. Don't break it.
Sure.
Don't create more work for yourself. As it looks like Elite Home Gamers will be pulling to the inside of the course. Here is Class 5. This has been the battle all day. Now, this is what you start to see in bracket racing after a while. Everybody kind of gets into their little grooves, their little spots, and nothing really changes. Lap after lap after lap. That means they're pretty much running close to the same speed. But that battle in the lead, I raced with the Smith brothers in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. He doesn't like me telling this story, but I do anyway. I was racing with him. Oh, yeah, look at that.
That's a little bit of space there. He'll get behind on that. Lose
yeah,
some speed.
Well, and that's what happens with a step bottom boat. He had to go over that turning wake, like you said, that arced wake, and it upsets the boat to the point where you could spin out.
Right. It'll skate around on you.
Yep. Meanwhile, JJ and Michael look like they're running that boat a little flatter than normal, probably running some tab down in it. That boat have ballast in the front?
It has weight box in it. I don't think we have any weight in there.
Okay.
Not much.
Yep. So he could just be running a little bit of negative trim, or maybe a little bit neutral trim tab. Just keep the bow down, because we have seen some unusual, strange places. There's obviously no rhythm to it whatsoever. Yeah. But they continue to lead. Shoreline in second and Bulletproof in third. Bulletproof was up there with this group. They have fallen way off.
Just for the viewers on the weight box situation, so we have to pre-select the weight for that boat before the race. It's bars we put in there that weigh, lead bars.
Yeah.
So once we put it in there, it's into the whole race. In other boats, like our Fountain, for instance, it's a water box.
Yep.
So we can take on water, we can let water out, we can adjust that ballast as we go. And so I like it better being able to adjust. But the weight box, it's great because it makes the boat run like that. And when the attitude is flat like that, you can just stay on the throttle the whole time. It turns perfect, it rides perfect, it's good to go.
Yeah, and most of the modified V's and Pro Stock V's have ballast tanks in them.
Right.
I know for a fact the boat that I'm most familiar with is Pit Viper Twisted T. They run it off exhaust water. So what they do, Britt pulls it out of the water itself on the trim tab.
Trim tab, he moved it back there so he could get some cool water in there.
Yep. Some boats do run it off of the exhaust, where instead of dumping the water out of the side of the boat, they'll valve it off, pump the water up into the ballast tank, and then dump it back out.
And your competitor doesn't know what you're doing at that point. In the fountain, our fountain, it blows out the sides of the boat. So when I'm emptying ballast, you can see it because it's a 3,800 gallon a minute pump, and it's shooting out the side. So, you don't have to give your strategy away when you run it out through your exhaust because no one can see it.
Right. And you run tractor pipes on the fountain anyway, so you don't spit water out of it anything.
It's blown out the back, right.
Right, unless you know where it's going to come out on the side.
Yeah, if we're dumping ballast water in that fountain, it looks like a sprinkler system going around the track.
There is Cigarette Justice League. So we could put a whole fleet of boats together now with cartoons on it. We've got the Bat Boat, we've got Cigarette Justice League. Let's get some more coming out here. Here's boat number 51, Sunprint, Steve McLeod, Steve Furman. Very exciting.
Looks good.
These guys, boat looks awesome.
Where's Boat Floater? I haven't seen those guys.
Yeah, they were right up in that group. It's kind of the whole modified V. The back half has just kind of dropped off. I got word that Sheriff Lobo dropped out, boat number D700. Give a shout out to our boys down in Trinidad. I know they're always listening, and I know they just concluded the great race down there.
Good guys.
Yeah, they're awesome. And
Shamil,
I talk about this all the time, but that's where a lot of boats go that don't live here anymore.
They retire there. There's a fountain there, 35 fountain there.
Yep, there is.
The Bushnell, I believe is how.
I think so. Yeah,
and it's gray.
Yep, it's gray. But the old Big Thunder Skaters down there, the old Aquamania Mystics down there. There's an old Doug Wright down there. Yeah. A lot of boats down there. It's pretty big. And the great races, if you watch some of the videos, that's a hard race.
It is.
Nigel Hook went down there and did it in Silverhook a couple of years ago, and they run in calm water, but then all of a sudden they jump out in that ocean, and that's where you see that video of Motul Monster just flying up in the air. There's BoatFloater.com. Really just kind of running all by themselves at this point. Lap 7 of 8. So we should be getting the white flag, or may have gotten the white flag. We didn't get to see it. Again, I'd really try not to count laps, especially with racing that's been this exciting. You just don't think about it.
These boats have been like this all year. Either they're in front and there's a gap like this, or we're in front in the same gap. It's just once they settle in, they're both running the speed on the straightaway and in the turns. It's almost like it's remote control boats, really.
And now you got to wonder about Craig Bellafato and Bulletproof.
Where are they? They've been having some engine trouble, though. Their fuel injection system's been giving them all kinds of trouble. So to run as well as he did today, considering what they were telling me about that thing, has been a good day for them as well.
Well, he's still in there. He's in third. I saw him come into the picture.
Okay, good. Yeah.
But this is where in bracket class racing, maybe Craig is thinking these guys
might have
broke
won.
out, right?
He has won that way before.
Right. It's a very and I'm telling you, I can't express to you when you get in those side-by-side battles and all you want to do is get the advantage, it's really hard not to do it. Stan Combe is a great throttle man. He's been around a long time. He's a big boat throttle man, though. He's run Supercat Light in the day, back in the day. So bracket class racing is a bit of a change for him. I believe he can do it. But the story I was telling, we were racing Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in Class 6 in Lotto. And, of course, he's from Lotto, so he wanted to put on a fan favorite. It was a dogleg turned back in, and he just went railing by us, like wide open. And I had no comms in the Smith Brothers boat that day, so we couldn't talk. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, please just don't break out. I'm just like, let's do our own thing here. And we ended up breaking out, because it was just that one moment of adrenaline, one moment of excitement. And unfortunately, take it out of the event.
Well, these are 100-mile-an-hour boats here. I mean, our Phantom ran 99 in the shootout, 1 mile.
That's wicked fast.
Shoreline's running 1,200 horsepower motor in that boat. It was well over 100.
Yep.
And to keep them back at that speed and not push, it's hard for a human to not respond and just be in the front, with all that power. So
so lap 5 completed for Class 5. So we should be on the last lap, I believe, for Modified V. Might have 2 laps left in 3 and 4, although 3 is out. Elite Home Game Rooms dropped out early with mechanical issues, what appears. So Class 4 probably has 2 laps left, and I believe Class 5 will have 2 laps left. Here is Sunprint, boat number 51. Really getting up into the lap traffic now, and you can see how that was really upsetting Burning Man there.
Yeah.
Illicit Motorsports is down in the middle of the track, that Class 5 boat. I saw them, they're sitting there with their helmets off.
And you got to know that's a big weight coming off the cigarette boat he's going around now. So he had to go through some pretty rough water to get to where he's at on the outside in these 30-foot boats. So
but even
running those speeds.
Even the Modified Vs are putting out a wake because it's a V-bottom boat. They're still throwing something out there. Plus, you're getting the weight coming across the race course from the other side that you're running down, and the dogleg puts a weird bend in it. So there's some changes definitely happening. I believe that's Too Cruel. That's Too Cruel. Don't know what happened to Daniel Rakes. He's usually one of the Class 5 contenders, for sure.
That Phantom is a good boat.
They all get around lap traffic there. Miklos does the right thing, goes way to the outside.
They're probably running mid-90s in those boats.
I would think so. That boat looks the best it looked all year. Finally looks flat. Looks like it's carrying the bow, going really quick. Going so quick they may have missed a turn buoy, so we'll have to make that infracted. There's a white flag lap. So we are going to wrap this race up. Best racing of the day was in the first few laps of this one. And I will tell you, Billy Shipley can come back and announce a race with me anytime you
I appreciate that. Well, I'll probably be in the boat next time. I just took advantage of this trip since I'm not racing, to come up here and hang out with you. You always do such a great job. Everybody at home loves hearing you on here and, calling everything. Everybody so well. And so thank you for spending time in the pits with us and getting to know everything. And, and doing it. I know everybody appreciates it. We all like to be talked about on TV.
Even if you're Yabba Dabba Doo, who is having a mechanical issue. Somebody just asked, is Yabba Dabba Doo out or still in, rather? And they're under tow, obviously. And Rich Smith said, thanks, Mike, LOL, because I told the Lotto story again. So like watching the comments and seeing how everybody goes. But we're wrapping up race number 4 of 5. White flag continues to wave right off of the Vinoy Pier here in beautiful St. Petersburg for the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Petersburg Clearwater. Sponsor A-Game Energy Drink. They pull my one sheet out here. I apologize. Series sponsor CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers sponsoring this 2021 season. As everybody starts to wrap up, look how much taller that cigarette is than that. Yeah,
it's a big boat.
That's another 30-foot Superboat Y2K right there, the blue one.
Yeah, I think that cigarette's 39. Is that correct? 39-foot boat, and it's a 30-foot extreme hull there. So
an old flat deck skater. So it's built like a tank. It'll go through anything you put at it.
That boat's awesome. It sounds amazing.
Oh yeah, with the 4-1, with the 2-1 exhaust.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like Predator. Predator's
Beautiful
got the same exhaust setup. So Elite Home Game Rooms is still under their own power.
He's
so
not
not
on
sure
the hook
what
yet.
happened to them. So he'll go back in. Fast Response Towing is providing the towing here at no charge. Now, if your boat flips and they have to salvage it, obviously then that changed. But it's always good to have a group like Fast Response Towing around. Very professional. They have a YouTube channel, believe it or not. You can watch some of their recoveries on YouTube. They actually have Ken Bollinger's wreck in Sarasota.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad wreck there. Ken's here, actually. He came to watch the race. I saw him last night at the welcome party, and he's got another boat, from what I understand.
Yeah, he brought it. The reason he's here is he brought his trailer down here to get the boat on the trailer.
Nice, good. So he'll be back. That's great.
Working with Will Smith and Phantom.
He's walking a little bit, you know. He broke his leg pretty bad there at that Sarasota deal. And
he got lucky. He got real lucky.
What a great job by the dive team and the rescue guys at that deal. I mean, that boat sunk, quickly to the bottom. And they had a rope on it, and the Fast Response, I believe, had it pulled out. And look at that race there.
Yeah, so Shoreline Plumbing had definitely taken advantage of that inside line through the left-hand dogleg, rather. But Woody's going to control it coming back into this turn.
JJ's looking back. He knows he's there. So.
Yeah, now Shoreline could do something stupid and try and get across the back of it, but that's not a smart idea. You're not going to get in there because JJ's not going to leave it.
He's not going to leave the door.
Room. He's going to reach out and touch the buoy with his hand to make sure he's close enough.
We're going to black on one side of our boat and orange on the other after this race.
We definitely think there's some stripe after maybe some bumping and grinding in the first lap.
It's okay. It's a wrap. We can get it wrapped again.
JJ went a little wider than I thought he would.
He's pushing him out. That's strategy there. JJ, he's looking back. He's driving backwards.
Yep.
Yeah, he's making sure.
Well, and you forget that second buoy's there. There's 4 pins in this turn, so you can't see it. So, they got to run to that. But he did run a little bit of defense there, and you can see that by the gap there, about a rooster tail length down. But this should be the checkered flag for Class 5 when we come across the finish line. Yep, there it is. So Team Woody.
Unofficially.
Gator.
Golf and Gator.
Golf and Gator. I'm sorry, Golf and Gator.
Yes, sir.
The local sponsor. Big shout out to them.
There's Bafado.
There's Craig. Where can you find out more information about Golf and Gator?
Golf and Gator, they're on the Facebook page.
Okay.
Big time on there. They're always putting stuff up. They had us, when we were there racing and stuff.
Justin, can my invitation to the Golf and Gator Grand Prix get mailed to me for
we'll
next year?
Reinstate you.
I need it hand delivered. Okay.
Justin, fun.
Justin, his brother, is sitting behind us. He's the only one I can trust. Sunprint, boat number 51, they are your unofficial winners in Modified V. But remember, they 110% missed a buoy, and not by a little bit. They missed it by a lot. So there will be a time penalty assessed to them. But that was a pretty big gap between Visit St. Pete and them. So depending on what the time penalty is, now he didn't hit the buoy, he didn't take the buoy out, but he by sure
totally
missed it. Now, the pull back in the day was you had to loop back around to go make the buoy back up, but that became a safety issue. Is when you got so many boats out there in the course, you have very limited visibility, and you necessarily can't see what's going on. So results in Modified V, Sunprint, Visit St. Pete Clearwater, and boat number 22, Punisher, after these boats all gapped out. In Class 4, I believe it was Burning Man in first and Cigarette Justice League in second. And in Class 5, it was Team Wood, or Team Woody, as we're calling him, Golf and Gator in first, Shoreline Plumbing in second, and Bulletproof in third. Again, all these results are unofficial until everything is assessed by the referee staff here with P1 Offshore. You're watching the 2021 P1, St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix, coming to you live from beautiful St. Petersburg, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. As there's
Charlie.
Yep, there's Charlie, stuck his head up, congratulating Miklos. I think Miklos got air conditioning in that boat too, I think, but I'm not 100%
They do. They have electric.
sure.
They also have cool suits they wear in there as well.
Oh, right,
Miklos and Steve Fairman, they walk around with them on and plug them in.
All right, so 5 is not finished. We thought they were, but I guess they had one more lap to run. They don't have to worry about weight. They do have to worry about running out of fuel. But in the practice class boats, you can overfuel if you needed to, because it's not really, as we said, the boats can really run faster than what they're running.
Absolutely.
So they can run extra fuel. Shoreline Plumbing nowhere near where they were the last time in this spot. Shoreline Plumbing was a lot closer. JJ and Mike did a defensive move there where they pushed him out wide. As you said, JJ was racing behind him. This is the only form of racing where you can look behind you and the other person can't go faster to catch you.
Yeah.
They always tell you in racing, don't ever look behind you, because it gives the guy behind you to go after you.
Yeah, it's like a tease.
It is, exactly.
Come and get me.
But they've still got to get through the dogleg, and they've still got to get through the end of this turn. So let's see how that goes.
This is a proud owner moment here. Chad's in Kentucky. They're doing a family thing this weekend up there. Miss them, Tom and their family here. we've been together every race since they took me to Cocoa Beach in 2014, so this is weird for me to be here by myself. But I know Chad's just as proud as I am. These guys, JJ and Stanko,
You'll
they're
be getting
competitive.
a text in a couple minutes from some people, I think.
They're watching. I hit him up before we got on the screen here and told him we were going live. So,
and Chad is Woody of
Chad is Woody. Chad and Tom Woody. That's correct.
Yep. You guys are partnered. You guys are partners in the boat, partners in the team. Started off again with the Levy Craft, bought the Fountain, and bought the Phantom here and raced and got guys in the boat. So we did get confirmation from Race Control that they did miss, that Sunprint did miss the buoy.
Yeah.
Let's go back to scoring here and see if we can get some sort of an update.
Last time through the dog leg here.
Yep.
JJ's looking, so he's just going to be right on that buoy. There's some more yellow on the boat.
Okay. So, this is good. Yep, here we go. Still Class 5. Now look how much Shoreline has caught up to them coming out of that turn on the straightaway. Joe and Eddie look back to the inside. They don't have overtake, though, so they're not going to be able to make it work.
Shoreline's picking up ground at that turn. If JJ comes into it and Michael has to scrub some speed off, the Shoreline, that superboat has a lot of horsepower in there, and so he can pull back to that 75 faster a little bit than we can. But so
you're a naturally aspirated motor, too.
We are. It's 540 ADCO motor, and it's the same one Billy had. We're still running the same engine in that boat. We haven't taken it apart. We're not going to touch it until
after this.
This is amazing until something breaks, So.
But you said, 1,100 horsepower in the Shoreline plumbing boat. I think that's
versus
a Whipple.
620.
I think that's a Whipple.
It is. It is. Yeah.
So they get a little bit more, like you said, they get more acceleration than your Phantom does.
Sure.
So you got to run a little bit more defense there. Shoreline definitely wanted to look to the inside. Now Stancomb's looking over his shoulder here. There goes JJ.
JJ's the most competitive person I've ever met in my life.
Oh, yeah, he loves racing.
Unbelievable, man. 3 in the morning, he's texting me, hey.
Shoreline definitely, look at that. Shoreline way looked in there. They really wanted to get that inside line, but they weren't able to do so.
There you go, boys.
Arms are raised.
Good job,
Team
guys.
Woody, Golf and Gator, taking the unofficial win here in.
Nice.
Look, Michael's like, JJ, pay attention. JJ, pay attention. Steer over here. Steer over here. JJ's all freaking. JJ's all spastic inside.
He is, man.
Probably,
I love it. I told you, he's a competitive man, and when he wins, it's.
And JJ's super hospitable at the Cocoa Beach race. He has a party there at his hotel.
His hotel, the La Quinta Cocoa Beach there,
Yep.
It's a welcome the whole week. It's awesome. Those guys are amazing people, man. That's what I love about it. Is we met so many good people doing this throughout the years. That's what keeps us coming back.
Yep.
It'd be easy to quit after we break 2 or 3 engines a year,
Right.
We just keep on bringing them back.
Blow a few drives. There is Mr. Baldhead Michael Stancombe jumping up and celebrating. There is JJ.
Oh, wait, what are you doing? Put that back on.
Well, he's got to get his tall, lanky butt out of the seat.
Yeah, those seats are tight.
Yeah. Here comes Bulletproof. They should come across the line in 3rd place in Class 5 after a great start. Again, he could have thought those other boats broke out. Craig's not really one to lift and go slow.
No.
But if he's fairly confident they broke out.
Like I said, he's fighting a gremlin with that fuel injection system. They're going to get it fixed. But, a lot of respect for that team there, man. Those guys are awesome people.
And real quick, we do want to talk about one thing since we do have one of your boats out here racing for Sophie. We talked about it in Michigan City.
Sabrina Winowski.
Sabrina. Yep. I elaborated on that a little bit, but you can elaborate on that a little bit more.
Yeah, so whenever I said making friends with people, it's part of the reason we come is because of this camaraderie we have with all these people. And so Rob and Vinny racing the Bronx Phantom
Class 5
boat with this. They're a big competitor of ours and great friends, New York guys. And, Sabrina, Vinny's sister, Rob's daughter, had some non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, I think was what she had. So she had to go through some chemo treatments this year. And so the guys just said, we're going to stay home and be with you and do this. So Chad and I were talking one day. I said, we need to represent them somehow. So we put racing for Sabrina Bronx Phantom on all of our boats. Kind of carry the love for those guys. So I know they're watching right now.
Yep.
They were, texting me this morning, go in, go kick some tail or whatever. We love you guys. We can't wait to see you in Inglewood.
Super competitive, and I believe they're partners in Phantom Boats because apparently that's all they.
That's all they have.
They have a formula and a whaler or something, but apparently they can go down there and get a loaner boat, go to the shootout, and do whatever they want. I did get confirmation from Race Control that Sunprint did miss the buoy, and that gave the win to boat 727.
Wow.
St. Pete. Visit St. Pete Clearwater. So they are your winners, pending any inspection infractions once the boat gets craned out. Again, it has to meet weight. They'll definitely going to check some of the motors and probably some of the drives, especially as fast as they were.
They're going to be checking that boat out for sure.
But it's awesome to see that
boat
run that fast. That's the best I've seen that boat run. So congratulations to boat 7.
And it's unofficial in that class, too, until they tech that boat and make sure everything specs out okay.
Yep.
They got to weigh them coming out on the crane. They got to go check I'm sure they'll check their motors. They checked them before the race, but they'll check them again. I think the fastest 2 or 3 boats, they always check some stuff.
Yep, they got a tech inspection.
I think Tyler Crockett gets checks that out, tech inspection over there. But
and Tyler's a very fair guy to Tyler's very even keel,
Yeah.
doesn't get excited. I really enjoy getting to hang out with Tyler.
And he does business with everyone.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Our engines in our fountain are Crockett engines in there.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Pump It, actually, I was going to say earlier, but the Pump It guys used to have our fountain. It was a Pump It boat.
That was Pump It before it was Rab, right?
It was,
okay,
that's right.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
See, these
And then
boats-
Steve Kerr had it.
Oh, that was
After
Miss PTM. That's right. Yeah,
It was PTM,
Steve
and so
Kerr.
it's been
Steve
around
Kerr and his family from up in the Detroit, Michigan area. Of course, another crazy person that said hi on our Facebook page here, Mr. Travis Laughlin.
Oh, Big T, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, if you think JJ Turk is crazy, go hang out with JJ. Or if you think JJ's crazy, go hang out with Travis for
Man.
like an hour.
Yeah.
And it'll completely wear you out. Obviously,
What a guy.
Yeah,
Great guy.
Travis Laughlin from Deadliest Catch actually got involved with the Hillstrand brothers, used to work with the Hillstrand brothers. We got to know them with Geico, and then Travis got involved and raced for actually quite a few years.
Yeah. Yeah, Travis, good dude. I'm glad when he makes it down here. He lives up in Alaska or something.
Yeah,
He's
he's
way
still
up
running
there.
boats up there, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
And now look at this. JJ is going to go steal Visit St. Pete's flag. I think it's just a joke, but I think they're just going to celebrate. But they're congratulating each other. As we go to some highlights.
Hey, look at Shoreline. Respect, man. I got a lot of respect for these guys, our competitors in our class.
Yeah, without a doubt. But let's go to some highlights. What was the most exciting race of the day as everybody's kind of starting to celebrate. And here's our highlight reel. This was a start of Modified V. Visit St. Pete off to a great start. All 4 or 5 of these boats really off to a great start. That's Punisher. That was Boat Floater. Punisher then took the early lead, but it was Visit St. Pete Clearwater that was to the inside. They ran with Punisher and then eventually just started to pull away and checked out on the group. Class 4, it was Burning Man and Cigarette Justice League, but I didn't see Burning Man finish. And then there was this in Class 5. Rubbin is racing, as Cole Trickle says in Days of Thunder, and that's what happened here. Here is Visit St. Pete.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at
1,
that
2, 3.
battle. And that may have been what got Craig. Craig got really wet there, and you notice he lost a lot of speed. This was the drama of the day, though. Miklos missed the buoy, 110% missed the buoy. Big hop there, but by missing that buoy, he was assessed a penalty, and that gave the win to Visit St. Pete Clearwater here in St. Petersburg, Florida, in the race of the day. And there's a Team Woody Boys, Golfing Gators celebrating. Obviously, Golfing Gator, they're probably pretty excited to see their boat out there and winning. Oh, yeah, you're going to go out there and have a drink with them. But that makes my heart jump right there to see those boys come out and win. Second race in the boat, still figuring out, and one of the hardest class to race in. They were able to go out there and do it, and they ran with the best, 110%.
Absolutely.
Deserve everything they got. So they'll head back in and get craned out. This has been race number 3 of 4. Chad Woody. Billy Shipley has joined me from Team Woody. He is becoming a major partner here in offshore powerboat racing. You know, you once told me you wanted to have a boat in every class.
We may still be working on that. You never know.
A boat in every class, but he's going to go back down to Texas and hashtag start living right down there. Thank you for joining us. Our series sponsors, Visit St. Pete Clearwater, CMR Construction Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Mike O Trailers. This is the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix coming to you live from St. Petersburg, Florida. Been a great day of racing. Awesome racing here in race number 3. We're going to bring race number 4 up next. Pro Stock, Class 6 and Class 7 in our final race of the day. You've been watching live, facebook.com/P1 Offshore. Make sure to go to P1Offshore.com. Keep up with the teams, keep up with the schedule. We will be at a race near you in the future, and we hope to see you there. Been a great day of racing so far. We're going to wrap it up. One more race to go here. We look forward to bringing it to you, and we will be back right after this. That was awesome. That was awesome, 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 awesome.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, Florida, every detail is more vivid and more vibrant than you could ever imagine. Where soothing waves beckon you to explore it all. Where miles of America's best beaches meet a world-renowned art scene. This fall, immerse your senses in St. Pete, Clearwater, Florida.
P1 takes their racing pretty seriously, but they also make great efforts to take care of the oceans that they race on. The P1 Marine Foundation was established in 2010 to help raise awareness, help with conservation, and educate people on marine observation. This weekend here in St. Pete, we've partnered with the Tampa Bay Discovery Center to learn a little more.
Tampa Bay Watch is a local environmental organization. We've been around for about 28 years. We really focus on restoration and preservation of the Tampa Bay estuary and local watershed. Back in the 70s, Tampa Bay was considered a dead bay because there was so much pollution here. And since that time, the estuary has turned around, and so it's become very vibrant. Our work is on preserving that and encouraging water quality and supporting the environment here. What gets us excited about P1, besides the races themselves, which are phenomenal, is that P1 has taken a very proactive, responsible approach to racing to make sure that they're watching for the marine life that's out there.
I'm Thomas Covington, and I'm here with Powerboat P1. This weekend we've done a partnership with the Tampa Bay Watch to help raise awareness to the wildlife in the bay. We're here to race, but we obviously want to take care of the environment and the animals, the place that we're racing.
P1 does the best in the industry on protecting animals and the waterways. I live right across the bay, and there's a lot of wildlife that does live here, and P1 I'm sure will have helicopters and a lot of people watching out for the animals and making sure they're safe.
If anything comes on the race course, they'll shut it down. We don't want to cause any harm to the animals or anything. So I like bringing my daughter up here, and I want to continue to see the marine life. So it's great that safety, on the marine side is a big thing for P1, and also helps protect the racers as well.
Well, it's beautiful here. I grew up on the other coast, so we always vacation over here. This is a vacation destination for my family since I was, 3-4 years old, and it's beautiful. Dolphins, manatees, everything. It's amazing. So we make sure if we see anything, we stop all racing, make sure they're all safe and good to go. And then once it's all clear, we'll go back racing and super aware of everything that's going on.
If you haven't been here yet, come down and see the new St. Pete Pier. It's remarkable. The Discovery Center is a great part of that experience, and you should not miss the P1 races going on this weekend.
Maxie's new boat right here. Yes, this Maxie.
Welcome back to the 2022 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix, coming to you live from St. Petersburg, Florida, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Beautiful day down here. Awesome, sunny, beautiful, hot Florida weather. Hot racing action in race number 3, and this is race number 4. This is going to be Stock V, Class 6 and Class 7. Again, we did things a little backwards than what we did. Normally we start the bracket class and the smaller boats first, and then work our way up to the big cats, but then, and round out our day. But we decided to do it a little bit different this time. So we're going to go back racing live here. There's a brand new boat to the OPA Series. Not a new boat, but a new team. That is the Firm Racing Group with Pete Riviero and Richard Garcia. You probably don't recognize the boat at all, but that used to be Phase 5, owned by Al Penta and throttled by Jay Muller. They have since moved into Superstock. The boat came up for sale. This team has bought it, and they are going racing in Stock B. We'll go through a lineup in just 1 second. Thanks to our sponsors, Visits, CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Mike Go Trailers. Thanks for all your support for our series. Go to P1Offshore.com. Keep up with your teams. Keep up with the schedule. We'll be in a town near you. Also follow us on Facebook, Facebook.com/P1 Offshore. We're on Instagram under P1 Offshore, so make sure you keep all of our racing news right up there on your feed. Thanks to everybody that's viewed out there today on Facebook. It's been a pleasure bringing you guys the race. Obviously, race number 3 was really exciting. Hopefully, race 4 will be exciting also. Our next stop is going to be Fort Myers, Florida, for the 6th and final race of this APBA Championship. Fort Myers, Florida is going to be October 7th through October 9th. OPA's next stop is going to be Morehead City, North Carolina. That is next weekend. We also have Clearwater coming up, which is a APBA Race World race. That will be September 24th through the 26th, then Key West, November, and then Englewood, which will be the World Championships for OPA. So you can go to P1Offshore.com, keep up with all the schedule, all the points, OPARacing.org to keep up with the information there as well. So we're going to bring you Stock V, and just as my director said in my ear, these look just like Modified V. Well, that's because these are the same boats as what we see in Modified V. The biggest difference here is these boats run the stock Mercury 525 horsepower racing engines. This is a sealed factory class. So the motors have a tag on them with some safety wires. It's on the flywheel bolts. It's like on the intake manifold bolts. It's on the head bolts. And basically what that symbolizes is that motor hasn't been broken into because that seal has not been broken yet. So, and they have to be sealed by a credible Mercury dealer or Mercury Marine themselves. Unfortunately, the 525 has been discontinued, been replaced by the 520, which is the lower engine, and then the 565. But this class continues to run these engines. They do well. It's a pretty exciting class to race, pretty exciting class to watch, too. Very spec, a lot of spec racing. They don't have necessarily the acceleration that the naturally aspirated motors do, but these guys really enjoy it. This class, has been around for a long time. As it used to be called Super V Light, used to be the name of the class back in the day, and then they gave the option to the teams. Did they want to change the engine program and go a different route? Some teams said yes, so they went to the Mod V class, and then this became the Stock V class and kind of divided it up a little bit. But it's good for all the teams. Brings a lot to the sport, and a lot of talent comes through this class. Right, a lot of these guys have moved up the ranks. This is I believe one of the hardest classes to go out and race is this group right here. You've got to be just on your setup every single time and just going wicked fast and being perfect pretty much. So, but I think it's going to be good racing here. So we've got Class 6 and we've got Class 7. There's a couple different boats in this fleet. There's a Phantom, there's an Extreme you see there. That's the Activator. That Firm Racing Group is actually an Activator. And then you have Relentless. That's another Phantom. As we run through our lineup, the Firm Racing Group, boat number 11. You've got boat number 21, Shocker. That's just all the way to the right of your screen. You've got Relentless on the left side of your screen, and then you have LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil, boat number V1. That is the Gen 3 Extreme. There it is. V1 got the orange and yellow and blue. That's the Gen 3 Extreme Hull. That's the one that Britt Lilly built at LSB Motorsports up in Arnold, Maryland, or Lilly Sport Boats. Built that, put it together himself. Him and Kevin actually run 3 boats. They have another fountain canopy boat that will race up against like Ed Smith in the B class. But after facing some engine issues, they just decided to take the year off from that and focus on these 2 boats. So beautiful boat, painted in-house at Lilly Sport Boats. There's Relentless, Travis Petco. There is the Firm up there, and then there is Shocker all the way to the outside. As we get ready for the start here, the boats have come up on plane. They've got to get in line just like they did before. The Firm way behind. It looks like they're even way behind the pace boat. I don't even see Relentless. So they've got to get this group lined up. We know that they wanted to get them to start quickly simply because of the first turn situation, but it's taken a while. Where is Relentless? There's the Firm. They're finally catching up in it. I still don't even see Relentless coming into our view. If we could pan just a little bit left, maybe we can see Relentless somewhere. Oh, yeah, Relentless is way back there. Not sure what happened to Travis. Let's see if he catches up. They are holding the group. They're trying to wave Relentless up, or maybe even talk to them via Racecom to try and get them to come up. They don't want to get too far down into this dogleg, but it looks like now we have a green flag. We're going racing in Pro Stock V, and out to the early lead, LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Rev-X Oil, Kevin Smith, Britt Lilly on board. Shocker was on the outside of this group, and there is the Firm currently in third. Relentless, actually all 3 teams, Relentless, Shocker, and the Firm, are new teams this year for 2021. The one team, the veteran team, is LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Rev-X Oil. This is a new boat to the team, but they also have their old boat you saw run in the last race, which would be Twisted Tea. Pit Viper was also LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Rev-X Oil. But right now the battle is for second. Look at the Firm. They're up there dicing it up with Shocker. Shocker, a Phantom Hull. The Firm, an Activator. Relentless still out of the picture. Not sure where Travis is. I heard he was having some drive issues, but not 110% sure. But he's not even up with this group. Now the Firm kind of gets up into a solid second place. Shocker dropping back to third. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Rev-X Oil out to the early lead. That gives you an idea of the distance between second and third in Stock V. Can't even see the white water you see to the right of your screen. That's going to be LSB's. As they come into this turn, Kevin and Britt pulling double duty together. They ran our last race in Modified V, jumped back into their Pro Stock V to run this. As they come around the corner, got a big lead in this class. They can go as fast as they need to. These boats run in the low to mid-90s. Probably out here, you might blip 92 or maybe 93 out here today. It's got a little bit of bump, but as this race goes on, it's getting choppier and choppier. So it's the Firm in second place. There's Relentless. Wow, Relentless just kind of came out of nowhere. Remember, we thought he had some sort of an issue because he dropped so far off the pace, but now he just kind of came up and is running with the group, and in fact has passed all the way up to second place. So now it's LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Rev-X Oil in first, Relentless in second, and the Firm in third. And leading points in Stock V is actually LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, 388 points. And in second place is Relentless at 384 points. So a 4-point difference between first and second place in this Modified V. So here is Class 6 and Class 7. Class 7, the single engine outboard class, 20 to 22 feet in length. And that looks like Punisher in the lead there. Or not Punisher, I'm sorry, Jackhammer in the lead there in Class 7. And this is Class 6 boats coming up behind them. I'm not 100% sure how a Class 7 boat got in front of a Class 6 boat. But in Class 6, we got boat 696, Girard Marine Offshore Race Team, boat 605, Bad Company, boat 688, SouthernArborServices.com. In Class 7, we only had 2 entries, boat 771, El Boss, and boat 744, Jackhammer. Jackhammer is the teammate to the Jackhammer Superstock we saw run a fantastic race earlier. The Pro Stock V boats are going to run 8 laps. The Class 6 boats are going to run 7 laps, and the Class 7 boats are going to run 4 laps for the final race today here in St. Petersburg, Florida. So for points in Class 6, in the lead is Deception, boat 651. They are not here this weekend. Rum Runners in second, Punch and Hulls. None of our top 3 boats are in this race, so this is going to shake up points a little bit in Class 6 as we head into Fort Myers, our final round. In Class 7, Jackhammer Offshore Racing leads and leads by a lot, 475 points. In second place, it's the Punisher DCM Racing with 300. And the Punisher is not here. In fact, none of our other Class 7 boats are here, so this is pretty much Jackhammer's race to go out and run. El Boss was a local boat and activator that was going to be run by Ricky Maldonado, but I don't see it. I don't think it made the start here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Here is LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, boat number V1. They lead in Pro Stock V. Relentless moved all the way up to second very quickly after what looked to be a dismal start, to say the least, to the point where I thought they had some sort of mechanical issue, but they've been able to make up ground. Look at this extreme run through the water. Again, gen number 3. This is the newest extreme out there. It's come out great. It's a fantastic boat. They say they love how it handles. They said it's on rails. There's no fighting it. There's not a real hard chine walk or anything, and they just do a great job at running it as they head into the dogleg. And as I said, Britt and Kevin just ran the last race in Modified V, so they had the best idea of what the course is like. It looks like the wind has picked up a little bit more chop. We did see some kiting out of Miklos there in the last race. As the drama unfolded in Modified V, Miklos running with Visit St. Pete Clearwater for the lead and missed a buoy. And by missing the buoy, handed the win over to Visit St. Pete Clearwater. So congratulations to that team. Right now it's all V1 in Pro Stock. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil in first. Relentless should still be in second, and I believe the Firm is going to be in third. Oh, nope, there's been a change for third. Now, Shocker is in third. Relentless is now in fourth. So Shocker has moved up to a podium position if Relentless is still in second. Relentless out of... I don't see any whitewater, but he could be just that far ahead. Shocker is the old Tuggett boat, which used to be owned by Kevin Smith, which was a teammate of LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. This class really exchanges a lot of boats. There are not many new boats running out there. They just kind of seem to buy them and put them together for other teams. So Shocker used to be, well, actually Shocker was Play It Again back in 2019, and before that it was Tuggett. And of course now it's a beautiful painted Shocker. And that's a beautiful color boat. Love the blue and the silver and the black as you get a rear shot there of LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. Here is SouthernArborServices.com, boat number 688. They are currently running in Class 6, and I'm trying to see if they're in the lead. There's a boat just in front of them. Now, Class 6 is bracketed to 70 miles an hour. So, again, they can't go over their bracketed speed of 70 miles an hour. I didn't get to see who was in front of them in time, but just like our brother bracketed classes, they have a GPS inside of the boat. And they're going to get monitored by Frank Beach, the GPS official, for P1. If there's an infraction, then there will be a penalty assessed as needed. That is Girard Marine. They are currently they may be leading in Class 6 right now from what I can see. They just got around the Class 7 boat of Jackhammer. So Girard Marine Offshore Racing Team, I think, is leading Class 6 from everything I can see. And SouthernArborServices.com, Damian Murata Jr. and Sr. on board that Baja. I don't know what's going on with Jackhammer. They look to be slowing. But here is Girard Marine. They are leading in Class 6. This is another to P1 and to Class 6 racing. So they've come out and really started off on a good note. Again, bracketed to 70 miles an hour. I think that's a Magnum hull, but I'm not 100% sure. But they're running great. There's Jackhammer. Jackhammer really slowed in Class 7. It's getting a little bit choppier out there, rougher than what I expected. It should be SouthernArborServices.com in second in Class 6. And I think this is your leader in Class 6. So everybody kind of gapped out in this last and final race of the day here in St. Petersburg. As LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil checked out in Pro Stock. Relentless was in second. And Shocker had moved up to third. The only Class 7 boat racing here is Jackhammer. I used to call that boat all kinds of weird different names back in the day, and I almost called it Hammer Time. Whoa, look at this. This is a battle for Class 6. There is SouthernArborServices.com. Where did they come from? All of a sudden, cut Girard Marine. Now remember, bracketed to 70 miles an hour. If you go over 70, you're going to be disqualified and get last place points for the day. And my good friend Mikey from Maryland listening, it's a Corsa Hull. Used to be owned by Michael Alweiss. Thanks, Mike, for that information. So now it's SouthernArborServices.com in the lead, boat number 688 in Class 6. Damian looks over his shoulder to see what's going on. You very rarely pass a boat on a straightaway in a bracket class because it can be an indication that you've broken out of your speed bracket. Again, with this group, it's 70 miles an hour to get monitored by GPS once they head back to the pits. Offshore Racing now in second, back to Pro Stock V. Here is LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. They are leading in Pro Stock. I think that looks like Relentless behind them in second. Yep, so Stock V, it's V1, 47 and 21. That's LSB, Relentless, and Shocker. In Class 6, it's 688 now in the lead and 696 in second. Oh, as Jackhammer is down. That boat's sitting very low in the water. It looks like there's a lot of movement there. He lifts up that's not an engine hatch, that's a hatch where the back seat is. But that boat, I do believe that boat may be going down. It is taking on a tremendous amount of water. It looks like the engine well is underwater. They will flag down fast response, get them over there as quickly as possible. If the bilge pumps work and the pump out for the bilge pump stays above water, then it should keep the boat afloat. Now there's fast response on scene now. Not sure what happened to Class 7. Julian Mondolato, the son of Ricky. We'll see what happens there, but he was looking over to the side of the boat like possibly they may have hit something, so we'll see what goes on. Here goes LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. They have simply checked out in Pro Stock. Relentless was fast, though. I kind of thought that maybe Relentless was going to catch them. Really gives you a good shot there of the paint job of that boat. Again, painted in-house at LSB by Britt Lilly, one of the most talented painters, I think, out there. Chris Dilling's graphic effects helped with the layout. Actually flew up to Maryland, spent some time with Britt to help him paint the boat. The white you see there is actually a hurricane, what represents a hurricane, again, because they're called the Hurricane of Awesomeness. All right, so Jackhammer now is with fast response towing. It doesn't look like it's going down anymore. Again, it is taking on water. We've got medic on scene just to make sure everybody's all right. He looked over to the side of the boat thinking maybe that he hit something. It's a bit odd that whoa! Oops, somebody fell down in the water. I think that may have been Ray Maldonado. I apologize. I think he was just trying to get off the boat and slipped. I think he's okay. Just a small slip there on the deck of the boat. He ended up getting a little bit wet. But fast response is on scene to get those guys under tow. Here comes the Firm. Again, a brand new team to Offshore Powerboat Racing, running the Activator hull. Boat used to be yellow, silver, white, and black, run by Al Penta. Al moved on to Superstock, bought the old Killer B boat, changed it into, started running Superstock, and put this boat up for sale. And Mr. Garcia went out, purchased it, and now they are racing. And it looks great. I love the graphics on the boat. I made a comment last night about how much bigger the boat looks on the side, just because of the different graphics. Oh no, something's wrong with LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. They are down in the middle of the course. Oh no, what a tough day for Kevin and Britt. They did not have a good run in Modified V. And Modified V was the one that had all the problems yesterday. They had fuel pump issues, not fuel pump. They had water pump issues, power steering pump issues, all kinds of issues with the old boat yesterday. And now the new boat is down in the middle of the course. Hatch is open. They had steering issues with this boat in St. Clair where they lost steering. They were able to finish the race, but that should to Relentless. What a difficult day for LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, as they are down in the middle of the course. I haven't seen anybody pop up yet to see what's going on. Now, these boats do have Guardian mode on them because they're Mercury engines. It could have flipped into Guardian mode. They could be trying to reset the computer on the engine. I don't know why they would have opened the hatch. It looks like somebody's come unstrapped, I think, maybe trying to get up and fix something. But I, again, don't know why the hatch is open. I think I see somebody crawling out of there. There goes Shocker behind them. So that should put Shocker up into second. Relentless in first, Shocker in second. and now the Firm Racing Group now in third. Again, no real movement of what's going on with the LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil team. If we've got a camera on the Jackhammer team, let's see if we can make sure they're under tow and working their way back in safely. There is Relentless. They lead in Pro Stock V. SouthernArborServices.com just went by. They are your leaders in Class 6. There was Girard Marine Offshore Racing, second place in Class 6. So now Travis can just kind of cruise a little bit as he heads around this course in Relentless. This used to be Steve Papp's boat, which was called Done Deal. Everybody remembers it used to be orange. Travis purchased it over the winter. Put a lot of money into the boat. Really has done a good job with it. He's raced a lot throughout the season. I think he's been to every race there has been. Maybe he didn't go to Ohio. It was one race that he didn't go to. But he's really put the time in to go out there and run, learn the boat. I know he's had a couple of different throttlemen. Charlie McCarthy's throttled for him. Chase Muller has throttled for him. Charlie McCarthy's throttled for him. And I can't remember who's in the boat with him now. I know who it is, but I just can't remember the name for some reason. There goes SouthernArborServices.com, also known as Offshore Outlaw. They are your leaders in Class 6 after they just walked right by Girard Marine Offshore Racing. And here is Relentless. Relentless can just kind of go out and cruise now, which it doesn't look like that's what they're doing, but that's what they can do. I know they've got spotters on land telling them what's going on. They're going to keep Shocker in check as they run around this course. Again, Jackhammer is out. LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil is out. Don't know what's wrong with Hurricane of Awesomeness. Jackhammer was taking on water. Last I saw, Fast Response Towing had gotten to Jackhammer in order to be able to get them under tow. As we're getting some different updates here, bear with me. Rob Hartman, okay, Rob Hartman, right. Rob Hartman is in why can't I think right now? Is in Relentless. I'm sorry, is in Relentless with Travis. I apologize. There is Shocker, boat number 21. That is an absolutely gorgeous boat. I love the paint on the side of it. They did a great job with it. And again, a new team this year. This is an ultra-competitive class, and a lot of guys have had to put these older Phantoms on diets where they've done a lot of modifying work. Nobody's business, Solomon Rob Hartman. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate the information there. I knew that. For someone new to it, I blanked out. It's been a long day. They are currently in second place in Pro Stock V. The Firm Racing Group should be in. They're in second. Yep, Shocker's in second. The Firm Racing Group in third. Relentless in first. And SouthernArborServices.com leading in Class 6. There goes the Firm. No word from anybody on what's happened to LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. Also no word on what's happened to Jackhammer. I do want to see if Jackhammer got under tow. If they could get the boat under tow and get it to pump out some water, I think it should be salvageable. It doesn't look like the motor went underwater, so maybe the bilge pumps were keeping up with whatever came in. Beautiful shot there of Tampa Bay right off of St. Pete. Great spectator crowd. You see it on this side, well, it matches it on the other side of this race course. It just follows it. It goes out east into the turn. So a lot of excitement around this race here in Florida. We're super glad to be here. Had a great weekend. There is Relentless. They lead in Pro Stock, boat number 47, the Phantom hull. So right now there's 2 Phantoms and 1 activator left. And they come around the turn. I haven't seen anybody else really that went down. Usually on these low shots, you can kind of see some other teams. We haven't seen Revex or LSB Revex Oil restart yet. We've looked around for them, but have not seen them yet. So attrition really coming into play here in this last race of the day, race number 4 of the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Beautiful day here. It's been a beautiful weekend. Looks like the rain might hold off as we're just a little bit past 3 o'clock East Coast time. And it does look pretty clear as I look out the window, so I think the rain will hold off today. I'll let us get all the races in. There's the Coast Guard cutter. They have secured the eastern end of this course. Have to thank the Coast Guard for everything that they've done. We have a Coast Guard permit to control the water. They have to approve the safety plans. They have to approve the race course, all that stuff. We couldn't do it without the Coast Guard, so thank you to them. And thank you to all of our armed forces, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, and the Marines, for protecting us and allowing us to do this stuff on the weekends. I am getting word that Jackhammer is under tow by fast response. But we don't know where they are. Jackhammer was going down. The engine well was underwater, but it looked like it kind of had stopped, which makes me think that maybe the bilge pumps were starting to keep up with it, but they'll have to get that boat under tow and get it in as quickly as possible. As long as the engine doesn't go underwater, they should be okay. If any electrical wiring goes underwater and it's charged, meaning I think the batteries are turned on, that wire will have to be replaced, especially in salt water, because it just instantly corrodes whatever's in there because of the electricity. Relentless continues to lead in Pro Stock V. A little bit of a hop there as they come down into the western turn, I believe. Nope, this is the eastern turn. I'm sorry, because they're going to run back in now. Oh, I'm all lost on my course here. Is that the black buoy I see coming there behind them? Yep, there goes the black buoy. I'm sorry, they're right out by the pier. So they continue to lead in Pro Stock V. They round the bottom end of this race course. They came through the dogleg and did that turn. Next here is SouthernArborServices.com. They are leading in Class 6. Only 3 boats in Class 6. Bad Company, Girard Marine Offshore Race Team, and SouthernArborServices.com. I did not see Bad Company take the start. They may be out with some sort of an issue. So right now it is SouthernArborServices.com. And they are bracketed to 70 miles an hour, but if nobody's around them, there's no reason to try and go 70. You back it down to 60. You go out, you win your race, and you go home a winner without having to break out. You can still break out. You can still get disqualified even if you're one of the only boats out there running. So you got to make sure that you do the right thing and run a nice conservative setup at this point. So again, attrition playing a factor in this race. That may be Girard Marine behind them. This is kind of all the position they were in last time they went by. And, yep, that's the course of Hull, Girard Marine Services, Offshore Racing. New team here to OPA. Not a new boat, but a new team here to not to OPA, but to P1, rather. New team here to P1. And a new team to Offshore Racing. Glad to have these guys around. We wish them success in the future. Now, the camera shot I just saw there looks like Fast Response had Jackhammer, so they're getting that boat towed around. There goes the Firm. Really cool wrap on that boat. That boat's just such a unique boat because it's an activator. There's no other boat like it out here on the course. And it actually has a full air conditioning system in it. The boat was built so light that in order to make weight, to weigh the minimum that had to go in the class, they had to put weight in it. So they did that by putting an air conditioner in it. And it was getting really fast there towards the end with Jay Muller and boat. But not unfortunately, but they moved up to Superstock, so they've sold this boat. Shane, thanks for the post on Facebook, brother. We hope you're feeling well and recovering nicely. Hope we get to see you out here at these races soon. Shane involved with an accident in Cocoa Beach and has really set him back a little bit, but we know he's feeling better and getting better every day. Whoa, look at that. Jackhammer is going down quickly. That's a big tow. They're currently doing salvage on that boat, and it looks like to me the motor might be underwater by this point. That boat went down pretty quickly. Fast Response has got one boat towing it. They've got the other boat pumping it. And I can barely see the top of the motor, so I do think the motor's underwater. That's going to be a really rough day. That's a brand new Mercury 300 they just put on that boat this year. Didn't have many hours on it, so that's unfortunate. But we don't know what happened to the boat to make it cause water, or to take on water. They've got a boat hip tied to it, pumping it out, and then a boat under tow. They're in the middle of the course. Race Control can give them permission to clear the course if they can do it safely, but they're trying to get that boat up. And what has me worried looking at it is it doesn't look like it's coming up, and it's pumping a lot of water out. Here is Relentless. They are your leaders in Pro Stock V after LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil out with a mechanical issue early on in this race. Shocker is in second. The Firm Racing Group in their first ever race in OPA is in third. There's Bad Company, boat number 605. We didn't see them. I saw them come out and take the start, and run, but I didn't see him on the starter very shortly thereafter, so not sure what happened there. So they are in the middle of the course, and unfortunately right now, if they need to get towed, they can't because Fast Response is dealing with jackhammer. I keep wanting to say hammer time. They're dealing with jackhammer, and that's a little bit more of a pressing situation. We don't want that boat to go down. Here is Relentless, your leaders in Pro Stock V. Rob Hartman, Travis Petco. Rob Hartman filling in for the throttle man in this race. As I said, Travis has run with Chase Muller. He's run with Charlie McCarthy. He's run with Steve Papp. And he seems to be doing just as good with all of them. I know Chase Muller ran with him in Michigan City. I heard that Chase was like super pumped with how he ran and how the boat did. They ended up winning up there, so good for that team. Now this is a spec class also. They run the Mercury 525 racing engines. They will have to meet certain requirements when they come out. They'll have to meet weight. They'll inspect their propellers. They'll inspect their drives when they get up on that crane. And Shane says he'll be back in Fort Myers in just about a month from now. We'll look forward to seeing you out there, bud. So Fort Myers is our next stop for the APBA Championship Series. It's also the final stop. Yeah, it looks like Class 6 has now kind of tightened up a little bit. Gerard Marine was a little slow. I'm sorry, SouthernArborServices.com. They took a little bit of a chine walk there and slowed. A lot of spray coming off of it. They were able to pick it back up. I definitely think the breeze has picked up a little bit. They're getting a little crossweight, which is upsetting the boats just a bit. That's a Baja against a Corsa. Again, Offshore Outlaw is what that boat's known as. They picked up a sponsor, ArborServices.com, their new sponsor for 2021. So they run down to the dogleg. Now, again, they can't go over 70 miles an hour. It's hard to tell. It's always hard to tell how fast they're going. The Corsa is really sticking to the water, but that's a heavy DP boat. That's what it's designed to do as they exit the dogleg. Now, it looks like Gerard has taken the lead. Gerard Marine Offshore Race Team, it looks like they have taken the lead away from SouthernArborServices.com. So the Southern Arbor Services boat passed them, actually started to open up a little bit of a lead, and now Gerard Marine has gotten back around them. Bad Company out early with some sort of a mechanical issue, so it's just these two boats left. In fact, we only have 5 boats left on the course. These two and the 3 Stock V boats are the only ones that remain. Got some Travis Petco fans posted on our Facebook live stream feed here. Thanks to everybody that's listened out, reached out with positive comments and questions. Hope we can answer them for you the best that we can as we brought you this great racing live here from St. Petersburg, Florida. 2021 St. Pete Offshore Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater and series sponsors CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers. As the battle in Class 6 continues, this has kind of been topsy-turvy. Gerard got passed by SouthernArborServices.com, and now Gerard's passed him back. Remember, this is bracketed to 70 miles an hour, so if you go over 70, speed bracket, and you get last place points for the day. In Pro Stock V, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil out with a mechanical issue. That gave the lead over to Relentless. A beautiful shot of the Vinoy Pier. The VIPs out there enjoying a great day. Hey, guys, we hope you're having a lot of fun. Enjoy the racing. Go to P1offshore.com to keep up with everything that's going on in the offshore powerboat racing world, or OPARacing.org. Follow us on social media so you get all the updates, the tweets, the pictures, and all the fun information that comes out of boat racing. So here is Relentless. They are your leaders in Pro Stock V. As I said, this is a brand new team to OPA this year. Travis went out, bought the boat, brought it back to Maryland. He actually lives about an hour south of where I live. And he's really put the time and effort into it. He's good friends with Charlie McCarthy, who runs the Punisher boat. Charlie has a lot of experience rigging these boats and putting them together. I know they worked a lot. Charlie ran with him some to help him set the boat up. Steve Papp. Steve Papp ran the boat with him as well to get Travis familiar with it, and Rob Hartman in there today along with Chase Muller. has also run the boat with him. So a couple guys have filled in and out through the season here. But Relentless doing a great job. But oh no, now Relentless is slowing. Not sure what's going on, but they have slowed quite a bit. A lot, actually, falling off a plane. There's some throttle there. Not sure what happened. That could have been a Guardian mode situation as he picks. Again, these motors can go into Guardian mode. It is entirely possible for it to see a water pressure problem, an oil temperature problem, oil pressure problem, and it'll basically not shut the motor down, but it will protect the motor, trying to protect itself basically, and that's looked like what had happened because he slowed quickly. If they were able to get it reset, then then it fired back up. He was able to accelerate and keep on going as he runs around this course, leading in Pro Stock V. A little bit of a hairy moment there for him, as again he seemed to fall off plane. Not sure what happened. Here comes Shocker. They are currently in second place as they run in second in Pro Stock V. And the Firm Racing Group should be currently in third. Jackhammer under tow with fast response towing. Getting a little chine walk out there now for sure. I see a lot of boats moving out of the spectator fleet, starting to head back to their home port. So as they start to move, they'll start putting some wakes in the middle of the course. And then you're getting cross wakes from the boats on either side of the course because they're running up one side and down the other in a straight line. So you get the wake that comes from the opposite side, and that tends to upset these boats a bit. Not a lot. As here comes Shocker as they enter the westernmost turn on this course. Run out wide. And you can see how that boat just wants to walk side and side, back and forth, chine walk. It's just such a light boat. It's picked up so much running up on the steps. That's how these boats are just designed. But that's a beautiful boat. They've done an absolutely fantastic job with it. Love the graphics. They actually bought Charlie McCarthy's toter home after Michigan City and have wrapped that to match. Very nice looking rig you'll see going down the road to a race near you next. Girard Marine still leads. Looks like they still lead in Class 6. Still leading Class 6 with Southern Arbor Services in second. Class 7 boats are out. It was only Jackhammer that made it out. Of course, they have been pulled under tow. They were taking on water. Boat was going down. Went down quicker than what I thought it was going to for sure. So Relentless leads in Pro Stock. Shocker in second. The Firm in third. Lap 7 of 8. So this should be starting to wrap it up. There's Girard Marine Offshore Racing. What happened to SouthernArborServices.com? There they are. They are now back in a distant second place. But if they think that Girard Marine broke out, then again, they're going to run right on their speed bracket because they will then get bumped up a position if Girard Marine broke out, and that's verified by Frank Vesey, the P1 GPS official. Not within striking distance, really. They've come through the dog leg, I believe, and they're now going to turn. Let's see. We're in tight and trying to. Nope, this is the outside. This is the eastern leg of the course. So they'll turn here and then run down to the dog leg, I think, if I'm looking at it correctly. Old Corsa Hull, beautiful boat. Twice. Thanks for that information from our viewers. It's been a great day of racing here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Fort Myers, Florida is our next stop. October 7th through the 10th. We look forward to going down there. Tim and Cindy Hill do a great job. Well, here is the white flag coming out. And this should be the white flag, I believe, for almost everybody. Because I don't think Pro Stock has really lapped up into this group. So if it is, this will start wrapping up the racing here in St. Petersburg, Florida. P1offshore.com for more information. Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/P1Offshore. Thanks to series sponsors. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Mike O Trailers for sponsoring this series. Relentless, there they are. Travis and Rob doing a fantastic job. Boat looks awesome. It's got one of the biggest trailers in the pits. As I understand, he wants to be able to take his motorcycles on the front of his trailer, so he's got a big platform up there to put them on, something I'm sure he'll work on. Boat based out of Lusby, Maryland. And he did get the white flag this time by, so that should be the start of his last lap. So Class 6 and Superstock. Sorry, Class 6 and Pro Stock have both gotten the white flag, so this should be the last lap for both classes. Remember, Jackhammer out with a mechanical issue or some sort of damage to the hull. They were taking on water quickly. And let's see what if we can get any sort of shot of them to see what's going on. Fast Response was pumping the boat under tow. It didn't look like they were putting much of a dent in it. A lot of water coming out, but the boat didn't seem to be coming up. So that means it's pretty bad. As we get a slow shot there of LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. They were out early, out to the early lead, and then out early with some sort of mechanical issue. Not sure what happened there. As here comes Relentless. You know, we talked in Aquacross about being consistent, and consistency wins, and that's what Travis is doing. He's consistent. He's been consistent all season long. He's had different throttle man in the boat almost every race, and he's still able to go out there and win in this Phantom Hull. It's a great program. He's doing a fantastic job. He's a nice guy. I've gotten to talk to him a couple times off circuit, work with him in a couple different capacities. Really enjoy that. So Travis is a great guy. We welcome to OPA. Remember, this is his first year, and he could go out on top. This will be a good point shakeup with these three boats between him and LSB as we head into the final race in Fort Myers, Florida of this APBA championship. There's a race in Clearwater coming up. There's a race in Key West coming up. There's Englewood coming up and Fort Myers. Go to P1offshore.com for more information as we wrap up our fourth and final race of the day. As the flag boat's going to get in position there. There is the Firm, the activator hull. Good looking boat. Got a wide cockpit on it, and a cockpit that seems to be set pretty far back on the boat. I know Albert and Jay really had done a lot to this boat to get it to run. Al is very meticulous in how he rigs and puts the boat together. And he did a good job with this boat. It's really starting to come up, but he wanted to step up a class, and that's what he did. This boat's sponsored by Bruiser Customs. If you didn't get a chance to see it, they're sitting over there in the parking lot. Go over there and check them out. So here is Relentless. They are leading in Pro Stock. They are on the eastern side of this course, getting ready to come back in and hit the dog leg. And he is on the white flag lap, so this should bring the checkered flag out and wrap up Pro Stock B. No Class 7 boats left. Again, Jackhammer went out taking on a massive amount of water. But look at Class 6 behind them. Relentless has lapped through Class 6, which is fine. No real issue there, but now Class 6 is battling. And these boats keep like reeling each other in and letting each other go and reeling each other in. And that's not the best sign in bracket racing, because you could break out if you're trying too hard. We've talked about it a lot, especially with Billy Shipley, who was up here with me earlier, how hard this is to do. Now, they're headed into the dog leg at this point, and SouthernArborServices.com is going to have the inside lane on the dog leg, so he should be able to push Gerard Marine out. From this vantage point, it's hard to tell if he has overlap or overtake. There are rules that apply to that. There goes Relentless. Now they're going to be turning on the wake of Relentless. The Baja hull should track through it pretty nicely. No real issue. So should the Corsair. They're both straight bottom boats. It looked like Southern Arbor Services looked over at Gerard, and he did push him out a little bit. Made him run a wider line. Now Gerard's kind of getting sprayed down. He wants to look back to the inside, though, as they head into these final turns. He wants to get up there and see if he can put some maroon paint on the side of that Baja. He's not in our shot yet, which means he's not that close behind. He took a couple sprays of water off of Southern Arbor Services, not on purpose. Just when the boat was digging through the corner, hit a couple waves and threw him down with some water. No big deal. It hasn't slowed him down. But back to Pro Stock B, here comes boat number 47, Relentless. They will be your unofficial winner in Pro Stock V when they cross the finish line. Rob Hartman, Travis Petco, first place in Pro Stock V. Congratulations to those guys on a race well run here in St. Petersburg, Florida. That should leave Shocker in second, and the Firm in third. So SouthernArborServices.com looks like they will come across for first place in Class 6. Of course, all these results are unofficial until the GPSs are read and any penalties are enforced. And the father-son team of the Marauders are celebrating as they pull the boat down off a plane. So that should put them in first and Girard Marine in second, as Bad Company out very early with some sort of mechanical issue. Not sure what happened there. So got to give a shout-out to all the P1 staff, Azim Rangudwala, Michelle Petro, everybody. Jeff Tomlinson, chief scorer, or chief referee, rather, not chief scorer, but chief referee. Been a fantastic event down here. Schedule went off well. Of course, they did their aquacross race. They crowned some champions in that earlier in the day, so great for them. Now do we have a little bit of a battle now for second. The last two boats out on the course, Shocker and the Firm. The Firm is on the right. Shocker is on the left. And the Firm, dogleg. Not sure what was going on there, but here is Shocker, and I think if the Firm was going to try and make a move, they'd have to be a little bit closer than what they are. Shocker's going to come through these last two turns, and going to take second place in Pro Stock V. There's the gap between second and third. I thought it was a little bit tighter than that, but that camera angle is hard to see. There is Jackhammer. That's good news. Jackhammer is up again. It looks like the engine's out of the water, so it looks like those boys are okay. The boat didn't go down, maybe didn't suffer any more damage than what it needed to. We hope not, as they lead points in Class 7. So here comes Shocker, second place in Pro Stock V, and the Firm giving it one more last-ditch effort on the outside. Went to that turn super fast, trying to make a pass on the outside, but it looks like it's going to be Shocker taking second place in Pro Stock V, and the Firm should come across the line in third. So congratulations to the Firm. First race in offshore powerboat racing, and they were able to snag a podium position. So that wraps up all of our racing here from St. Petersburg, Florida. This was race 4 of 4 for the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And, of course, our series sponsors, Visit St. Pete Clearwater, CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, Icon, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers. Great job to all of our racers. Everybody stayed upright. No wrecks today. A couple boats had to get towed in, which is good. Looks like Jackhammer may have suffered the worst of it as they were taking on pretty significant. It's like they got it pumped out. Thanks, Duke, for the kind words there. Much appreciated on the Facebook. Thanks to everybody that's watched live on Facebook. I know my wife was watching at home with my son for a little while. Thanks to those guys. Continue to support me and come down here. Really appreciate it. Thanks to P1, Michelle, Azim, and everybody here. It's been a great weekend in St. Pete. Definitely think I'll have to come back and hang out again. Beautiful area. And very appreciative to be here as we wrap up the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. The awards will be tonight, I believe, over Vinoy Park, if I remember correctly, and I think that's Travis. Might be Rob up on the deck there, as they're going to go collect their well-earned checkered flag. You can remember, you got to finish to win it, and as consistent as Britt and Kevin are. Nope, that's Travis. Travis up there celebrating. So Rob was able to get the boat put up there to him. Grab the checkered flag. Congratulations, Travis and Rob, on their win here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Shocker coming in second, the Firm in third in Pro Stock V. And Travis will go probably buzz the pier there. Vinoy, say hi to the VIPs, as the P1 staff will start to pull in all the buoys, tear it all down, put it in a trailer, and pack it up to move on to the next one, which will be Fort Myers, Florida, October 7th through the 10th. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Go to oparacing.org for more information. Follow both of them on facebook.com/P1Offshore. Let's go to some highlights now from this last and final race of the day. We kind of hoped it was going to be a little bit more exciting than what it was. Nutrition played a role, as it always does. Here is the start in Pro Stock V. It was LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil out to the early lead. Boat V1, they just checked out on the start. Shocker and the Firm back there for second and third. Relentless had a really weird start. They were nowhere up in this group, but by the time they exited this turn, There was Shocker right there and passed all the way up to second in one turn. Great move by that group. There is Jackhammer. They were in first in Class 7, but then they had some sort of an issue, took on some water and had to be put under tow. And then, of course, the battle in Class 6 between Girard Marine, Offshore Racing, and SouthernArborServices.com. These guys went back and forth the entire race, sprayed each other down just a little bit, and ended up with Girard Marine, I believe, took the win there, but I will check my notes firmly on that to confirm. Relentless running great today. Nope, I apologize. In Class 6, it was 688, SouthernArborServices.com taking the win, and boat number 696 coming in second. That's right, there's the celebration there. Great racing here in St. Petersburg, Florida, as we wrap it up for the inaugural event. There's the hug, the father and son team. I think Travis was going to wave off the checkered flag. You see that Baja Hall, the Phantom Hall. Congratulations to both teams taking their win today. Of course, all these results are unofficial till everything is confirmed by all the OPA officials. But congratulations to our first-time winners of Marotas in SouthernArborServices.com. And there is Travis and Relentless. Everybody celebrating here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Well, we've done some very exciting racing between Aqua. The title came down to the very last race of the season. Congratulations to the champions over there. It was really fun to call them. Offshore Powerboat Racing, got to say, race number 3 was the best of the best all day. Superstock was fun. All the races were fun. It's been great to bring it to you live here from St. Petersburg, Florida. This has been the 2021 St. Petersburg Offshore Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Series sponsors, Visit St. Pete Clearwater, CMR Construction and Roofing, A-Game Sports Drink, ICOM, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Myco Trailers. Thanks to my Green Light production team. Laura and her entire group have done a fantastic job. It's been great working with you guys one more time as we bring you offshore racing. I am Mike Uwaski. I'm going to sign off for the last time here from St. Pete. Everybody have a great rest of your Sunday, a great week, and we'll see you in Fort Myers.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, Florida, every detail is more vivid and more vibrant than you could ever imagine. Where soothing waves beckon you to explore it all. Where miles of America's best beaches meet a world-renowned art scene. This fall, immerse your senses in St. Pete, Clearwater, Florida.